Good morning, everybody. If I can ask folks to take their seats, we will get started in just a minute. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to this year's Identity, Authentication, and the Road Ahead Policy Forum. I'm Jeremy Grant. I'm a Managing Director in Venable's Technology and Innovation Practice. I also serve both as the coordinator of the Better Identity Coalition and as an advisor to FIDO Alliance. And along with our friends at the ID Theft Resource Center, we're thrilled to welcome you to what should be an excellent set of discussions today. Before we start, just a few items to flag. Bathrooms are out the door here and basically down to the left. The women's is a little before the elevator. Men got to walk a little longer past the elevator bank. Lunch will be served buffet style outside this room, I think at 11:50, just where breakfast is today. We'll also have a reception afterwards at 5 o'clock that you're all invited to stick around for. I also wanted to flag that in addition to the full room here, we have another couple hundred people online. So we're not set to take questions from the online crowd, but I would ask if any of you are asking questions, grab one of the microphones. We'll have runners going around the room. That way our online friends can hear what you're saying. Also, we have a few reporters in the room, so don't say anything that you might not want repeated. So on with the event, identity. Identity is a rich and confusing and multifaceted topic, in that the things in identity and authentication that say security weenies may care about are often different than what consumers care about, or for that matter, what the organizations that implement identity solutions care about. About the only thing everyone can agree on is that if you're a victim of identity theft or identity-related crime, well, you're pretty miserable and you want to see things work better. Our goal today in this event is to shine a light on as many different perspectives as we can when it comes to exploring different aspects of the digital identity and authentication challenge. And out of it, we hope that all of you come away with a better understanding of the issues and maybe some new perspectives. To be clear, while America is challenged by deficiencies in our digital identity infrastructure, or lack thereof, the story here is not just about challenges, and that when done right, identity can be the great enabler, providing the foundation for online experiences that are more secure and convenient and better for privacy than the legacy systems we have today. But as we'll talk about today, America is falling behind many of our peer countries when it comes to thinking about digital identity and authentication strategically. And with it, we're finding ourselves more and more vulnerable to identity-related cybercrime and scams relative to our peers who are ahead of us in planning to address these concerns. Now, while all of these trends are concerning, it's also a great time to be coming together to talk about these issues. We're just a week into a new administration that's promising major change and looking for new ideas with a focus on making government more efficient. And digital identity, if done right, can be a massive driver of efficiency, not just in government services, but beyond, in terms of providing a platform for Americans to use more easily to protect and assert their identity, or in some cases, maybe just one or two things about themselves everywhere that they transact online. On that front, I'm thrilled to kick off the morning with an announcement that today, the Better Identity Coalition is releasing Better Identity in America, a policy blueprint for the new administration. There's copies of it out by the check-in desk if you'd like. This is a new publication that updates our original 2018 policy blueprint with a 22-point action plan for the government to pursue. Now, while the 5 key initiatives that were in the original blueprint are the same, the new action plan underneath it has been revised to reflect both progress made by government since our original blueprint was established, as well as new areas where government is responding to emerging threats. And just for those of you who aren't familiar with the original blueprint, our key initiatives are: 1, prioritizing the development of next-gen remote ID proofing and verification systems with a focus on closing the gap between the physical credentials that are offered by government today and the lack of any digital counterpart. We also need to change the way America uses the Social Security number, understanding that the SSN plays an important role when used as an identifier, say to differentiate which of the 300 or so Jeremy Grants in the US is which, but it's pretty much useless as an authenticator or any other application that's designed around the idea that SSNs are secrets. With this, we need to promote more robust approaches to authentication that can stand up to some of the more sophisticated phishing attacks we're seeing that compromising not just passwords, but also some legacy forms of MFA. We'll hear a lot today about passkeys and why that's important. We also need to engage more internationally as new standards and approaches to identity are being crafted to ensure that those approaches reflect American values and harmonize where possible with our approaches. And we need to do more work educating consumers and businesses about best practices in identity and authentication. Now, as we noted in 2018, and we do again in this new blueprint, there is not a silver bullet that's out there that's going to address every challenge in identity and authentication. But collectively, the policy recommendations in this blueprint, if they're embraced and enacted and funded, can make a very significant dent in solving our problems in the next 2 to 3 years. With this new blueprint, we're also this morning publishing an open letter to the newly created US DOGE service. DOGE, for those who don't know, stands for Department of Government Efficiency, which is now an official part of the White House. Some of you may have seen the announcement last week that as part of bringing what had been the DOGE Commission during the presidential transition into a more formal government entity, the US Digital Service, which has been around as part of the White House since the Obama years, has been transformed through an executive order into the DOGE service and is now focused on aggressively looking to transform government. As we note in our letter to them, the issue of fraud and crime tied to compromised identities has, from our perspective, been viewed for far too long by parts of government just as a government benefits issue, when it's really a broader infrastructure and national security issue. Year after year, we see it's the same organized criminals and hostile nation states exploiting the same core weaknesses in digital identity infrastructure to steal billions, not just from government, but also banks, healthcare, retailers, fintech, payments, cryptocurrency exchanges. Adversaries like China and North Korea, as well as organized crime gangs, are ramping up their attacks on the US, focused on every sector. And we're finding ourselves more and more at risk. Now, to be clear, the concerns about fraud and cybercrime targeting government benefits are significant. The Government Accountability Office, the GAO, last year estimated fraud losses were costing the government between $233 billion and $521 billion annually. During the pandemic, GAO noted they estimated that between 100 to 135 billion of pandemic unemployment benefits was lost to fraud. But when you shift over to financial services, the numbers get even larger. So last year at this event, we heard from Andrea Gacki, who still is the director of FinCEN, the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. They released a report that analyzed suspicious financial transactions reported by banks in 2021 and found that $212 billion of the transactions was tied to some form of compromise of identity or authentication. And then this summer at a conference up the road, the Fed ID Forum, they provided a preview of their 2023 numbers, which show that this number has now exploded. It now totals more than 70% of suspicious activity reports filed by banks and totaling a value of transactions, I believe the number was 394 billion. So some real dollars at play here. We're seeing Chinese state-sponsored attackers stealing billions through identity-centric attacks. I know this headline says millions. This was just what was documented with some of the COVID benefits. We've seen the Justice Department flag a couple years ago that North Korea has stolen more than $2 billion to fund its nuclear program through similar attacks hitting banks and cryptocurrency exchanges. And more recently, they've been spoofing identities to place North Koreans in remote IT positions, which can generate additional money to fuel their weapons of mass destruction. As we'll hear about in the panel later today, we're now seeing a new trend, which is the rise of more sophisticated attacks on identity via Gen AI-powered deepfakes, which are increasingly delivered by new tools that have been commoditized and made very easy to use, and which are enabling some new types of scalable attacks that, if unaddressed, threaten to push these losses from identity-related cybercrime even higher, and with it undermine confidence in our increasingly digital economy. Now, deepfakes are fascinating and can be quite a bit of fun if they're being used for non-malicious purposes, like, say, making yourself into Prince or the Karate Kid. By the way, my favorite app of last year was one called Meme Me. If you want to go down a hole that will keep you from doing any productive work for a day or a week or whatnot, this is the app that you're looking for. In high school, I looked exactly like that. Everybody thought I was the Karate Kid. I used to get so much crap from people over it. Looked like Prince. I might have done better with the ladies. But anyways, I digress. Look, deepfakes are fun to play with, but they're a lot less fun if they're being used by the North Koreans to try and convince your company that a job applicant for a remote IT position is somebody else. So one of the themes you'll hear today is that in a world where deepfakes are more pervasive, it's going to become increasingly hard to trust any photo or video or voice. And with this, deepfakes will be able to, in fact, in many cases, they already fool many biometric systems. Although there's some great biometric tools that are incorporating liveness detection that can help to spot and block some of these attacks. But one thing I keep coming back to is that there's one thing that deepfakes can't spoof, which is public key cryptography. And the basic question of whether you as a user are in possession of a private cryptographic key. And so identity and authentication solutions that are built around public key cryptography, be they FIDO passkeys and security keys for authentication, or new mobile driver's licenses that are emerging for remote identity proofing, are going to become much, much more important in defending against these new threats. This is one of the big reasons the Better Identity Coalition has made the need for a coordinated national strategy to accelerate the development and deployment and uptake of MDL such a big priority. You'll hear later today from my friend Andrew Shikiar, who's the executive director of FIDO Alliance, about how much uptake and adoption we've seen of passkeys over the last couple of years and how it's solving many of the authentication challenges in cyberspace because it's packaging public key cryptography into an easily usable form. But on the identity proofing side of things, well, things are moving a lot slower with MDLs, in part due to lack of necessary government attention. So on that note, while we're focused today on our new policy blueprint on the new administration, I did want to flag that the outgoing Biden administration issued a cybersecurity executive order in its closing days that had several critical provisions on MDLs that we were thrilled to see, including encouraging agencies to start using them for their own ID proofing purposes, directing agencies who have grant-making authority to explore if they could leverage those grants to fund states to help accelerate the pace of MDLs in the states and transition from physical to digital. And it directed NIST to accelerate guidance that's already underway that'll help both the states that issue MDLs and the relying parties that will accept them embrace standards and best practices that'll set a high bar for security and privacy when used in remote ID proofing. So we were thrilled to see this EO was not one of the ones that was repealed in the early days of the new Trump administration. And today we strongly encourage the new administration to look at these policies as the foundation of a broader digital identity policy that they can build upon. Bringing things back to the topic of government efficiency. As I noted earlier, the idea of tackling identity as an infrastructure issue has benefits well beyond security and fraud prevention, that it can make our transactions online more seamless for Americans as they interact with both government and the private sector. From an efficiency standpoint, it's worth considering that today, the account opening process to access financial or health or government services effectively forces many Americans to go through an online experience that effectively replicates the in-person identity proofing process that they already went through, probably complained about, to get a driver's license or a passport or a state ID card. Nobody likes going through these processes in person. Nobody really wants to have to go through an online version of it as a precursor to getting something that they need. Americans instead should be given the opportunity to reuse a high assurance credential that they already have. So we've been pointing out that if we can focus on closing the identity gap between the nationally recognized paper and plastic credentials most Americans have today and the lack of any digital counterpart, the Trump administration can create a highly efficient and secure and privacy preserving foundation for service delivery and commerce. As a final point, as government and other stakeholders consider our new policy blueprint and action plan, I just want to take a minute to highlight who's driving the Better Identity Coalition. And that while we have a number of vendors as members, we definitely are not the organization advocating for what the identity industry is looking to see. Rather, we were founded by and continue to be driven by major companies who are the buyers of identity solutions and who depend on robust digital identity and authentication tools to run their businesses. Everybody's slowly coming through. I didn't expect a slow-mo animation. But look, it's a bunch of companies that are in banking and health and fintech and payments and technology, all come together to say that what we're doing today is not good enough and who are working together to advocate for policy changes that can strengthen digital identity infrastructure in a way that allows them to reduce risk and crime and fraud and better serve and protect their customers. We've been thrilled as a coalition to welcome Apple and Block and Capital One to the coalition over this last year. So let's get on with our program. At this time, I'm excited to introduce my friend James Lee from the ID Theft Resource Center so he can unveil the ITRC's latest data breach report. James.
Yeah, speaking of deep fakes, if you've seen the movie The Beekeeper, I actually am Jason Statham. One other personal note, those of you who've been attending these meetings for a while know I am an inveterate baseball fan, and I cannot tell you what a sacrifice I'm making right now, because in exactly 11 minutes, the tickets to the Savannah Bananas at Nats Park go on sale. They will be gone by the time I come off stage. This is how much I love you people. All right. So another year, a whole bunch of data breaches. We set an all-time high in 2023. And the big question, of course, is, did we tie it, beat it? Did we fall under it? But before that, for those of you who are not sure who the ITRC is, maybe this is the first time that you're encountering us. This is our 25th year. We have been in the business of supporting, free of charge, consumers who are the victims of identity crimes. And since 2005, so this is our 20th anniversary, we have also been tracking data breaches and other identity trends. We have the largest repository of information on data breaches in the United States. So if you need to know anything about what's going on in the data breach world, we're your organization. So what did happen in 2024? The total number of compromises, as to quote Maxwell Smart, would you believe, Chief, missed it by that much? We were 44 breaches short of tying last year's all-time high. So we did not quite get there. But when you look at it in terms of the number of breach notices issued, we were off the charts. So you saw an in excess of 300% increase in the number of notices. Now that is not a one-to-one correlation to human beings. There are not 1.7 or 1.6 billion people in the United States. So what does that tell us? A lot of people got more than one data breach notice. When you break that out into the various ways breach notices are generated or compromises occur, cyber attacks, far and away the largest category. Of the 3158, 2552 were related to some form of a cyber attack, and we'll go through those categories here in just a second. That accounts for 1.6 billion of the 1.7 billion notices that were distributed last year. System and human errors come way down from the 2,500. Now we're a little over 300. And as we'll see in a minute, there's one category that stands out among those, but system and human errors do occur, but they're basically flat. There's one area that's a kind of lumpy, but they're basically flat. Physical attacks continue to decline. We still see them. There's one category that kind of jumps out, but you're talking about 33 different kind of notices that were tied to some form of physical attack. Supply chain attacks get folded up into all three of those categories, but it is worth pointing out because that is an area of growth in some respects for cyber criminals. We did see fewer, in terms of raw numbers, fewer supply chain attacks, but the impact of those supply chain attacks were magnified because they were geared toward very, very large supply chains. Think Change Healthcare, for example, where we still don't know how many organizations were actually involved in the supply chain that was compromised in that particular attack. So we did say breach notices are a big issue for now. Well, since 2021, we have seen the decline in the amount of information contained in data breach notices. So 65% did not have any attack vector information. Now that's across all three of those. If we were to break this out and just look at cyber attacks, which we're going to do in a minute, that number would be 70%. So 70% do not have information, and for the math challenged, 30% do. So less than a third of all data breach notices related to a cyber attack actually tell you about the cyber attack. Prior to 2021, 100% of data breach notices had that information. So we're going to talk about that in a second. We're flying blind in many respects about what actually is occurring and the actual impacts. Let's look at from a size perspective. No surprise here. If you've been reading the newspaper, do people still read newspapers, by the way? If you've been reading online, you're undoubtedly aware about the Ticketmaster, probably maybe the Advanced Auto Parts and AT&T. Those were all related to Snowflake and the Snowflake supply chain. And then you also have Change Healthcare in there. So all of these are what we're referring to as mega breaches, 100 million plus. There's one other 100 million plus data breach involved in the top 10, and then you fall off dramatically from there. From a, that's just one more point on that one, and that is of those top 5 right there, 4 of them have direct correlation to some form of stolen credential. So we're going to talk about what that means here in a second. But when you look at it from an industry perspective, financial services for the first time in 6 years comes out on top. Yay, financial services, I guess. Within that, it's actually commercial banks and insurance that is driving the number of attacks that has now put financial services back in the top spot where they were for many, many years. Healthcare drops down because healthcare has been, for a wide variety of reasons. It's not that they're any less targeted, it's that their efforts to secure the supply chain and their efforts to reduce the number of breaches is actually paying off in many respects. Okay, let's look at the general trends. So here again, total compromises over time. Now I picked 2018 for a reason, because that's the first time that all 50 states, the territories, and the District of Columbia had an operating data breach notice law. Alabama and North Dakota passed their law in 2018. They were the last 2 holdouts. So now for the first time from 2018 forward, we have an apples to apples comparison. Prior to that, there was a mishmash of a number of states. So we can see the trend. Notice it's lumpy a little bit. We'll go up a year and we'll fall back the next year. We go up a year, we'll fall back a little bit the next year. We'll go up a year and we fall back a little bit. All of those are correlated to major improvements by the bad guys in their tactics and techniques. So the big jump from 22 to 23 was in 22, you had the development of the low-cost breach kits that the bad guys used to infiltrate organizations. So the follow-on year, you see the big jump. And now this year, we're down a little bit. What's happening this year is the recruiting of pen testers by organized criminal groups. So we can expect to see in follow-on years increased breaches as a result of their efforts to find more vulnerabilities in software. So let's look at the attack vectors. This is in cyber attacks. Sorry for the fact that this is an eye chart. You can see the trend line up from 2019 up to 2024, increasing every year. So cyber attacks are far and away the number 1 cause of a data breach notice. But within that, a lot of things are static, right? The kind of trend line. What is not is that bottom line. That's where we don't know what's happening. So of the 2,500 data breaches, we don't know what happened in 1,700 of them. We just know there was a data breach. That's it. And it may have been reported as a cyber attack, but no underlying attack vector. So we don't really know technically what's happening in those cases. But we do see some trends across these others. Interesting, we had a big fallback in terms of 0 day. That relates to, I believe, what we just talked about with the fact that particularly the transnational cyber crime groups are hiring anybody and everybody they can as a pen tester to find more vulnerabilities, to find more 0 days. And they're layering in AI around that. So that's their proof of concept year was last year. So this coming year, we should see that operationalized. System and human errors. I point out the big number there is it's people attaching things to emails that shouldn't. So easily addressable. And in the physical attacks, again, we're talking about 33 attacks overall. So this is not a big number. We actually do know what all those were. They actually told us what happened in those cases, and it's a device theft. So that is something that, although in some respects is preventable, it's also at those numbers, it's something we can we can manage through as opposed to being a hair on fire moment. Notice that skimmer attacks are still there, but they're very, very low these days. So what are findings on all of this? Well, first of all, of the 1.7 billion victim notices, we could have avoided issuing most of those to the tune of about 1.2 billion notices never had to been issued if we had done certain things. The mega breaches, those 100 million plus, are actually masking in many respects what's actually going on. They kind of distract us to the shiny object, and it also confuses consumers because they don't really know what to know or what to believe around those big numbers. If it's a big number, they're like, oh my God, when in fact it may not be an oh my God moment. Look, let's be honest. Data breach laws and even now the new federal regulations, they don't work. They have no impact on anything other than we now know that there were, 3158 data breach notices this year. And then we have to make an obligatory reference to AI. So if you go into the various data breaches, it says nearly 200. The actual number is 196. Okay, you sue me. 196 could have been avoided if we had had MFA. 4 of those mega breaches, if there had been MFA internally or externally, or passkey, even better, those would not have occurred. That's 1.2 billion data breach notices that never would have been issued if there had been proper, basic blocking and tackling kind of cybersecurity. MFA is not a radical tool today. So that could have been avoided. Within that population of the rest of those, because that's only 4, so the other 192, if you had improved software development, if you hadn't gone into production with a known vulnerability, if you had patched that known vulnerability faster, if you had monitoring and better training, don't attach the wrong file. Don't send that file to everybody. There are tools in each of those instances that are available today. We're not talking about radical things. There are tools that will address every one of those. You can automate software development. You can automate patching. You can make that instant. You can have better monitoring. But in those cases, they did not. So if we improve basic blocking and tackling, we can reduce the number of identity crime victims. No question whatsoever. The mega breaches, we said they mask things. If you X out the mega breaches, there were only 266 million breach notices issued. That would be the lowest number since 2014. Now, that happens because the bad guys are better at targeting. They don't need generally huge data breaches to feed their machine. They're very good now about developing profiles and targeting using AI and other analytics tools. So they don't have to get the information of every adult American every year. So we would have had fewer victim notices if you X those out. But since we can't, that's an average of 6 data breach notices for every adult in the United States. We do know that the terminology confuses consumers. So the example I would use is, you may remember at one point in the year, we had a data broker, National Public Data, and the headline was 2.9 billion people were impacted by a breach at National Public Data. And then about 48 hours later, it was 2.7 billion records breached at national public data. Well, the consumers don't know that. They can't distinguish between people and records. And the real number was about 1.4 million when you got down to it. And even within that, the information was scraped from the internet. It was publicly available. It was based on public records for the most part anyway. So the actual impact of that breach was minimal. The risk of it was very low to any individual, but it was a hair on fire moment to consumers. We scared the bejesus out of them, and they stopped listening then for a while because they're going, well, I can't tell if it's important or not. So we have to be more precise and more careful about how we characterize these things. And these huge numbers, they can't get their mind around them. So we have to be a little bit more thoughtful about this. And as I mentioned, the attackers are getting better at targeting. They're using the tools to go ahead and narrow who they have to attack to get what they need, whether that's a company or an individual. And that is only going to continue as they refine their use of AI, just as we're refining ours in theory. Okay, breach laws don't work. My favorite topic. There you have it. 70% of cyber attack breach notices had nothing about the actual cause of the cyber attack. If we go back to 2015, when President Obama was here, and the administration proposed a national data breach law, a national standard, as opposed to the 50, we didn't even have 50 states at that point in 2015, but a national standard for what was PII, what had to be breached in order to trigger a breach notice, and what you had to do as a response to that, and what you had to disclose as part of that notice. As you may know, that didn't pass. Since that time, data compromises have gone up 300%. Since 2018, when we got everybody on board at the states, it's up 169%. And remember, remind yourself, the reason we have data breach notices, every state's statement of legislative intent says these two things. We're here to inform consumers so they can protect themselves, and to incentivize companies to improve their cybersecurity and data protection. When you're up 300% in a decade, that's not working. So we need a better system for informing consumers, and we need a uniform way of doing so with uniform information sharing. Okay, with all that stuff, now what can we do? Because we're not going to get a national privacy law. We're not going to get a uniform data breach law. We may not even get very many state laws updated. So what can we do? We can use AI too. AI is not just for the bad guys. You can use artificial intelligence in improving your software development, in your cybersecurity, in your detection and your monitoring. All of those things that the bad guys do, we can do too. Now, it's not that that isn't going on, but it's not as obvious. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes that's needed. But also sometimes we need to tell the public, hey, we're doing these things to keep you safe. Because right now they don't think we are. So AI is part of that solution. Passkey. We already talked about, we know right now we could have prevented the vast majority of data breach notices last year if we had had passkey across the entire environment on a uniform basis. We already know from the research that the ITRC has done that 30% of consumers actually created at least one passkey in the first 9 months of last year. And remember, passkeys weren't available to everybody until about late first quarter. So that's a rapid adoption. So I'm very interested to find out what we'll find out when we rerun that survey in the middle of this year, how many more people have adopted it. But consumers realize it is important and it protects them and they want it. So it's incumbent on businesses and government agencies to deploy passkey as quickly as it can, because they can come as close as we've ever been to eliminating an entire class of attack vector. The last time we did that, for all the computer nerds in the room, think about it. It was the 80s when we changed the way you compiled Windows. When we blocked an entire line of attack by just re-architecting Windows a little bit, and that eliminated an entire class of attacks. That hasn't happened since, but we have a chance to do it here. And then lastly, it's becoming more important than ever to freeze your credit. One of the most recent data breaches, huge data breach, we still don't know how many people because of a variety of reasons. We're back to the data breach notices don't tell us all the things we need to know, is we're having a lot more children's identities compromised that way. So with the Power School breach of the last couple of weeks, and we don't know how many, but we do know that social security numbers, and even though everybody in this room, our social security number has been out there for years, it's worthless in an identity marketplace, but a kid's social security number is gold. And so it's important that we begin to have people also not only freeze their own credit, but freeze their children's credit. And that's, of course, a different process and takes a little bit longer. So that's 2024. It's going to be interesting to see now, do we follow the usual pattern and have an escalation this year? Or do we establish another one-year trend? We'll find out, but we'll be here to tell you next year. If anybody has any questions, do we have time, Jeremy? Yeah. Okay, so as Henry Kissinger once said, who has questions for my answers? Yes, sir.
I got your spin bananas tickets.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Captain.
That was what I was saying. That's all I was doing.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there efforts to reduce minors' credit? If it's have to mail all the documents. Minor have all that exciting about mail that. Access required from really large credit bureaus. You can't do it the same way you do it before. Oh, just my credit.
Yep.
So it's a huge pain, and it's unclear how staff emails are at its credit reporting authority. So I'm finding it particularly like
As much as I would like to, I can't speak for the bureaus. I can tell you, if those of us who were around at the time when we first started doing credit freezes for adults, it was also a pain in the ass then too. And it took forever and you had to pay for it. It was expensive. It's all Ken's fault back there, by the way. Sorry, I couldn't resist. But now fast forward 20 years, it's automated. It takes minutes. You don't have to pay for it. You can freeze and thaw in a matter of minutes, has no impact on your credit score, all that other stuff. I don't know if they're working on a way to reduce that. I suspect demand for that service, because they don't like having to do it in an inefficient way either. I guess I am speaking for them in that respect. Yeah. So there are conversations underway, but how fast that happens, we'll have to see. But certainly demand will have an impact on that. Yes.
So what are the chances anytime soon that we see the financial organizations, I can probably yell anyway, that we see the financial organizations and the companies that are holding this data become responsible and accountable for the impact these breaches have on consumers? Like, it seems amazing to me that someone says, oh, you're the victim of identity theft. Well, I'm not really the victim of identity theft. The bank that just gave my money away to somebody else is the victim of identity theft. So how do we start pushing that to the organization? So we have a lot of technology that clearly is not being used, particularly, what you talked about MFA. So what can we do to start pushing that back to make these organizations accountable for managing and protecting our data?
Let's see, how much time do we have, Jeremy? I'll make the same disclaimer Jeremy often does. I'm not a lawyer, although I play one on television. But I can tell you as a policy wonk that the actual answer is it requires legislation, either at the state or federal level. Today, every breach law, except for California, is predicated on risk of harm. You issue a data breach notice if there is risk of harm to the individual for the release of that information. If you want to go into federal court, it's actual harm is the standard. You cannot sustain the claim unless there's actual harm. And we've had a recent case out of New Jersey, which was a dismissal of a multi-district litigation, where the judge said, even if there had been risk of harm, the information was so mundane as to have no impact. So we will have to change the standards by which these incidents are judged from a litigation perspective, from a regulatory perspective, before we can actually get to that point of having more financial accountability. Anybody else? Well, I will be around throughout the day if you have any other questions. There's also a panel coming up where we're going to talk about how bad the identity crimes suck. That's the actual title, and I love it. But Jeremy, I will turn the floor back to you. Oh, it's back to me? Oh, Eva. Oh. It's the boss. Yeah.
Give him a round of applause. As usual, we can count on James to terrify us early in the morning. And I really do appreciate that high-level overview, James. I'm Eva Velasquez, CEO of the Identity Theft Resource Center. And while James was talking about the high-level implications, I'm going to bring it down a notch or two. And we're going to talk to someone who's had firsthand experience with identity crime. But before we do that, I would like to share some of the most recent data in our cyber report. And I did not look at how to use this clicker, Jeremy. Where's this guy? No, that guy. There we go. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the tech assist. Our cyber report is our consumer impact and business impact report. And we look at 3 distinct populations and discuss their experience. We talk with victims who have contacted the Identity Theft Resource Center, the general population, and small businesses. And we go much deeper than just the financial harm, but those financial losses are increasing. And we had 28% of our victims, and these are ITRC victims, that lost under $500. A 27% lost between $500 and $1,000, but 12% lost more than $10,000. And of that, we are seeing more and more people losing hundreds of thousands of dollars and even millions of dollars. I am shocked at the number of cases that we started getting in 2024, where the losses these are for individuals, not businesses, where the losses were over $1 million. And small businesses are reporting an increase in financial losses of over $500,000, and that doubled from the previous year. And as a reminder, there are secondary impacts. The victims are often experiencing difficulty paying bills, securing loans. They see the interest rate on their current and legitimate credit card accounts increasing, and they can sometimes have trouble keeping or finding employment. So it also has long-term financial implications. Over half of general consumers reported that their PII was stolen or misused. No surprise after James's report. But this, in the last 12 months, this is a sharp increase from the 30% that reported that to us in the previous year. Nearly 7% of ITRC victims have been victimized multiple times. So that's that re-victimization rate that I've talked about in years past. That's up from 29%. So we're not only seeing increasing rates, we're seeing people victimized multiple times in a single year. Only 19% of general consumers and 21% of ITRC victims did not receive a data breach notice in 2024. And that's a significant drop from 44% in 2023. Now, the emotional toll of identity crimes, in case you're thinking that these reactions are only for a small subset of the cases, oh, this is only for very complex cases, 95% of ITRC victims and 87% of general consumer victims reported experiencing emotional impacts. They feel worried and anxious, more than half, 53%. 33% felt violated. 20% felt isolated and unable to trust others, and 12% of victims considered suicide. Oh, I'm a little disappointed with how that formatted. You can't read some of these quotes, but the statistics only tell part of the story. Behind these numbers, there's a person who's faced that emotional and personal challenge. Identity crimes impact mental health, finances, personal trust, and leaving victims to often feel isolated and overwhelmed. And that's evidenced by the number of victims that reported feeling suicidal and thinking about suicide. You can see from this first quote that we are starting to have real experience within our contact center, hearing from the family members of loved ones who have actually killed themselves because of what's happened to them. This is a very disturbing trend, and unfortunately, I think it's going to continue to occur. And I don't have this in my remarks, but based on some of the events of yesterday, we're looking at grant funding being paused right now. And that is a very scary proposition for organizations like mine, where 40% of our budget is from federal grants. This is support for crime victims. They need accessible trauma-informed care if we want to reduce these numbers. And so I'm happy to have conversations about how some of these activities are impacting our ability to provide those services. Now, with that, we do have our victim. She should be calling in. Who are my IT people that have, do we have Linda on the line?
We do.
Oh, there's Linda. This is great. Everybody, I'd like you to welcome Linda. She's going to, I'm sorry, let me get to my notes here. I really appreciate Linda being here virtually. We had some travel issues, and I'll just let you take it away. Can you start with telling us a bit more about yourself and your background, and then we'll dive into what happened.
Yes, but before I do that, I just wanted to tell James that while he was speaking, I ordered my Savannah banana tickets. So thank you. I'm a journalist. For more than 35 years, I worked at the Boston Globe on staff as a reporter and an editor. Now I'm a freelance correspondent, a regular correspondent for the Globe Sunday magazine, and I also make documentary films. Much of my Globe work has been investigative in nature. Back in the early 90s, I was one of the first reporters to uncover sexual abuse within the Catholic Church. But it never occurred to me that someday I'd be investigating a crime against myself. But that's what happened, exactly what happened in my case.
Thanks for that, Linda. Let's go ahead and start with what happened. Walk us through first how you discovered that you were a victim, and then what took place.
Yeah, so it happened 2.5 years ago. A stranger took $5,000 of my money in cash from a branch of Bank of America in Saratoga Springs, New York, which is about 200 miles from where I live. And this sent me on a 2-year odyssey to figure out and document in a cover story for the Boston Globe how this happened and who was impersonating me and how to get to the bottom of it. I'd first noticed the money was missing in June of 2022. It was missing from my checking account, and it was just a few days, maybe 3 days after my daughter's wedding, and I was back online paying bills for the wedding. And I saw that $5,000 was missing from my checking account. And according to the transaction, it said it was a teller transaction, which meant it wasn't an ATM transaction. Somebody gave them the money. This was horrifying to me. I didn't even know where to begin to fix this. First, there was the matter of my money, which for me was a significant chunk, especially since I hadn't finished paying for the wedding yet. And then there was a sinking feeling after I started thinking about what happened. maybe this was my own fault. Maybe it was my own carelessness. And maybe it happened during the wedding. Before the wedding started, before the guests arrived, I left my purse on a chair in the venue to join my family outside to take photos. And uh, there were a lot of people inside the venue setting up the tables and so on. And I also sort of putting pieces together afterwards, I sort of had this hazy feeling that when I looked in my wallet sometime in the day or two before or after the wedding, my debit card wasn't in its normal place. So maybe that's what happened. I'll never know. I know I'll never know. But then I began to panic even more. I mean, what other information might they have taken from my wallet? And what personal information do they have now? Um, so the first thing I did within minutes was call my financial advisor, who told me to act quickly to limit the damage. In There's a name for this. In the fraud world, they call it the cleanup, but I came to think of it as a circle of hell because for days upon days on end, it just devoured my life. And I came to see why there's an FTC booklet that's called "What to Do If Your Identity is Stolen," and it's 62 pages long. My work included shutting down my bank account, opening a new one, canceling all my cards, ordering new checks, changing my login credentials, notifying all the places that I could think of where my account was digitally connected, freezing my credit through the 3 credit reporting agencies, filing a report with my city's police department, and most of my energy went into fighting very hard with Bank of America to get my money back. And it wasn't long before I came to see that the Bank of America had no interest in helping me or offering any sort of support. Dealing with the bank was one of the worst and most frustrating parts of this whole ordeal. Until I learned I'd been re-victimized. Someone had set up a tech company, an LLC called Asastari Tech, at my address, and soon my mailbox was filling up with junk mail addressed to them. That is when I contacted the Identity Theft Resource Center Victim Services Department. I'd read about it in a New York Times article. And they spoke to me at length and calmed me down and gave me great advice and suggested things that there is no way I could have ever thought of on my own, like reporting this business to the Secretary of State's Corporation Division, contacting my city's licensing department to see if somebody had actually licensed the business in my jurisdiction, contacting the Mass Department of Revenue and the IRS. So
That sounds like quite the odyssey, Linda. You mentioned that you touched on it a little bit when you said one of your initial reactions was feeling like, oh my gosh, what did I do? This might be my fault. That's a really common feeling and reaction that a lot of victims have. We want to make sure that we message people and let them know that there's nothing to be ashamed or embarrassed about. But let's talk a little bit more about that. And I appreciate you setting the stage because I know, because we've had so many conversations, that that's not all. There's more to this story, folks. And so I'll let Linda get into that. But while you're telling us what are some of the additional steps that you had to take in this ongoing odyssey, how else did you feel while all of this was happening?
well, I was really gutted, and it wasn't a feeling that really has disappeared. It's dissipated. But to this day, when I log on to my banking account, my heart just starts pounding, because I'm always waiting for something, for the next shoe to drop. It was infuriating and it was terrifying, and many sleepless nights. I had many sleepless nights envisioning all sorts of dodgy scenarios that could befall me. Was I going to lose my credit? I mean, you alluded to them all in your previous talk. What was going to happen to me? The more I read about it, the more I just foresaw doomsday. But as I said, the lackadaisical response from Bank of America made me really I don't know how many ways I can say infuriated, but I was just, as we say here in Boston, I was bullshit. For weeks on end, I kept calling the bank's fraud department, and they consistently put me on hold for at least an hour and sometimes longer. And then finally they come back and would tell me they were investigating it and it was going to take 60 to 90 days. For what? And then as the deadline for 60 to 90 days approached, they switched it to 60 to 90 business days. So by the end of August, so this is nearly 3 months after the theft, I was fed up. Um, I was I was seeing that this was a delaying tactic, and I couldn't stand this crap any longer. So one day, Saturday morning, also I guess I have to confess that the reporter in me saw that there was a story here. So I packed my bag early in the morning and got in my car and drove 350 miles, 2.5 hours, or sorry, 3.5 hours, 200 miles to the Bank of America in Saratoga Springs, fuming all the way down the Massachusetts Turnpike. And I stopped at the police department and filed a report with them. And then I walked over to the bank. And when I got into the bank, my head was really full of steam. I was ready to blow. And the manager said, "Oh, how can I help you?" And I caused an impressive commotion and just yelled and said, "Do you want me to tell everybody in this lobby how somebody stole money from that teller bank over there and you won't give my money back?" So she quickly escorted me back to her office and I told her the story. And she looked up the transaction and confirmed that someone had indeed come to the bank on that particular date and spoken to a teller, presenting what appeared to be a driver's license, and then correctly answered some authentication questions to validate my account. So she said, "Well, that was strange." And so she got on the phone herself to the same fraud department. I was surprised that there wasn't another course for her to take. But it was the same thing. She had the same long wait until she finally they came back to her and said the same thing, 60 to 90 business days. And she got off the phone and just said, "This is ridiculous." And she placed a call to one of the vice presidents of Bank of America in Albany. And she put me on the phone with him and he promised to escalate it. And then 3 days later, my money was back in my bank account. So of course I was glad, but I was still mad. I mean, how many people have the luxury of being able to do that? And um, and now I had more to worry about, since now I knew that somebody had a fake driver's license in my name. And I'd already started learning about, what happens when fraudsters get their hands on identity information. And I had learned about synthetic identities and how bad guys can create fake credit cards and credit reports and build an alternative me that makes them own my identity. So fortunately, the police in Saratoga Springs took this very seriously. And it turned out that they discovered that the bank had a video with the transaction and surveillance images of the theft. And an investigator described to me what was on it. And she described that an older woman with dark hair, a cane, approached the bank teller. They chatted, and they chatted pleasantly. The woman handed over a photo ID, and then another type of card. And then the teller just counted out my money. So this, of course, made me wonder, if there was a video surveillance, why didn't they just look at it and confirm it wasn't me? But just about a full year after the crime took place, I got another call from the police department that through facial recognition technology, the woman was recognized by another police department. The Saratoga Springs police had shared it across New York State with other police departments. Turns out that she was well known to police across the state for presenting fake IDs at various banks in always different banks in always different counties and getting cash for them. Once in a while, she'd be successful, But more often than not, the banks would recognize that these were fake and they'd call the police. She'd be arrested and then not show up for her arraignment. In fact, just, excuse me, just 2 days before she stole my money, she had been sentenced to 5 years probation for a 2019 offense in another county. Same trick, different bank, but it didn't work and she was arrested. So soon, within a month, say, police called me again and said she'd been arrested. They found her in the Bronx and she was being arraigned the next morning in Saratoga Springs. Could I be there? Back in the car, I hit the road again. And it was a Saturday morning. And the woman I describe in my report only as Deborah, because in today's rage-filled climate and vindictive climate, I do fear retribution. She showed up at a Saratoga Springs courthouse charged with 2 felonies, grand larceny in the 3rd degree for stealing over $3,000 and identity theft. She was in a wheelchair. She pleaded guilty and she apologized to me. And as they wheeled her out past me, she mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." And yet, despite all the charges against her, and even though she was already on probation, she wasn't held in custody because New York State had recently passed a bail reform law, which eliminates the requirement for defendants to put up cash bail in misdemeanor or violent felony cases. A hearing date was scheduled for the next month, but she never showed up. And she's still out of custody with an active bench ward. I just checked last week.
Wow.
Later, the police, just last week, I called the DA's office and the police to find out, what had happened. And they apologized that nothing had happened, but they also made it clear that this lady wasn't working alone. It's very unlikely that she was working alone. She was working for somebody else who coordinated vulnerable individuals, somebody that the police chief called Lex Luthor. And so I came to see that it's really Lex Luthor they really need to be going after, not these individual mules who are doing the little work, or not only these people.
Wow, that's quite the story. Did you guys expect that she would have this much detailed information? This is what you get when you have a victim channel their energy and go into reporter mode. Linda, I know it's been a couple of years now, and I just want you to think with that hindsight, what are some of the lessons that you've learned that you want to share with everybody who's listening right now?
Well, I know, given what you guys have detailed already this morning, that my theft could be considered pretty minor. Lots of people lose hundreds of thousands of dollars and more to scammers and to fraudsters. And fortunately, I would have been okay financially if I never got my money back. But many people would not. They'd fall behind on their bills, and their problems would just keep piling on and piling on. And as you said, ultimately, it destroys lives. For me, it's agonizing still to lie awake at night and picture scenarios in which all my money is lost and my credit's ruined. I'm always living with dread. So I lost more than just my money that day. I lost, and this is very real, it sounds kind of hokey, but I did lose a sense of security and a significant sense of trust and well-being. I feel especially let down by my bank, which should have been more vigilant. When an older woman walks into a bank and asks to withdraw a large sum of money, which I have never done before, and so that doesn't fit my profile, that should have set off a warning bell. It did for other banks who were robbed by her. It's a classic profile of a scam in action. And why was there a long delay, such a long delay in admitting it was theft? As I said, they had a video transaction. Why didn't they just look at it?
Linda, you and I have had conversations about this notion of being made whole. And you alluded to that in what you just said. So I think we're at time. Yeah, we're just about at time. So in closing, what would you like to say about that? And what would you like people to know you'd like to see changed?
Well, I think that there should be some dedicated singular agency or group driving this country's anti-fraud strategy as there is in other countries, such as Britain, for example. There's no fewer than a dozen federal government agency websites where you can report the crime to, and I didn't know where to start. What I'd like to see change is a more coordinated and compassionate and streamlined approach to helping victims, and a legal system that takes these crimes seriously enough to keep the same perpetrators from repeating the same crime over and over again.
Thanks, Linda. I think, do we have time for maybe one question? Does anybody have any questions or comments for Linda? You've stunned them, Linda. They don't know what to say. Oh, I see one in the back. John? I'll repeat this for those who are listening. John asked Linda, are you still a Bank of America customer?
I knew somebody was going to ask that. Yes. Why, you may ask? Because I don't know, I
It's-
couldn't handle any more red tape.
One more thing. This is actually not an uncommon response. A lot of folks, especially when it's this draining for them, feel like making some of these proactive changes to help themselves is just one more thing that they have to do. And if they don't actually have to do it, they're going to focus on the things that they have to do rather than on those choices. And so your answer doesn't surprise me. I don't think it surprises John either. Nope, that's why he asked the question. I think we're at time. So everyone, would you please join me in thanking Linda for having the courage and bravery to share her story.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Eva, and thank you, Linda. Really appreciate you taking the time to share your story. Up next, we're going to have our first panel of the day, which is titled Identity Crime Sucks. So what can we do about it in an era of deregulation and smaller government? I did want to flag on the agenda, there's something going around. We've had a few panelists drop out because of different illnesses or whatnot. So we won't have Paul Bond on this panel, but I'm happy to introduce James Lee, who will be our moderator for the next session. And then after this, we will have a 20-minute break. Thanks.
If I could get my fellow panelists to join the stage. Yeah, we had a lot of debate about the title of this. Sucks was not the word I wanted to use, but let your imaginations go wild. So I'm gonna run through some questions, but we'll have time toward the end to take audience questions, or if there's something you just have to ask right then, just jump up and flag us and we'll stop and we'll answer your questions as well. So we have a distinguished panel. You see them on your agenda. I want to start with, and each of you to introduce yourself as you begin to answer. We'll start with the fact that we've talked a little bit about that. Things have changed in the last couple of weeks, and we're now entering what is clearly going to be an era of either smaller government, or we're going to have fewer regulations or a different focus of regulations. And to be honest, my biggest fear this morning, when I got ready this morning, was I would have to start wearing a tie again. But there are far more serious things that we have to think about. So against this background of limited government or some different form of government, each of you, your thoughts about, is it realistic to think that we're going to have an opportunity for government to act on the issues we're talking about here in this next year, 2 years? So we'll start with John down here and we'll work our way to the end.
Okay. So hi, everybody. I'm John Brayo. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy, Telecom and Fraud at the National Consumers League. In that capacity, I lead all of our public policy related to tech, telecom, privacy, data security, financial services, and many other things, as well as running our fraud.org campaign, which is a campaign that's all about educating consumers to spot the warning signs of fraud and advocate for policies that better protect them from fraud of all kinds. I'm also an ITRC board member. So Eva's comment earlier about 40% of our budget now being under threat because of the president's actions yesterday hits home. But your question was not, let's, what can we get done? Not me kvetching about what has been done.
Yeah.
I think what is going to be important, and I'll speak only for myself and for NCL, is talking about this in a way that resonates with the frame that this administration seems to want to address all, go after all public policy. So for example, when we talk about fraud and identity crime, the numbers are getting so big here that I can go into a meeting on the Hill or one of the agencies and credibly say, this is a $158 billion a year problem, Senator. And if we could cut it in half, that's a $75 billion economic stimulus with zero impact on the deficit and zero new taxes. Like, doesn't that sound great? And here's my plan for doing that. Or if we go in to talk to somebody who's a defense hawk, it's, this problem is huge and it impacts consumers in your district or your state every day. But this is also a national security issue. This is money that is going from Americans' pockets into fraudsters' hands and ultimately into the coffers of organizations and countries that are actively opposed to the United States. And we can say that and back it up with information about organized crime gangs in Southeast Asia, about how folks like in North Korea are getting laundered money through identity fraud schemes. And so it's not changing what we want to get done. The goals for my organization are still the same. We want to put more responsibility on to the companies and businesses whose services are being used and abused by fraudsters to the detriment of consumers like the one we just heard from earlier. It's more about how we are framing this and the benefits that this has to folks on who come at this from the point of view of wanting strong national defense, wanting lower taxes, and wanting to have the greatest economy in the history of our golden era that we're going to have now. So how do this policy get us to that? So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Kimba, what's your take?
Hi, I'm told to introduce myself and then
Yes.
answer the question. So I'm Kemba Walden. I am the president of Paladin Global Institute, which is a local venture capital firm that invests in seed and growth companies around security, cybersecurity, AI, biotech, that kind of thing. My job is to lead private capital into the process of policymaking as the president of Paladin Global Institute. Before that, I was the acting national cyber director in the White House. And before that, I was at Microsoft chasing ransomware actors out of the digital crimes unit. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Linda's testimony there. That was impactful for me. The whole time I was listening to her, I was thinking, that looks like my mom. And so if we can have people like Linda talk to policymakers like me directly, I think that would have an impact. I have to be, you asked what, in this new environment in the next year or two, what can government practically do? I have to be optimistic that government is going to have to do something. It's not going to be easy, particularly in this environment of shrinking government and freezing budgets, but we have to do something. What that is, it's unclear. It's unclear to me. That's not the answer you want to hear, but it's unclear to me. What has to happen is that industry has to be required to take better action. And if it's government that causes industry to do that, if it's innovation in how we protect consumers, we have to do that. If it's finding opportunities for better identity of persons and devices, frankly, have identities too. We have to do that. But it's going to take, like Linda said, a centralized process, a centralized government accountability for some of the actions. So I was encouraged, for example, that identity was addressed in President Biden's executive order, and executive order 14144. Doesn't go far enough, in my opinion, but at least it was addressed in that executive order in a way that it hadn't been in the last 4 years. And then I'm encouraged by the fact that it hasn't been repealed, right? Or reversed in any
Yet.
kind of way. Not yet.
Yes.
I know I'm still looking at my watch, but still, it hasn't happened yet. Hopefully, no one's listening to me and goes back and looks at it and tries to repeal it. But there are some opportunities there, I think. The only thing that that was missing from that executive order was a role for Government Services Administration and improving login.gov for federal services. That was the only thing that I saw missing. But we have to figure out a way to raise some minimum requirements on industry to do better. Her story about Bank of America hit home, and that we can't let that happen.
Dan.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Dan Lips. I'm a senior fellow at two think tanks. One's called FAI, where we're focused on promoting innovation, managing national security risks, and government modernization. The other is called FreeOp, where we're focused on expanding equal opportunity. Earlier in my career, I worked as the policy director at the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, where I was involved in bipartisan cybersecurity legislation over the past decade. And before that, I worked in the cyber division at the FBI. To your question, I think we're 1 week into a new administration. I understand there's lots of concern about some of the recent decisions that have been made, but I'm broadly optimistic that one of the areas of where we could see some progress is around government modernization through this new Department of Government Efficiency. Earlier this morning, Jeremy posted in his presentation some GAO reports with stats around fraud and up to $520 billion lost in fraud. These types of numbers are kind of well known or familiar to many of us who work in Washington and who've thought about GAO. But I'm really encouraged that over the past few months, we've seen on X, Elon Musk and others tweeting out these types of statistics and looking at problems around improper payments and fraud. And as this new DOGE, as it's called, is being set up, my understanding is that there's a big focus on technology modernization. They're now using what was the U.S. Digital Service, deploying engineers and lawyers into the heads of cabinet agencies, where they're taking a fresh look at some of these issues. I realize this is really the government side of this, but this is where I've been focused. But at FreeOp, we published a report last fall looking at how a federal digital identity could address two big problems. And the first is one that the Biden administration was working on, which is to address the time tax, the basic challenge that Americans face accessing federal benefits. And second, to improve program integrity, as we know with fraud and improper payments. I think that and I was really encouraged with what was in the executive order around trying to strengthen and promote digital identity use and access. So I'm optimistic, actually. I think we should give this administration a chance to work on some of these problems.
Thank you, everybody. It's probably a little unfair, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's give the performance evaluation, not just to the federal government, but let's also to the states, because a lot of action has been taken in the states. But has it been enough? What is it we should have done that we haven't done yet to address these problems? We'll get to some other parts of it in a second, but I'm very curious, particularly because all of you have had some interaction within and outside of government. Where were the missed opportunities? So Kimball, we'll start with you this time.
Great. So I think there was a passion around reducing fraud, or at least reducing victims. And every state, not every state has the opportunity or the funding or the resources or the personnel or the talent to create a digital identity platform. I think only about half the states, and the others might know better than I do here, only about half the states have been able to do that. My concern is with yesterday's actions, removing the grant making process, state and locals are going to suffer. And they won't be able to do that IT modernization that's necessary in order to be able to pursue digital identity. But Dan is absolutely right. Tech debt and legacy systems are a challenge when you're trying to innovate and do something new. That said, I'm optimistic because I've seen and this is not gonna, I don't know if it's a land, but I've seen in Estonia, I've seen in Ukraine, very different than they're much smaller countries with different challenges, but they have digital identity programs, which gives me some optimism that even with tech debt, even with systems that are not perfect, we can deliver something, a digital identity. I'm not a technologist, so I couldn't tell a state how to do it, but my guess is that they need better personnel to be able to do that. It's that not that simple, but there is an opportunity for us to be able to improve talent, for state and locals to be able to deliver digital identity. But we also need the federal government needs to continue to improve its login.gov in order to be able to provide services and federal benefits that a lot of Americans rely on. I think we need to do more. It's going to be costly. The American Rescue Plan that we passed early in 2021, I think, had provisions and funding for improving our IT modernization. And it is a good thing that is maybe not in that form, but in the form of Doge, but that is still a passion and something that's recognized in a bipartisan way. We need to do it faster.
Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, I think one point on the grant EO, I was looking at it last night. I think that they're basically trying to pause the grant distribution. I don't think that these funds will be held up permanently. I think it's trying to basically ensure that the administration's policies are being followed by the new leadership, which are still being, of course, being confirmed and appointed. From my vantage point, I've worked on several issues around this specific space, but I'd point you to two of them. One is around federal information security. I was involved in the legislative effort to modernize FISMA in 2014, and I think it's been really discouraging to see the challenges that have persisted in federal cybersecurity. I think there's many reasons for that. We were optimistic at the time that the changes that were being made would help address the well-known challenges. And I think that as we're talking about the risks around cyber threats, we're focusing a lot this morning on what the private sector doing, but for government to have a really credible engagement in that role. And if we want government to be more of a regulator of the private sector, it needs to protect Americans' own information. As we've seen from OPM breach with my and millions of other security clearance files lost to the wind and monthly major cyber incidents, we need to see more focus there. I think we need to see more focus on deterring cyber attacks from the law enforcement and national security side. I think that's an area where all of the administrations going back over the past 10 to 15 years should have focused more, and hopefully will focus more in the future. It was encouraging to hear Linda's story about local law enforcement getting involved. I think that's a good example of where we need to change the thinking of the adversaries. One last thought, I think broadly on the area of improper payments, there's been a lot of bipartisan support at the and focus at the committee where I used to work over the past 20 years to try and get better estimates and to try and curb improper payments. But that's still a $150 billion problem according to the most recent estimates. Last week, there was an IG report that came out that showed that thanks to a pilot project that happened during the pandemic, Treasury and Social Security Administration were sharing information about from the death master file to and saving hundreds of millions of dollars, but that's going to expire in a few years. Another really discouraging example of just government not doing the basics. So with a new Congress and a new Department of Government Efficiency focusing a lot of attention on this, I'm hopeful that we'll see progress on many of these fronts.
John?
Yeah, so you asked sort of about missed opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, this won't surprise anyone in this room, but I think our missed opportunity is that we focused so much attention on reducing the fraud to keep it happening that we took our eye off the ball of supporting victims after the fraud actually occurs. So, and I think it's going to require a little bit of a shift in our thinking about this. If we want to, we always say we want to reduce fraud. Nobody says, you know, let's invest less in reducing fraud, right? But they never say, what's the target for reducing fraud? Are we trying to get to zero? Are we trying to reduce it by half? Are we trying to reduce it by X percent? I ask this question of folks all the time, and I rarely get a great answer, at least to me. On the flip side, what I hear is stories like Linda's, and she is not alone. And I couldn't help but think about, she lost $5,000. She is a reporter at the Boston Globe with a long career of achievement. Her time that she spent dealing with this fraud was worth way more than $5,000. But yet I am very certain that she did not get compensated 1 cent for the amount of time that she spent trying to get back her $5,000. And I think on top of that, the emotional and social costs that she incurred, who knows what the cost to society is going to be of the increased risk she's going to put herself at of adverse health consequences because of this added stress of dealing with this and anxiety and all the things. And if you take that and sort of extrapolate her experience, which is not unique, across the whole victim population, what you have is societal costs caused by identity fraud that are costing taxpayers, people who aren't even identity fraud victims, to deal with it. We are all shouldering the cost of identity fraud. So what I think our missed opportunity and what I hope the next 4 years will bring is an increased focus on how do we help these victims recover? How do we help them be made whole? How do we help them recover and be made whole more easily, right? I mean, I would love to see, rather than her having to call the Massachusetts Department of Taxation and the Corporation Commission and fight with Bank of America and freeze her credit report, that the company that was where the fraud happened, in this case, Bank of America, is responsible for paying for somebody to take care of all that stuff for her, right? I don't think that should be on her. And she has the resources and the communication skills to do that. You know, we talk to people at fraud.org all the time who just have day jobs, multiple jobs, taking care of kids. They, you know, don't have college degrees in writing. Their ability to communicate what has happened and what the resolution they want to be is much less than hers is. And so to expect everyday consumers to manage this fraud that occurs thanks to organized criminals is too much to expect. And I think that they need help. And I think that if we put more of our resources and our time and our attention towards supporting the victims after the victimization has happened, you will end up having an ancillary benefit of reducing fraud on the front end. Because if there are costs that aren't borne by the consumers for recovering from that fraud, it'll be borne by somebody. And the person, the organization, or the company that bears that cost of that fraud will do everything they can to try and reduce that cost. Because right now, once the fraud happens, it feels like consumers are on their own. Where's my soapbox to get off of?
You know, the EO that is still in place, as far as we know, there's a lot in there. There's a lot in there, and we can pick some of it apart. But one of the things that, just because of my background in cybersecurity, struck me was there's a large section about improving the actual product that comes to the federal government. And as we all know, because of the buying power of the federal government, that's going to flow down into the private sector too. So Microsoft's going to make a product for the US government, and they're going to turn around and sell it to everybody else too. So if we improve products, there will be consumer benefit as well. And a lot of it spends time talking about we're selling products which we know are flawed into the government. We don't patch them. And then there's all of the after effects of that, from data breaches to identity crimes, et cetera. How do we, if we don't have an executive order, if this gets repealed, if we don't have mandatory regulation, because the Supreme Court has said Congress has to mandate it and there is no congressional mandate, how do we improve this? How do we improve this situation? So Dan, you get to start this time.
Sure. Well, I think one aspect of the executive order that I was really excited about was the focus on promoting digital identity use. And I think that that's, to my mind, a very useful place to start for the new administration, to think about how can we make government programs more accessible to the American people? How can we make them more secure? And how can we make them less susceptible to fraud and to improper payments and misspending? And if you, I would really hope that that aspect of the executive order is carried in and executed by the new administration. There's good language around using grants. Yes, I know paused, but using grants to encourage mobile identities, looking at having the Treasury Department provide warnings to Americans when their information is being used or applied for government benefits. I'd like to see them go much further in the new administration to think about how voluntary digital identities could be used to make services more accessible. Think TSA pre-check for government benefits. Let's streamline your interactions with government across the board. As we've seen in Estonia, there's a lot of popularity around how their national digital ID has worked. It's I think an area where there's some bipartisan support and agreement. It may require the Hill to engage, as I mentioned, on the data information side and sharing side between agencies. That's really critical. But I think there's it's a win-win from a government benefit side and a program integrity side.
John?
I think that digital ID, I'll admit, my thinking on it is evolving, right? When we first started talking about digital ID, all of my privacy alarm bells started going off. I worry about the integrity of that identity and whether it actually provided a net benefit to consumers. I think as the years have gone by and the technology has gotten better, it feels to me as an everyday consumer that the risk reward calculus has shifted a little bit. I know what the cost of the fraud is, and the risk of something happening with the technology powering the digital ID seems low enough that I'm more accepting of it now than I probably was 5-10 years ago.
I got to absorb that for a second. I probably got to mark that on my calendar too. Kimba, before you answer, because you and Dan have both mentioned Estonia and I believe Ukraine. There are other European countries now that have some form of a digital national ID. Some work better than others. That's always been something that we have resisted in the United States. Sort of one of the defining differences in our view of privacy in the US versus the EU is in the EU, they trust the government with everything. They trust the private sector with nothing. And we're the exact opposite. Mm-hmm. We're the people that will give our social security number to a t-shirt vendor outside a football game and then complain about our loss of privacy.
Yeah.
But we don't want the government to have anything.
Yeah.
So how do we square this move toward a digital identity, which solves a multitude of ills? Are we seeing a sea change here in the US?
So I don't want to repeat some of the things that I do agree with between the two of them. So I'll just add.
Yeah.
It would be lovely if we had a national privacy law. Like it would be great if we had a data privacy law, a federal privacy law. That would be a ground floor for
Amen.
And the National Cybersecurity Strategy, by the way, has a statement in there that we should have a national, and it was signed by President Biden. The second thing is, I think you brought up Loper Bright or the rolling back of Chevron deference. I can't remember who mentioned it. But I would love to have 1,000 Lindas educating members of Congress, now that we have to rely on members of Congress to be subject matter experts, in order to be able to develop some sort of sweeping national law that will enable trust in something like digital identity or mobile identity. Those are two things that are not necessarily sexy, but that I think would help us move the ball forward. Also, I think laws like FISMA were, that was updated and modernized in response to OPM, where my data was off to the wind too. We need to continue to update what we are requiring of the federal government and what we're mandating for the private sector to do in order to keep up with technologies. I really do enjoy my bank calling me or sending me a note whenever they see some behavior that is not typical. And, more often than not, it is me doing something atypical, but I love that my bank can see that. And so relying on new technologies is not always a bad thing, but we do need to start with on the trust level within national privacy law.
Obviously, digital IDs broadly are the purview of states today. Some are better resourced than others.
Yeah.
Some are more embracing of this concept than others. How do we ensure that everybody in the US has equal access to that kind of a credential that is more secure and solves, again, a lot of the problems we've talked about? Doesn't solve them all, but it begins to solve them, particularly those around identity verification and things. So John, what do we do to bring the states along?
Yeah. I mean, so it's a hard problem, right? Because at the end of the day, what does success look like if we get every state in the country to roll out digital ID that's safe, secure, and accessible? It means that attacks that used to rely on insecure IDs go down. So we have less fraud. This is great for people in this room, but for your average lawmaker, for your average citizen, like, you prevented a bad thing from happening. Great, but I'm not actually seeing it's the absence of fraud, right? That now I'm enjoying, but do I just take it for granted after a while? So that's a challenge, and I think that the way that I get at that is Kim, I loved what you said about we need 1,000 Lindas to tell the story. And I think adding on to sort of my opening statement where I talked about how we are talking to folks in the new Trump administration and Republicans on well, not all just Republicans, but members on the Hill, is lifting up victim stories, right? Because that, I got to tell you, like, having somebody sit in front of their member of Congress and explain to them what happened to them is not only great in the sense that it's a real voice. It's not just another number like the breach report numbers that are going to go in and it's a big number and I forget about it, but it's actually a real person. And not only that, I can't tell you how many times I've gone into these meetings and led with, let me tell you a story I heard from our fraud center yesterday about somebody in your state, Senator, or your boss's state. And then the staffer immediately has their own story about somebody in their family or in their or their sorority sister or fraternity brother this happened to. Everybody has a fraud story, and I think for our organization, it's lifting those up because they're not hard to find. You just need to pull them out, and if you do that, then I think it's a much easier conversation to talk about solutions. Solutions like promoting digital ID, then if you simply say we have 2,000 data breaches last year. How many of them were due to to lack of how to prevent it with a digital ID. But it's a number.
Yeah.
But if we can solve Linda's problem or your grandma's problem, like that's a much more powerful argument for me to present.
Yeah. Kimba, you have any comments?
Well, I just, couple of things. Well, in the cybersecurity space, which is where I live and breathe, one of the things that we focused on, and this is where you're going, is not only making the systems more defensible and defending them, but also investing in resilience on the other end. So you need the both and. You can't just focus on one or. You need to be able to dismantle opportunities for fraudsters and crooks. You got to do that. And you're right, there is a lost opportunity. We haven't focused on the resilience for victims. Like, so when something bad happens, you don't have to spend that kind of energy bouncing back or getting your money back. We need to shift that burden and that responsibility to those that can bear it and buy it down. So in her case, Bank of America needs to do better. We need to be able to create an environment that requires that, or that they voluntarily do that. But it's again, we have to focus on a national privacy law. And I agree with you. We can't continue to allow states to take on the brunt of the responsibility. Local and state institutions can't be the centralized force for digital identity, for data privacy, for whatever it is. Like I said, I really do enjoy my bank, whatever technology they're using, understanding my behavior and my patterns, which is not me giving them my social security number, which is literally when am I working and when am I not? Where am I traveling? When am I not? Do I normally travel to Estonia or not? I enjoy that. And so we need to be able to have a level of that here in this country so we can protect victims from crooks and fraudsters, but also build in some resilience.
Dan?
I agree with a lot of what's been said. I think I'll just add that if the
Oh, come on, disagree. Come on, we need some disagreement.
Well, I think that it would be useful for the new administration and for Congress to be thinking about ways to incentivize states to move forward with digital identity. And it's a hard problem, as was said, but one area where we think there's a big opportunity is around improving benefit administration. There's lots of people don't get the government benefits. Lots of disadvantaged Americans don't get the benefits that they are entitled to under federal law because it's too hard to access federal programs. If it can be proved either by federal, state governments, that you can improve the customer service experience of interacting with the government by enabling a digital identity as an option for people to use, I think that would go a long way towards moving the states to enact these on a broad basis and to creating some momentum for the federal IT and acquisitions changes that'll be needed and legal changes that'll be needed here to align with that. It is a big problem, and there's lots that needs to be done. But that seems to me to be the biggest opportunity, is that customer service experience and helping disadvantaged Americans access those benefits.
Okay, well, I've got one last question, but I want to give you guys a chance. If you have a question you'd like to ask before we wrap up. Yes, ma'am. Kim.
So it's not really a question. It's more of a moment for myself, I think, but maybe other people have already had this thought process. So many of us have been in the industry for a long time. And in 2009, when they passed the High Tech Act, I just kept thinking about that as you all were talking for some reason. There was so much focus on it and energy, and it wasn't about the things that were the characteristics of a good electronic health record. So privacy enhancing, that's important for an electronic health record. Secure, all those things. It was the whole act of just creating and getting rid of all the paper processes and having everybody deal with it, not just government agencies, but commercial. I think we're not looking at identity broad enough. And Jeremy, I'm sorry that it sounds almost like Instant, and I don't mean to make it sound like Instant, but which was the standard for trusted identities in cyberspace, right? But the whole idea of trying to find what actually makes identity meaningful to commercial organizations and government agencies, I think is really a stronger or something that might make things move faster. We've been trying to nibble at it from the sides. And I think that that's one of the challenges I see. So over what, 25 to 30 billion dollars was invested in the HITECH Act. And that's the kind of money that's needed to overhaul the health systems. We need more than that to overhaul identity systems. So I think that the incentive piece that Dan, you brought up was the big driver for the HITECH Act. The hospitals received incentives to actually deploy it. And so maybe we're going at it as a carrot versus stick approach, right? We need to stop trying to point out Bank of America or the other banks that were part of the problem or that were impacted, because they weren't the only bank that was impacted in her story. I had to go Google and read the story real quick. But it is the whole idea of trying to incentivize these institutions, whether they be commercial or public, to be able to actually improve their processes is what I'm thinking.
And
Okay,
improve their
before-
systems.
Before you guys answer, I'm gonna weave in my last question, but it's gonna follow on to what Kim just said, and that is this. There are 7,000 cyber attacks every second in the United States. 7,000 every second. That's 600 million in the course of a year. What, to Kim's point, what is it we need to stop doing? And from a regulatory perspective or a legislative perspective, or maybe it's a self-regulation perspective, but what should we stop doing and what do we need to do to make sure we're keeping people safe?
So I think what we should stop doing is stop trying to legislate the solution, right? Like Congress is very bad at saying this standard is better than the standard, so thou shalt implement that technology to solve the problem. I think what Congress, and it's going to have to be Congress in this post-Loper Bright world that we're in now, is much better at doing is creating the kind of incentives that Kim, you talked about. And Kim, I'm going to weave this into what you were talking about with getting the call from your bank. You know, did you just buy this thing that you don't usually buy in a place you don't usually buy it? The reason you get that call from your bank, and I'm assuming it was about your credit card, is because
Because of PCC.
because of PCI compliance, which is in itself based on federal law, the Fair Credit Billing Act and then the Electronic Funds Transfer Act, which create incentives. Like there is limited liability on the individual consumer. Many, if not most banks have gone further and adopted zero liability policies. Now there's a lot of market structure reasons why that occurs, but you get that call because the incentives began to be aligned by Congress in the 1970s with these bills that resulted in a system where the consumer is not on the hook. And you have a more secure system because the people who are able to put in place systems that reduce the risk have the incentives to do so. And so I think if we're thinking about solutions here, those are the ones that excite me, right? If Congress is going to legislate on this, what incentives do states need? What incentive do businesses need to make the investments? And so it's a carrot approach, I guess. I don't know if we want to call it a carrot and stick, but I think that's the right place for us to be on this.
Kim, I'll give you the last word, Dan, because you're standing between us and a break.
Oh, great.
Okay. Well, I think that that's a great point around put me in the camp of rooting for carrots in this policy area. But just to add another solution I think really needs to be on the table, it's around deterrence and changing the incentives of the adversaries. As a former Hill staffer, I can remember lots of hearings where the CEOs of big companies and in some cases federal agencies were brought in to explain all the problems that happened. And there's often mistakes and problems in their management of their cybersecurity risks. But let's be clear here that we are talking about nation state adversaries. You're trying to defend your company from the foreign militaries and the expertise there. And from everything I've learned in cybersecurity, that the advantages are always going to be on the attackers to both the financial and the technological advantages are on that side of the equation. Until you can change their thinking, and that's through deterrence on using lots of instruments of national power, law enforcement investigations, arresting the Lex Luthors of the world in Linda's story. That needs to be a big part of this solution because we're not going to shame companies into solving this problem.
So I'm going to take the stick approach, only because they've already covered the carrot approach, which I do not disagree with. And I just testified last week on the Hill in front of the Committee on Homeland Security. First of all, that's an optimistic point because the full committee took up cybersecurity for its first hearing, which is amazing to me. It hasn't been done before. A couple of things. One, we need to assign liability where liability belongs. So for things like bad software development or not fixing known vulnerabilities or putting something out on the market that's not secure, that doesn't use the right memory safe language, whatever it is, we need to assign liability where liability belongs. We need to incentivize getting rid of tech debt. We need to raise minimum cybersecurity requirements. And in terms of deterrence by denial, I think is something that we can't skip over that as an opportunity before we go on the offense. But we got a lot of questions around having industry show up to a fight with nation states with pots and pans. And that's not exactly how the question was phrased, but that's how I understood it. We need to do better at helping industry figure out what defensive measures they can take up to, but not including hacking back. Going after nation state actors is the government's job and not industry's job, but we do need to assign liability where liability belongs. We do need better technical skills and experience throughout industry and state and local governments. But we also need to address the backbone of the internet and update our systems so that we can have national privacy laws, we can have digital identity, zero trust architecture, whatever it is. That's what I.
All right, and that is that. So if you have any questions for the panelists, track them down at the break.
Thanks, James, and thanks, Kemba and Dan and John. Great discussion. We're going to break till about basically for the next 15 minutes till 11:10, and then we'll be coming back with our next panel. So look forward to seeing you in about 15 minutes. Thank you. We'll get started again in about 2 minutes. Grab a seat, 2 minutes. Thank you.
John, by the way.
I'm Shoshana. It's so
Nice
nice
to
to meet
meet
you.
you.
I'm awful at finance policy, but I work with a lot of people who work in finance.
Okay.
But I love the ABA, you guys, and
Yeah.
the other ABA. I know.
Yeah,
You guys do
we have
great
two
work.
APAs, yeah.
A couple,
Yeah. No, personally, but I don't think.
Sure.
Are you gonna be around?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I think so. Yeah.
And let's get started. This next panel is entitled, "It's Not Just About Benefits Fraud." And I think is a way to sort of set the stage. You know, one of the things that came up for my friend Kim when we were in Q&A, was referencing the old NSTIC initiative, the National Strategy for Trusted Identities in Cyberspace, which how will I say, looking back, I think in many ways was sort of well ahead of its time in terms of what we were looking to do. But it was also the last time the US government had a digital identity strategy, and that was published back in 2011. And in some ways, it feels like we're actually backsliding, and that what we have seen from both at least the first Trump administration and also the Biden administration was a focus not on looking at digital identity holistically, but really just from how do we address it for government benefits? Whereas NSTIC at least tried to look at it at a truly national level. And so one of the reasons I wanted to put this panel together and title it this way was, I think, between, I think it was 3 years of the last administration trying to craft an executive order just on government benefits and identity, early messaging we've been seeing from, I guess, the DOJ Commission on, well, they really got a big identity fraud problem in government benefits. Well, is it just a benefits issue, as the title would suggest? Maybe not. But I think we also want to look at it from the question of, can an effort that's focused just on reducing identity fraud and government benefits succeed if it doesn't look more holistically at the root causes of identity theft and fraud in every sector? So with that, we've got a really awesome panel. By the way, we keep hearing people are sick. This is the one everybody's healthy for now. So just make it through the next 40 minutes or so. And then we'll have lunch, which should be great, including, I believe, our legendary quinoa salad should be served. So anyways, let me just start to go right down the line, ask each of you to do a brief intro of yourself and sort of the role you play in this space.
For sure. No, thank you so much for having me. I was so honored to be invited to speak today. I started getting into this issue in the past year or so, and there's so many people in the room whose work I've read, so that's really cool for me to be able to be here. I'm Shoshana Weissman, a fellow at the R Street Institute, and I do a lot of work on age verification policy because I'm worried about First Amendment and other implications, cybersecurity implications. But when I started looking into child identity theft work, it gave me a whole nother rabbit hole to go down, which is kind of how I ended up here. So my work here focuses a lot on figuring out how is the government making child identity theft worse, not checking social security numbers for fraud and other issues before issuing them to babies, what the IRS is and isn't doing, and what states are doing to, in some cases, steal money from orphans, which I generally think is a bad thing. So I ended up here a roundabout way, but I've become really interested seeing that there's sometimes just not enough momentum in government to solve it in a measured way. And sometimes I wish government would listen to more people in this room. So that's me.
Hi, everyone, and thanks again, Jeremy. My name is Kate Griffin, and I work with the Aspen Institute Financial Security Program. And over the last 6 months, we have launched the National Task Force on Fraud and Scam Prevention, which we believe is the largest coalition of organizations and agencies working to fight fraud and scams today. You can find more on just how robust that task force is at fraudtaskforce.aspeninstitute.org. But to give you a flavor of it, it is a group of law enforcement agencies, companies, consumer organizations, victims' rights organizations coming together to look at very specifically what solutions we can create, whether market-based or policy-based, to detect and prevent scams as early as possible. So look forward to telling you more about that.
Good morning, Matt Noyes with the U.S. Secret Service. I'm the Cyber Policy and Strategy Director in the Office of Field Operations. We detect and arrest people that engage in various forms of financial fraud, seize their assets so we can return it to victims of fraud. And been with the Secret Service for about 13 years. Generally handle all strategy, budget, policy related to our investigative work across our 168 field offices worldwide and our cyber fraud task forces.
Hey, good morning. My name is John Carlson. I work on cybersecurity regulation and resilience at the American Bankers Association. But my kind of interest in this topic really goes back 3 decades in different capacities. First was working at the Office of the Controller of Currency, which is a financial regulator of national banks, and was involved in writing the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Safeguards regulation that protects personally identifiable information, as well as guidance on cybersecurity, authentication, third-party risk management. And then second, working in several different associations, working with financial institutions to how to better defend against cyber attacks, including information sharing, trusted information sharing amongst practitioners. And then most recently, I'm now working with Jeremy on a really interesting project under the umbrella of our Financial Services Sector Coordinating Council, which is a 23-year-old public and private sector collaboration framework, which are focusing on the impact of artificial intelligence on identity and authentication.
Hi, everybody. Eva Velasquez, CEO of the ITRC, and we help consumers and victims with preventative and recovery services at no cost to them.
Great, thanks. Well, wanted to start off with a question for Matt. So earlier today, Eva and James and the ITRC team gave us a great, or maybe I'd call it a depressing overview of what breaches look like in 2024. In your role leading investigations, I know you get to see a lot of trends well before they might make it into a formal report like this. When it comes to scams and breaches, especially things tied to, compromises of identity, what are some of the trends you're seeing?
Yeah, so I'll leave it to just risks for now and the trends so we can talk to opportunities later, and so I don't hog the time available here. So fun part about the Secret Service is we get to catch the Lex Luthors, as Linda mentioned. They're usually transnational criminals. We're usually able to get them to plead guilty to multi-decade sentences, and they tend to then cooperate with us. So they give us great insight into their criminal methods and how they're going about their schemes, right? We do that by working closely with our law enforcement partners, federal, state, and local, training and equipping them and enabling them to have that reach to catch those transnational criminals. So what we are seeing from talking to them is a lot of it remains the case and is abundantly clear to folks that follow this space. The crimes are primarily financially motivated. They're obtaining identity information for use in fraud for financial gain, but it's not limited to that, right? Impersonation makes any number of fraudulent behaviors, to include very concerning and damaging ones like hoax swatting calls, more impactful. And so the risk of impersonation and how identity authentication practices play into that are widespread. Some of the most acute opportunities where I think I want to add to some of the conversation around cybersecurity is denying their ability to profit from these crimes, right? The money laundering channels, they move money. Linda mentioned the challenge of money mule networks, people recruited in the US, sometimes fraud victims themselves that are establishing bank accounts or using information that they were provided by an organizer of the scheme to then obtain money and move that money. So going after that aspect, right? It gives both us the greatest opportunity to recover assets for victims of fraud, deny the revenue to the criminals, attack the profit motive driving this ecosystem most directly. Remains at the forefront in terms of opportunities. There is an interesting piece here. So everyone that had a credit report prior to 1998, your information has effectively been public and available for criminals for identity fraud to date. And so one of the challenges we see in like trying to address this space is there is an argument that why hasn't the criminal market for identity information collapsed already? There is so much information available to use in these schemes for so many people that it really begs the question of, is that more recent, that marginal additional benefit of that information of a new child born useful when you already have a wealth of information of existing people? And so it really forces us to like re-examine the fundamentals of what is driving these crimes, what is the correct intervention. And the heart of it is we're relying on ineffective authentication methods that were outmoded decades ago, but we continue to do so. At the heart of that is relying on secrecy of static pieces of information that is completely incompatible with the digital world we exist in. And so every service that you as consumers sign up for that is validating you are who you are, whether that's a bank or a social media account, is fundamentally using an authentication practice that makes no sense because it's relying upon some piece of information being secret. That has to end. How to shift that becomes an incredibly challenging piece, one that the Secret Service doesn't solve, right? We catch the perpetrators, we talk to them, we understand what they're doing, but finding the solution for that, we partner closely with Congress and others to include folks in this room to try to explore that. So that's how I'd overview the threat. The numbers are right. The intersection, I love that you had the example from last week in terms of the DPRK North Korean IT workers, right? All of those tied to the fundamental identity question, where even the employment of employees in the US, we're not reasonably authenticating who someone claims to be. That they can receive a laptop computer at an address in the US, we treat as authentication. That is not authentication. That someone has a bank account in the US, we treat that as authentication. That's not authentication, right? That someone can present an identity credential tied to a US person, or in some cases, a foreign person. We treat that as authentication. And so it's across many areas where you have to address this, particularly in financial services where there's a customer due diligence obligation, because that is the pathways to then profit from this activity. And I'll save talking about digital assets and cryptocurrency and how that intersects with this for later.
Yeah, thanks. That really great overview, I think, to help frame things. I wanted to ask both Kate and John to talk more about these issues as they're seeing them in financial crimes. And Kate, if you can talk about the new work that Aspen's launched in this area.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm gonna pick up from where Matt was. So we at the Financial Security Program came to this because of the incredibly dire financial consequences for households. If you take the FTC's estimates, which are maybe our best guess at how big we think the problem is, $400 million a day being stolen from the American people to finance transnational organized crime and further crime against American citizens. That is the story here. But as we looked into why has this not been solved, this incredibly massive problem, it became clear that you had all of these different systems that were in their own right, sort of working within their sectors, doing some things to do what they could to prevent fraud. But the ability for those systems to talk to each other is quite limited. There are legal limitations, privacy limitations, and technological limitations. And one of the key issue areas that the leaders in the task force today have asked us to solve for is how do we better share information about who the bad actors are, about who the good actors are, and be able to not only share trends about what emerging threat vectors are, but literally about who people are across platforms. And so if you take Matt's example and you think about sort of a typical scam that you might hear about that might start on a dating site or a social media site, and think about if you've ever set up a profile there, what information you were required to provide, not much, and recognize that essentially there's no way to validate that someone is who they are across a social media site, a dating site. When Google asks you what you need to set up a Gmail account, to WhatsApp, to your bank, to your crypto wallet. And so until we can able to tie that thread, we're going to be severely limited in our defenses against those criminals and in being able to find them and track them across those systems. So that's one aspect of the work that the task force is working on that I think is really critically important, and it's going to require really leadership from all of those industries and our government in order to make some real forward progress there. There's also a lot of other work happening. We have a number of working groups set up. They're all meeting this week here in Washington, so it's anti-scam week here for us. And a group today is talking about what would a national campaign look like that does a better job at making consumers aware of the threat, as well as what is better just-in-time friction that all of these different industries could put into place to alert people when they are potentially interacting with a criminal, a scammer. We have work happening to look at the relationship and better alignment between law enforcement and industry to better cooperate to find and go after these criminals, as well as work happening to actually have better measurement of the problem so that we can have a better sense of what's happening.
Yeah, I would add, I mean, I thought Matt's kind of overview was a rather sobering but realistic assessment of the scope of the problem, the challenges coming from what the good guys are trying to do in terms of investigating crimes and creating some level of a deterrence. I thought it was interesting in Linda's victim overview. I mean, that was not dealing with the digital identity. That was dealing with a physical ID that where there was not a mechanism with the bank to validate whether or not that physical ID was a credible one, a real one. We are seeing significant increases in fraud and identity theft, leveraging weak digital identities. We know that's a problem. I think the banking industry is really looking at this on several different levels. We're trying to develop better tools, better capabilities. We're trying to increase information sharing around these types of attacks, how banks can defend against those attacks. We're leveraging what we have been doing in the cyberspace around, voluntary information sharing to try to apply that also into the fraud in space. But there is a fundamental challenge that we have. It is a very complex ecosystem, and we need better partners in terms of trying to solve this challenge. I think in Linda's example showed that there were some significant challenges with law enforcement, both at mainly at the local level, in terms of how to prosecute these, creating some sort of deterrence against people that are mules that are being engaged with, international criminal enterprises or even domestic criminal enterprises. There was certainly a failure in terms of the credential and how that credential could be used. There's big challenges we have with the telecommunications industry in terms of the number of fraudulent, spoofed phone calls, texts. There's losing confidence in that as a vehicle for how to validate, someone's identity from the SMS multi-factor authentication. So we need willing partners in terms of trying to address this. And I thought Linda's comment in her overview was we need a national strategy around fraud prevention and really putting the victim at the center of it in terms of understanding what does that feel like as a victim, and really getting our government agencies, which are really stovepiped, to think about this as how do we solve this problem for individuals who are suffering from these types of crimes? Because banks clearly play an important role. They are oftentimes the line of defense, but there are other players in the ecosystem that we have to partner with in order to make that defensive mechanism effective.
I want to Pivot to Shoshana, have you talked a little bit more about kids ID theft and some of the things you've been seeing there and perhaps perspectives that don't always make it into these discussions?
For sure. So I think one thing that really surprised me was that kids, or at least younger people, more often lose money than older people, although older people lose more money to fraud, which was kind of surprising to me. I just didn't expect that to be the case. But I also think that it's important to understand this in the whole context of the constant age verification debate, where a lot of lawmakers are trying to get platforms to verify user age for further protections, although really parental filters can fulfill a lot of that with limited concern to basically exposing user data. That if a parent can say, hey, come here, let's make sure our phones are connected as needed and I can control what I need, that's a lot safer than let me upload all your information to prove that you're my kid. I mean, social security numbers don't even really say you're my kid. That's why there's tax fraud where people use other kids' social security numbers and claim them as dependents. So I think it's actually really frustrating to hear lawmakers completely brush it off like child identity theft isn't that big a problem. This is, kids accessing social media is far bigger of a problem, rather than trying to see it holistically and figuring out, if you want to keep kids offline, there's other ways to talk about that. There's other methods that are a little bit safer, but there's just this big do something energy here. And I think it's really frightening to see that next to the growing problem of child identity theft. All these kids who have credit reports, and they shouldn't have credit reports. In the foster care system, you also have this whole other angle where just lots of adults are constantly touching people's most sensitive information. Maybe it shouldn't be their most sensitive information, but obviously it is for at least the meanwhile. So I work with a child welfare expert, and she's told me about all these kids who come out of foster care with so much fraud on their records, and they can't get loans to pay for college. They often end up in poverty. And then there's this whole other dimension here where most states apparently were stealing foster kids' social security funds. They can get it in various ways. Sometimes I think it's if their parent was disabled, and there's other reasons they can be left those funds. But rather than, the state's supposed to pay for foster care, that's just one of the things we have the state do. They were taking those funds and saying, well, we have to care for these kids, so we're just going to take these funds. So a whole population very likely to, or more likely than the regular population, to end up homeless now doesn't have access to funds that they were given before. So you have this whole train of problems, in addition to the IRS not informing hundreds of thousands of parents that their kids' identities were being used for fraud. And I read the IG report. I was actually really shocked that no one else had noticed this, because it was kind of appalling to see. The IG said, hey, IRS, you're legally required to tell parents when this is happening. The IRS replied and said, no, kids don't pay taxes, so we don't serve them. And I was just so stunned. It wasn't a privacy issue. It wasn't some other issue they were concerned about. The IRS just didn't want to help kids because they don't pay taxes. So you have all these other issues happening here. And I think, of course, a lot of this happens to adults too. There's lots of crossover. But I think it's really important in the context of all the age verification debates, where you have lots of providers saying, oh, we can 100% verify age by scanning your face, social security numbers, government IDs, and one of the largest providers, and I think you pronounce it Authentics. It's spelled a little bit weird, but they were the provider for age and identity verification for Uber, TikTok, Twitter, Bumble, lots and lots of apps. They were breached for over a year and a half. There was a way to get the credentials, and you could log in and see everyone's information. Before I started working on this, and a 404 media reporter informed the company and said, hey, do you know about this breach? They're like, oh, it's solved. And the reporter said, I'm literally in the system right now. It is not solved. So I think that this adds a whole lot of complexity. It's all to say that I wish people who want age verification and identity verification for social media or app stores would talk to this community a little bit more. But I actually think it's a really big danger that we're going down that road so aggressively, with so many lawmakers not really considering the real unintended consequences, while we're also dealing with crappy identity for all, intents and purposes. And so much more work that needs to be done to secure identity. And of course, it affects adults too, because if kids have to verify their ages and identity, so do parents, so does anyone accessing social media. There's other issues with it, but I think from the identity angle, there's really, really big problems here that I don't think lawmakers understand. And I wouldn't be surprised, we're going to see more laws, whether COSA or state level laws, that don't take all of this into account.
Thanks. I think it's a great point. There's a lot of policy challenges that a lot of it comes down to identity, but people don't see it as such. And I think you can come up with these siloed solutions that will just solve one thing without thinking about the issue more holistically. I know we had a discussion a couple of years ago with Senate staff who introduced the bill for national age verification and said, oh, Commerce Department will go and build a national age verification system. And we said, how? And their take was, well, we're on the Commerce Committee. We're not going to get into those details. But since we're on the Commerce Committee, if we get this bill through our jurisdiction, anyways, that got dropped. It didn't go anywhere. But it was a classic example, I think, of where this keeps getting sliced up into silos rather than taking a step back and looking at the overall impact. Speaking of impact, I wanted to turn to you, Eva. So we certainly heard from you and James earlier today, and also Linda. Thank you so much for bringing her to us. When I say it's not just about benefits fraud, what are some of the things that we should be considering around when and where and how people are becoming victims and the impact it has?
Oh, so many comments. And at the risk of feeling like we're going to start a new drinking game for identity authentication meetings, every time we say the word siloed, we have to take a drink. I'll try to keep that limited in my comments. But
we will serve whiskey at the reception. And other beverages as well.
And then I won't keep it limited in my comments at that time. I think that the first thing that comes to mind is when I think about the re-victimization rate that I was talking about earlier and how many people are becoming re-victimized, I think it's important to realize that it's becoming rarer and rarer, at least in our call center, for people to call us with one single issue that they are experiencing in that moment. And I'm not talking about this happened and then this happened. It's this is happening. This is happening. These things are all occurring at the same time. So when we have conversations, particularly when we were having the conversations about benefits fraud, and we were speaking with a lot of folks about that huge issue when we saw it, the unemployment benefits fraud spike. And it really became the topic of conversation. And I started hearing that magical, mythical saying of we want a one-stop shop. And it made my advocate heart just go aflutter. And then they said, for government. I said, oh, wait a minute. That's great. Anytime we can at least take those silos within government and compress them, that's a move in the right direction, but we still end up with a silo. Oh, I totally lied. I'm using that word over and over. But that really is, I think, one of the biggest problems. And the other piece, I think, of this equation is thinking about the way that individuals actually view their identity and the misuse of their identity. It is one thing to them. It may consist of multiple credentials, which is not a word that most people use. They may be the data subject, also not a word that regular people use. They just think of this is my identity and it is being misused and abused. And they aren't necessarily thinking about all of those different areas. They just now know that I can't go to one place other than the ITRC to get these issues resolved. Financial services, I have to call my bank, I have to call my credit card, I have to call, contact PayPal or Venmo. Oh, and now I have a criminal justice issue. Someone is using this in the commission of crime. Someone is using this to get medical goods or services. Someone is using this to get government benefits. They just don't think of their identity that way. And the more that we view this as a problem within those structures, we have to address government benefits fraud. We have to address fraud and identity misuse in financial services. I feel like we still miss the point that there's an individual at the bottom or top, either way you want to look at it, of this whole problem and all of these transactions. And I'm really glad to see, I've heard Linda's name being mentioned since she spoke throughout the morning that has the intended impact. I think everybody in this room and listening is maybe just today, right now, thinking about the person first while we talk about these problems, and that's definitely a move in the right direction.
Thanks. Would love to ask all of you, what are some of the broader challenges you're seeing in trying to address identity theft and fraud holistically? Do you think policymakers are starting to think about this issue in the right way? I know we have one here. We'll have a fireside chat with Congressman Bill Foster just after lunch. But beyond Bill, how are we doing?
Everybody's shocking for it.
I'll start out and put a few things on the table. There's probably a longer conversation we could have about that. I think a couple of things that I've noticed in this conversation. First is that the actual tie here to transnational organized crime and national security is not as well known as it should be. That should be the conversation we are having. The criminals perpetrating these crimes are using those funds to fuel other illicit crimes. It is a national priority that we address this. So I would say sort of the conversation about what this threat level is needs to go more in that direction. There's some more, I think, education and awareness raising that we need to do about that. I think the other issue here too is, listen, I have met hundreds of incredible leaders working every day on this issue. And they will all tell you the same problem, which is it's not just silos, but it is too many places. If you are a victim and this happens to you, do you know where to report? No, you don't, because there's 18 different options for where to tell somebody that this happened to you. And by the way, why should you report? Because will anything happen once you do? Unclear. And so the sort of consumer trust in what's happening here is a little bit broken in terms of there not being an ability always to actually have action happen when this kind of crime has been committed. And so I think concerted effort to really look at streamlining that and saying there needs to be a single way of victims reporting these crimes so that we have a single data source and a way to then work effectively and funnel cases to law enforcement. I'm sure Matt has opinions about what that would look like. We've been talking with him and all the other agencies about that. And for all of these agencies or different industry silos to be able to share information and work together on how they combat that threat. So really just sort of the convergence and coming together of this in a single place, I think is something that we need to start talking seriously about. There are definitely folks who have pointed to the National Center for Exploited and Missing Children as an example of a kind of system that might work applied in this scenario. But those are the kinds of, I think, real kind of practical solutions that we're advancing in the task force and that we need to be talking more about with policymakers.
So I just say, I mean, the House Financial Services hearing held committee, excuse me, held a great hearing in September focusing on the transnational criminal networks engaged in these fraud schemes, which I is the important framing, as Kate highlighted, of understanding the nature of the threat. You know, I work for a law enforcement agency. I voted with my feet in terms of where I go to work every day. And while I see law enforcement as a necessary action, it's not sufficient, right? There's a range of actions needed. And so speaking just in terms of advancing the law enforcement work and in the very particular context of asset recovery for victims, Secret Service, we're recovering hundreds of millions every year for victims of fraud. We're preventing, through voluntary actions with financial institutions, billions in fraud losses. Enabling that work, right? That has the most direct impact in terms of financially on victims, has the most direct impact on the criminal networks, reinvesting the proceeds of these crimes to further their criminal activities. Advancing that work, we need action from the judiciary committees. And getting that attention and focus has been a challenge. There's a range of transnational criminal threats, and appreciating that in this context, in cybersecurity, in fraud, these are people outside the US that never have to enter the US yet are causing substantial hundreds of billions of dollars of damages to the US. That is a different context of transnational crime than some folks are used to framing it in. They're focused on people that are in the US harming Americans. Understanding that context, that distinction of transnational crime likely causing the greatest economic damage to the US involves people, the leaders of which never enter the US willingly. That is a different framing, and we need that understood so that we can then work constructively with the judiciary committees to make meaningful action that enables us to get the leaders of these operations, the Lex Luthors, as Linda called them, and that's what allows us to have the greatest disruptive impact, recover the most assets for Americans, and deprive the resources that fuels this illicit economy.
Yeah, let me just say three things. One, we do have regulatory requirements for certain industries. I know financial services, having been a former regulator, as well as someone who works with financial institutions to address some of the regulatory challenges we face. But there are limits to the regulation. I mean, right now we're dealing with a plethora of cyber incident notification requirements from numerous government agencies, whether it's their financial banking agencies, whether it's DHS with their, at some point will be finalized rule on incident notification and ransomware payments, the SEC's requirement for publicly traded companies to notify within 4 business days of a cyber incident, and then all the state-based notification, the Gramm-Leach-Bliley safeguards requirement to notify a customer. So there's no shortage of regulatory requirements, but there are limits to how far it can go. And what we're seeing, where I see, is that we've really reached that limit because some of our chief information security officers are spending up to 50% of their time on regulatory compliance activities as opposed to hardcore defense activities. So that needs to be a little bit rebalanced. Second point is I fully support the notion that was addressed in the earlier panel about carrots and incentives. They are far more effective. And if you can align that with tools that government agencies can provide, like definitely support the work that NIST is doing on the mobile digital driver's license. Let's get those things out to the states. Let's get those out and being used by practitioners. And then the third thing, which is I think going to be the most difficult, is getting alignment in terms of the mission and the focus of multiple government agencies that have a role in this space. I know from years ago, we worked on a project with support from DHS, from the White House, to really get the Social Security Administration to treat its SSN number as an identifier that is really important for financial institutions. And it took us a lot of effort to try to get them to enact a consent-based verification system just to give us basic information. Is this Social Security number with this name a valid person? Or is this person dead? So that we know whether or not we can move forward with any sort of transactions. And I think that needs to really go to the telecommunications providers because they are really the front line for the consumer. And we need to find ways to address the spoofing, the fraudulent phone calls, the fraudulent checks, because consumers, including myself, I don't have a lot of confidence in the texts I receive because I don't know if that number is aligned with a real person versus someone who's a fraudster. So I've gotten very comfortable with the report junk on all the text messages, which for me is coming in at like 30% junk to, the rest are real. And that's really got to change.
John, you mean all of these impossibly beautiful women who are texting me and trying to talk to me about cryptocurrency aren't real?
That's a nice segue, Jeremy, to the one thing that I want to add, which is consumer education. Just one part of the investment that we need to be making is a little bit of time and effort in actually letting the people whose identities are being impacted know how this works and what we expect of them, because it is a shared stakeholder responsibility.
So I have, I'll yell about lawmakers a little bit more than my co-panelists have. So one example of someone really great here is Senator Ron Wyden. He's always very interested in these issues and he really understands them, I think, better than just about any other member. There are some others that are really great, but he's always out there on it, which I appreciate. But on the other side, so it's kind of funny to say in a room like this, but over the years, I always thought it was kind of fun messing with scammers and trying to get their hopes up. So I spent actually a good chunk of time doing it. I tweeted out, everyone loved them because they were funny, but I actually learned a lot doing that, like figuring out what they were trying to get from me, where they wanted me to go. So I learned some of that. I didn't think it was going to be valuable. I just thought it was going to be funny. But over the last couple of years, while lawmakers have been doing other social media laws, variations of this, so know that this is just a really broad category, but various laws that amend 230 to sometimes prevent content moderation, sometimes to force it. Other forms of that basically to tell platforms what they can and can't do for moderation. But I kept trying to remind lawmakers, romance scams start as fully legal text. Hey, how are you? Hello, my dear, is a common one. That's legal. There's nothing, you can't do anything about that. And there's no way platforms would know that that's bad. It could be someone's grandma who's like getting used to like to using social media. It could be someone who doesn't know English very well. There's tons of people, or some people just talk like that. But a lot of it is fully innocent texts. And then they're like, oh, find me on WhatsApp, find me on some other app. And when you don't allow platforms to go after that, it actually becomes dangerous because then you're enabling these scams. But whenever I brought this up to lawmakers, they just didn't seem to care because going after big tech was sexy. It was always frustrating because I was trying to show them you could really hurt people if you don't allow platforms to filter here. Not all platforms do enough. Not a lot of them do it well, but they have, their transparency reports where you can see how much they're moderating. And I think a lot of, there's more interest here in going after big tech and making them the enemy than there is in solving scam problems. There's a lot of, and I know a lot of this is really genuine. Like, I'm not saying they're bad or wrong for wanting it, but there's a lot of just energy for going after tech and not a lot in solving other problems. And also they're trying to, of course, solve for kids online, thinking kids are online too much, on social media too much. But as part of all of this, they just keep missing. I know it sounds funny to say it too, but the trees through the forest, all the little pieces that you can mess up when you do this wrong, from stopping platforms from going after scams or even holding them liable. So a scammer could sue a platform saying, you got in the way of my free speech, which is wild. Or having every person in America give their social security number and government ID to age verification companies or social media platforms, which for a while included TikTok. Like, TikTok was covered by these bills. If you have national security concerns there, it's ridiculous. Like, oh, let's make sure TikTok has all our age verifying information. There's just so much missed opportunity to do good here. Although there is some interest from some of these same lawmakers on these issues. In the last 6 to 12 months or so, I've seen a lot of bills covering different angles I've been focused on, just less broad interest from Senate and Congress. So there is interest, but I think the bigger interest in going after tech sometimes misses problems that we can solve or at least make progress on. And I wish that they would focus on solving certain things before doing certain things, like giving everyone's IDs and socials and other information to every platform someone has to log into.
Thanks. So we are at time, unfortunately. I have so much more I'd like to talk about. One final question before lunch, lightning round for the panel. If you had one recommendation to pass on to policymakers on identity issues, what would it be? What can government do to help?
I think mine is just like tell the IRS to tell parents when their kids' identities are stolen. I think that would help probably.
Raise the threat level priority of this issue.
Yeah. End SMS one-time passwords. It should not exist.
Improve government issued credentials.
Remember the victims first in everything you do.
Great. That was awesome. All right. Now it's time for lunch. We'll have buffet set up outside. Thanks for the panel, by the way. Sorry. I'm so excited about lunch, I forgot to applaud. We're going to take a break for about a half an hour. You can grab food. You can try and eat it out here. You can eat here at the table or your seat. And then we'll come back around 12:20 for a fireside chat between me and our friend Congressman Bill Foster. So thank you, everybody. Hey, how are you? Oops, okay. We are about to get started with the afternoon portion of our program. I'll let you all take a minute to grab a seat. We'll start in about 30 seconds. Thanks for coming in.
No, this is good. I just people I want to meet in the audience.
Yeah. Well, for you, this is great getting your doubts.
No, and for Kim, I hope too.
Everybody enjoyed their lunch. I apologize that we briefly ran out of the salads. I know the quinoa salad is always a hit here. And if you travel across the country every year just for a taste of Venable's delicious quinoa, and I understand it. So we're going to kick off the afternoon portion. I'm really thrilled at a time when the House is in recess this week and folks are back in district. Our friend Congressman Bill Foster flew in today because he wanted to make sure he had a chance to speak with us at this event. I think a lot of you have gotten to know him over the years. He's emerged, I think, as one of the, I'll say, the greatest champion in terms of talking about why we should be prioritizing digital identity in the U.S. And so we thought what we would do today is, I guess, a fireside chat, sort of talking about where things are and where we go from here.
When we finish your questions, we can, if the audience has one follow on, we can do that.
Yeah. So let me sort of kick off from the start. You have been, without question, the most vocal advocate in Congress when it comes to the need for the U.S. to up its game when it comes to digital identity. You've led hearings. You drove the introduction of bipartisan legislation that tried to jumpstart activity. Why is it you're so passionate about this issue?
Well, yeah, I come at many ways. Part of it is just if you've ever put up with your spouse as he or she has spent the afternoon, on hold because someone's stolen their numbers for their credit cards and you're refreshing all your credit cards. Then you just look at the amount of human, we only have so much time on earth. And spending that time trying to clear up identity fraud problems is just not an acceptable use for any fraction of it. That's one of the drivers. I'm frustrated as a Democrat who cares deeply about, federal benefit programs for the less fortunate. There's a very powerful narrative that these are all fraud. And that gets fixed when we have a secure and reliable way of authenticating yourself. So the whole welfare queen narrative can be defeated that way. And there's, the national security aspects, which are real. There's, you're familiar with the long list of these, and I'm right now in the process, and have been for probably 5 years, trying to find out which arguments work with different segments of the Congress. Because and I think things are converging. There's all these new pressures coming in. There's the deep fake impersonations, to which the only answer is a secure digital identity presented on trusted electronics. There's, the long list, the huge amount of COVID identity fraud is a huge driver. The Doge crowd, if they're actually serious about government waste and fraud, guess what? There's probably hundreds of billions of dollars of preventable fraud. And so this is, why I'm passionate about it. It's going to make life better. There's an interesting, I'm also on the AI task force. And so we had a delegation from the Polish parliament come in and talk to us. And so in Poland, as you may be aware, they just voted out they had a Trumpy government and they voted them out because people were pissed about inflation, but that tells you how random this whole thing is. But anyway, but then when the delegation came in, there were 8 people from the new government teasing the one person, the holdover from the old government. And they said the only popular thing that the old government in the Trumpy government did was set up a national identity app. And that is just, taken Poland by storm, apparently. Everyone's using it for all these different things. And it's really been very widely adopted. And so if I can convince the Doge crowd and people associated with that it's going to be politically not only acceptable, but well-loved, that's one of the angles I'm trying to work, as well as being a legitimate way to say that you just save hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money.
So why do you think it's been so hard to get Congress or the White House to act over the last few years on this topic?
Well, politicians, there are 2 different mindsets on this. There are 2 different sources of fear. Among Democrats, the big fear is J. Edgar Hoover. All right, that the government will go and spy on peoples and blackmail you and just do all the bad things that J. Edgar Hoover probably did. And so that is sort of the democratic fear that, oh my gosh, the government will find out about my mistress and I'll get blackmailed, or, whatever it is. And having to do with social issues and that kind of privacy. On the Republican side, most Republicans come from rural areas that have a very large informal economy. Like for years, my wife and I bought firewood from some people who came up in a truck from Arkansas and always demanded payment in cash. I'm pretty confident they didn't pay taxes on that. And so this is very often when a Republican says, I care about privacy, in the back of their mind, they're talking about tax avoidance. Okay, and so just, that's real, and you have to steer around that association in their mind. They never say it that way, but it's real. That's, for example, the reason for so much new enthusiasm about crypto. It's a similar thing. Their dream is that you'll have an online equivalent of the paying cash to the firewood vendors. So that's part of it. But interestingly, for very different reasons, both, sort of the ACLU wing and the Red Dawn people, if you know what I'm talking about, have sort of stood down for different reasons on this. And the ACLU, I encourage you to read a report from a little more than a year ago from the ACLU, where it started out with, oh my God, here's the appeal to our donors, and we're the only defense against the surveillance state. But if you read the last two sentences of their report, it says, but if this is done well, it will be good for privacy and good for equity, which is in fact true. And it's a complicated set of arguments that get you there, but you can, someone, an ACLU mindset person who reads that report will end up on the right side of this argument, as well as, being able to more adequately defend the social programs that ACLU types tend to. On the right, it's very different. They're all about voter fraud. Okay, and there are, very famous members of the Republican, the fringe of the Republican Party, giving speeches on the floor of the House, talking about we need a national database of who's allowed to register to vote where. Okay, they've just invented a national ID card or something equivalent to that. And so I think that people understand that. Another reason I'm passionate about it is they actually get that established. Not allowing you to vote online, which I don't believe in. I think that's very dangerous. But allowing you to walk into any polling booth and show any polling location, get out your phone and prove that you are a resident of this area and only this area and have same-day voting rights. That will actually prevent what, as a Democrat, I think is a much bigger problem, which is suppression of voting through artificial things. So that if the deal that is struck with, okay, we are going to have mandatory voting, mandatory ID for voting nationwide, we are also going to have the mandatory right to present your digital ID and vote that same day, secure in the knowledge that you can do that in one and only one location in the United States. And so I think that there are deals to be struck here that actually satisfy everyone's main concerns.
Thanks. I mean, the voter ID one, we could, spend a lot of time going down that
I'm
rabbit
not
hole.
leading with that right
No,
now, but
but
I'm sort of lurking in the weeds and occasionally bringing it up when it becomes relevant.
Well, I think it's an important issue. I mean, we already saw, I think, what was it? President Trump last week talked about withholding aid to California with the wildfires unless they imposed a voter ID law. So it's very much front and center. I think the issue with Democrats, that have flagged over the years is, to your point, of voter suppression. If you have a voter ID requirement and it's hard to get ID, then how do those two things line up?
Yeah, and it used to be related to the digital divide argument. Back when only 60% of the US had a cell phone, I think we're above 95% right now. And when I go to food pantries in my district, there's usually a stack of contributed cell phones because people wanted to upgrade their iPhone without feeling guilty, so they gave it to the food pantry, and they have more than they can use. So that there's no reason why anyone in this country cannot have access to a cell phone. They may not have a cell phone contract, but they can go into a library or a McDonald's or wherever and get Wi-Fi access and use all the benefits of having a digital identification.
So 2025, awesome time to be a Democrat in Washington. You guys are obviously in the minority in the House, and also, you are a Democrat who likes to get things done. At a time when Republicans have unified control of government, where, if at all, do you see opportunities to make progress on digital ID this year?
Well, there are two areas I hope to make a beachhead. You know, I'm the lead Democrat on the subcommittee with oversight of all banking and financial institutions. And you know, the lead Republican on the Financial Services Committee is French Hill, a man that I have very good working relationships with. And what I'm hoping I can convince him to do is to help set up a sandbox, a regulatory sandbox, where the basic deal is that if you are a small bank or a fintech or even a big bank that wants to onboard a customer for a low valued account, you know, low transaction limit account, that you can do so with a mobile ID and a check with FinCEN or someone to make sure that whoever presented that ID is not on a blacklist. And so that if, you know, that's something where you onboarding a customer can be done safely in 45 seconds. When that eventually that sandbox, if it were to expand to scale, you also need to handle the very delicate thing of who maintains the whitelist and the blacklist of customers. You don't need, you can bypass that for a sandbox. If there's some, you know, $10,000 transaction limit account that you can establish this way, and you're denied for some illegitimate reason, you're erroneously put on the blacklist, then it's not that big a deal. So we could get started there. And then there are two things, if it, that sort of regulatory sandbox where KYC will be, you know, something you can do with a mobile ID, then there are a few essential federal roles. One thing we have to do is we have to knock heads with all of the different states to make sure they're all fully Real ID compliant. We have to make sure that, you know, it's not possible to get one ID in Wyoming and another one in Illinois, and that's a solvable problem. We have to, I hope that all we have to do is tell AMVA that whatever they're doing on a voluntary basis has to be maintained, has to be made mandatory. There's another federal role that's broader than just digital ID, which is we need some agency somewhere that calls balls and strikes on trusted electronics. Because we're all talking about using a cell phone and the secure key storage there as sort of a biometric security dongle. Okay, that only works if you can trust the electronics. And if you look at you know, black hat hacker conferences from a few years ago, you can see these presentations by gleeful German graduate students saying, "Oh, here is how I extract my private keys from my iPhone 6." Okay, and now it is believed, it's widely believed that it's impossible to do that with modern iPhones, but who's going to call the balls and strikes on that? NIST will set standards for what it means to be a clean thing, and they're very happy to do that. But you also separately need some agency somewhere that says this iPhone is good enough, and this one, which Apple is hoping to roll out this Christmas, is in fact not good enough because you can extract the private keys from it, and therefore you can roll it out on Christmas, but you cannot advertise it as something you can present a mobile ID on. And so this will end up being a very high consequence agency, and we need to start setting it up now. And not just for iPhones, for just trusted electronics of any kind. You know, when you go through National Airport, the TSA thing, we promise that we're going to throw away this picture we just took of you in 24 hours or whatever it is. Okay, who is it that has checked to make sure that's actually correct? And so, and it's got to be a federal agency or a delegate of a federal agency. And so that is a bigger problem than mobile ID, but we may end up having to deal with that early. I'd be very interested to see how the EU is handling that. Within sometime around the end of this year, or maybe a little bit later, every EU citizen will have the right to have an EU citizenship app. And they're going to have to solve the problem of which phones can it be presented on and which are just not good enough. That's going to get very political very fast because Apple has a very well-controlled production chain. You know, Android ecosystem is a, you know, it's a mess. Well, it's very broadly held. I think the crucial thing is that there are not that many chipsets that people are putting into cell phones. And the real control point is that you have to have the trusted electronics in the cell phone chipset. This is, yeah, anyway, this sort of issue is going to come up again in the control of desktop biosynthesis devices, you know, things that allow you to reproduce the smallpox genome on your desktop. You're going to want some trusted electronics monitoring that, and so setting up this infrastructure, I think, will be useful there too.
Thanks. You mentioned this before, and I wanted to take a moment both to highlight work you led a couple of years ago in the Chips and Science Act, and also thank you for it, because As part of the NIST reauthorization that was in the Chips and Science Act, there was language that said, in addition to the other things NIST does in identity, you should also look to develop guidance and best practices on digital identity validation and attribute validation services. Out of that, NIST has launched a big project at the NCCOE, the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, focused on trying to couple up with, essentially a reference implementation and best practices for mobile driver's licenses as they're emerging, specifically focused on financial services. And, to the, point of there actually is big interest in this. And if you set these things up, the industry is looking to participate. 7 financial institutions, 5 of them Better Identity Coalition members, JP Morgan Chase, PNC, US Bank, Wells Fargo, and Capital One, along with Raymond James and Synchrony, are partnering with NIST there on this. And the most recent executive order that just came out, like the 3 days before the Biden administration ended, specifically told NIST, oh yeah, you should get this guidance out within 270 days. We'll see if that holds. It has not been revoked yet. So one, just wanted to thank you for that, because it was, great example of how adding 2 sentences to a bill that somebody may not read actually has a major impact in advancing things. To your point before about the regulatory sandbox, one of the things that we are hearing from some of our member banks is that their compliance teams aren't fully comfortable that they will be able to use these digital IDs for KYC process, which, how will I say it? When I talk to regulators off the record, they say, well, that's absurd. It's all risk-based. They can do whatever they want. But there are some ambiguities in the language that might need some clarification. Do you think, particularly if the industry, financial services industry, comes to the Hill on this, asking for a little bit of formal clarification, there's appetite on the Hill to try and push regulators on this issue?
Well, I have decided that the promising way to start that is with a regulatory sandbox. To just say, this is, to lower the stakes of this thing, just say, okay, establish, some maximum size account that you can open that will be, potentially pretty small, but will allow you to exercise all these, identify the problems, things like, which electronics can be trusted and which cannot, to present mobile IDs. If it even the sandbox becomes popular, then you'll have leverage on the states to actually become Real ID compliant and to issue digital driver's licenses that meet NIST specs.
I want to turn to another topic that you've been engaged on quite a bit, which is cryptocurrency. And, it's been interesting after the last 2 years being, I think, what folks were calling crypto winter. It's apparently hot crypto summer again. And I came up with that one myself. Do you think there's room, as this is happening, to talk about KYC and digital identity challenges in this environment? Or are you expecting the new regulatory regime that we're seeing to be, taking more of a laissez-faire approach? And, if there is room, where do you think there's an appetite to focus?
Well, I am separating those discussions. I think, if I was in charge of everything, I would have mandatory KYC of crypto wallets. And that would be, and that, that's a way to know that whatever crypto asset you're dealing with has not been touched by criminals. And again, because of the sort of selective reveal, all you have to know is that your crypto asset that you're being offered as payment has a continuous chain of possession among licensed participants who have clean bills of health from FinCEN or whoever. And so that allows you to accept that digital object in payment without worrying that that you're just enabling criminal activity. I don't anticipate there'll be much appetite for that. But on the other hand, there may be a possibility for a sandbox type approach. Like if you look at why the NFT market just collapsed, it was because there was nothing but wash trades. It was like 95% wash trades. I think even Melania got caught and she issued some NFT and then ended up buying it from herself under numerous fraudulent identities at some inflated price. And then I think eventually found some sucker to think it was a real transaction and then buy it at this market price that was established by wash trades. And there are estimates that even in Bitcoin, which is a pretty liquid asset, that 2/3 of the transactions are wash trades. And these are done by, like electronic trading firms where you're doing high frequency trading and you just want to move the price of Bitcoin a little bit. You generate a bunch of fraudulent transactions under fraudulent identities that appears to move the price. And then, these are things that get you thrown in the slammer if you try it on the commodities exchanges, because if you're trading commodities, you have to have a trader ID. That was one of the things we accomplished about the time of Dodd-Frank. And prior to that, the commodities trades were rife with, wash trades and all sorts of front running, you name it. And so that but if you offered that as an option for the NFT market, so you could say, okay, for this NFT, only authorized, KYC'd, known to market regulators, people will be able to own that NFT. Then you might see that the NFT market will be reborn because there'll be trust that you're not just looking at fraudulent things. So it's actually a pro-crypto thing to offer the option, which I often compare again with putting license plates on cars. If you just think for a moment how unacceptable automobiles would be, if you did not have the automobile license plate requirement, if you had unlicensed cars with unlicensed drivers driving through your neighborhood, driving across your borders, and this is sort of like crypto wallets without KYC. And so if you simply let people attach a KYC license, you don't have to know who they are, but you had to have that guarantee that if you got ripped off, that you could go to a judge and convince them that something illegal was done, that you could get that person de-anonymized and extradited if you need. That with that guarantee, then all of a sudden there'll be much more trust in crypto, and it'll make the North Koreans' job much more difficult to fund their nuclear program with stolen crypto.
We've got about 3 minutes left before our next session. Are there any questions from the audience? Oh, surely somebody's got something. All right. Well, if not, I always have more questions.
Okay.
So one thing I wanted to turn to, focusing on that Financial Services Committee. So last year at this event, we saw FinCEN formally announce their review of the 2021 Suspicious Activity Report. So they revealed, I think it was 42% of suspicious transactions totaling $212 billion were tied to some sort of compromised identity or authentication. Some of us, like me for starters, thought this might be such a jaw-dropping number that it would maybe prompt some of your colleagues on the Hill to start to focus on this issue. Maybe some of your colleagues on the subcommittee on House Financial Services looking at national security and illicit finance. They didn't even have a hearing on this topic. Now, I realize, wasn't under your control, but how do you think we get over the hump on this?
Well, I think one of the arguments that has a lot of leverage and salience these days is the business of financial competitiveness, which has leverage on both sides of the aisle. And when people start saying, if, for example, Europe rolls out a digital ID and they find out that the cost of onboarding customers and preventing fraud is just dropped dramatically because 95% of their customers are using a secure digital ID, then when banks that do business in Europe and the US come and say, look we are wasting this huge amount of money on KYC operations in the US. We are not wasting that money in Europe because they have a digital ID. It is making the US uncompetitive. That will get attention, and it will be the reality. I think, even a few years ago, I think it was McKinsey came out with a report that just looked at everything, and they estimated 2% of GDP?
I think it's 3 or 4% in the US we could grow.
You could grow, yeah, a much higher number in places like, the developing world. But so that argument, I think, particularly when you can do the side-by-side comparison with countries that have a secure digital ID versus versus the United States, then that is an argument that may move the needle.
All right. Well, Congressman, I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. And
Well, I appreciate listening. I get to sit there and read my email and do my programming. Yeah, those are what's on my screen there. I think that's my computer programming. I do a little computer programming to keep my brain from rotting and to be able to. And
Congress is that intellectually stimulating.
What? It is, yes. Well, my Christmas project was to upgrade my laptop to one that had a pretty good GPU in it, so I can run some of these AI models and stuff, which is very neat.
Excellent. Well, looking forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you so much for coming to join us. I'll just make the announcement here. Really excited to now introduce my friend Andrew Shikiar, who's the CEO and Executive Director of FIDO Alliance, who's going to talk a lot about what's going on in the FIDO world with authentication and ID verification.
Okay, and I also want to point out Kim Soffin and she is the one who understands all this stuff. She is our undercover Harvard math graduate on our congressional staff.
Click and go. Huh? Okay.
Okay. We'll see how it goes. All right. Hi, everybody. My name's, let's see, it's not official till I'm projected. Now it's official. My name really is Andrew Shikiar. I'm the Executive Director and CEO at FIDO Alliance. How many of you were here last year? Okay. So I'm going to start my talk today talking about accountability. So I'm a big believer in accountability. It's something I preach to my kids and I try to hold all of our employees to, something I try to hold myself to. So in the spirit of accountability, how many of you remember last year I promised that I would bring FIDO socks? Okay, I did not. So I'm holding myself accountable. Yes, boo me, I deserve it, but I promise you, for real this time, if I'm here next year, there will be FIDO socks aplenty to complement those from Better Identity Coalition. So I am going to talk to you today about accountability. I'm going to talk to you about authentication and securing, securing the internet through better sign-ins with passkeys. But on the spirit of accountability, this is different. These are not building, but that's fine. So I want to go through 2024 predictions. Let's look at what we said last year and see how we did against these. So the first prediction we made is that AI will drive cyber attacks, but not how people expect. And what I meant by that is that, even at this point last year, there's a lot of talk about deepfakes. But our feeling was that the most present threat from AI was in better social engineering. And that unfortunately bore out, right? And I'll show some statistics today about how phishing has increased exponentially. In James's presentation earlier today, he talked about the spike in attacks and successful breaches from 22 to 23. That is directly tied to generative AI. And so this prediction did come true, right? So deepfakes were a threat, but AI-driven social engineering was a greater threat, and we're seeing that in spades. The second prediction we had is that passkeys would march towards 20 billion enabled accounts. So it did. I think at last year at this point, we had around 4 billion or so enabled accounts, meaning those that could enroll a passkey. Right now, we estimate we're over 15 billion. So we've seen great progress there, and as more and more services worldwide have given their consumers an option to use a passkey instead of using a password. We had two other predictions as well. One is that businesses' cybersecurity laundry will be aired in public, and a corresponding prediction that cyber scrutiny would force competition and accountability in the cloud. So the first one is really tied towards the SEC data breach requirements in late 2023, and we did see this. So, in James's presentation today, the point of view is that it didn't have much impact. I'd argue that it actually, being aired in public and having this level of visibility and accountability, it did happen, right? So if you didn't think it happened, just ask companies like Avaya and Checkpoint and others who faced multi-million-dollar fines for their breaches. But I think it should be driving better behavior, right? So there's a reputational cost associated with being outed for having a breach and having to disclose these breaches. We see that as a good thing because more accountability should drive better business practices, better technology practices. The last point was really about trying to have cloud service providers, focus more on having better authentication practices internally, right? So if someone's in the business of managing your data, managing your business as an outsourced cloud service provider, at minimum, we'd like to see these companies have kind of SLA grade commitments to admins using unphishable authentication. Because we saw multiple breaches in 2023 and earlier where the CSPs themselves were targeted and the admins were targeted, which then not only impacted that company, but all the companies that were relying on them. So the last one's still kind of a work in progress and something we hope to see improve moving forward. So I'm going to talk to you about the middle piece, which is passkeys, user authentication. And I've been talking about passkeys and user authentication for many years now, but more and more, I think it's really critical that we look at the entire account lifecycle, right? So while passkeys absolutely and user authentication is a critical element, and that's been the focal point for so many attacks over the past several years, we're talking about phishing, credential stuffing, all the remote attacks that are facilitated by depending on knowledge-based credentials and passwords and things like that. It's really important that we actually look at the entire life cycle, right? And that starts with account enrollment and identity verification. All right, so we want to make sure that we're aware of the risks that are happening today and implement better practices. So today, we're facing risks associated with relying on knowledge-based authentication, right? We've heard about and we all know about the fact that most of these secrets, many of the secrets that are used for knowledge-based authentication are really not so secret, right? They're out there in the dark web. We know that people are using synthetic identities. We know that there are fake biometrics injection attacks. We've seen all the negative impacts of this. These are the risks today, and I'm going to talk to you today about what we're doing as an alliance to help address this with many of the stakeholders in this room. As a result of weak account enrollment and weak user authentication, account recovery remains a wide open backdoor for social engineers and hackers. Right? The account recovery process is probably the highest risk activity any service provider has when it comes to managing their customer base. Because how do you know that the person who's trying to recover their account truly is that person, right? And then how do you train your IT support desk to, on one hand, you're telling me, very friendly and customer aware. How do you get them to not get spoofed by a well-informed social engineer who is pulling, again, data from the public web, not even the dark web, and just doing some basic research to social engineer them out of credentials that they shouldn't be handing over. So these are the risks today that we are systematically trying to address one by one. But let's start with passkeys. Right. So why passkeys? If you don't know the answer to this question, I hope you do. The number one reason why is because, long story short, passwords suck. Right. We know this, and we could spend all day with slide after slide of data like this that talks about the risks and the damages associated with passwords. Right. The vast majority of data breaches are caused by passwords. Passwords cause and exacerbate bad authentication practices, right? So most people reuse or use and then reuse weak passwords, right? Password policies vary from site to site, from company to company. And so that, depending on them is inherently difficult and inherently risky. And so it leads to massive losses. It leads to breaches. And not only is there direct cost associated with fraud, there's also opportunity cost for e-commerce providers, say. So we find that close to 50% of people who need to reset a password during a purchase actually abandon that purchase. Right? So there's opportunity costs also associated with passwords and transactions not happening. And the answer we've had for years now has been we understand passwords are weak. Let's add a layer on top of that. So again, layering on does not work. So there are too many ways to bypass legacy MFA. SMS OTP is not secure, right? And NIST says so. We all know this inherently, and so we need more and more organizations to understand that you may have a bad foundation, but also building a weak second factor on top of a weak foundation simply does not work either, right? Because there's off-the-shelf MFA bypass toolkits. Generative AI is making this much easier to scale. MFA bypass attacks, and it's happening at massive scale. So it comes to the other point, which is that generative AI is indeed adding fuel to the phishing fire. So just one data point here, and we saw this with James' stat too. Since the end of 2022, there's over 4,000% increase in malicious phishing emails. That's a staggering number in just 2 years, and there's a direct line between the release of generative AI tools and this data point. And one reason why that's happening is that they're good. These tools are very effective. It makes it easy, more cost-effective to deliver, very believable social engineering messages and phishing attacks. So most of us, I mean, we can all spot phishing attacks normally. We get phishing messages and they're getting better. The ones I see are getting more and more believable, and then I'm pretty attuned to these things. But now, think about this on a global scale, right? With generative AI, you can now deliver in any language a grammatically perfect message to anyone on the planet trying to phish their credentials. And they're getting these links. People who may also be a little less savvy, newer to the connected economy, they're getting these links, getting these messages, and being taken to a pixel perfect phishing site. Right? This is the threat that's happening today. Right? And this is happening at massive scale, and it's not getting much better. And so as we understand this threat, and this is the same threat we talked about last year, which is why I was saying, the deepfakes, yes, they are a threat, but the social engineering threat is more critical. Since we do understand this, we need to make this fundamental pivot. Right? We need to understand that we need to address the threat vector, which is phishing. And the best way to implement to fight this is with a phishing resistant authentication mechanism. Right? A single factor in a passkey is much better than two weak factors or legacy factors that are hard to implement and hard to maintain. And so that's why we're going to talk about passkeys. Now, important to note, I've shown this exact same slide now for close to 8 years. And I think that's wonderful, because what this tells me is that FIDO Alliance, we haven't really swayed from our initial vision, from our initial purpose. Right? Many of you, Liz, you were part of FIDO Alliance forever, and you've seen this slide for a long time. I think part of what's made us successful is this unwavering focus on simpler, stronger authentication. Right? Authentication that is both easier to use and stronger than passwords, OTPs, and legacy forms of 2FA. And we do this by creating open standards for asymmetric, user-friendly public key cryptography. Now, we've definitely had to pivot here and there, but this has been our North Star all along. And part of the pivot actually has been introducing new terminology and new capabilities back in 2022 called passkeys. Right? So we introduced this term. There's never a common term for passwordless FIDO credentials before. We now have a term, we have some iconography, and it's called passkeys. Right? And so we introduced this at the same time as we enabled a fundamental technical change also, which is for the private key and the FIDO key pair to be able to be synchronized securely over an operating system or device cloud. Right? And that means that the user's FIDO credential can be readily available across all their devices without forcing them to re-enroll every device for every service. Now, you can still implement a device-bound passkey on things like a FIDO security key. And you can see the two kind of variants of passkeys, if you will, in the same chart that we have. One features even greater usability, and one features even higher security for higher assurance scenarios. But both of these are leaps and bounds better than their predecessors and the alternatives. Both of these squarely meet the phishing challenge head on, because they're all phishing resistant means of user authentication. And the fact that they're usable is so important. Right? I mean, there's a long history of phishing resistant MFA that's sitting in the dustbin because it wasn't usable. Right? If your MFA is too hard to use, your consumers will not opt in, and your employees will find workarounds. So this combination of usability and security is absolutely critical, and that's the bar that we set for ourselves and that we're meeting today with passkeys. So this is kind of a brief view on how this all comes together. It's actually a build slide, but the top part of that, this is the same FIDO security model we've had since our inception, where you have an authenticator that the user must be in possession of to complete the authentication. The difference now is that the key can be synced across the cloud. And so the use case here, for example, if you're like an Apple user, you enroll for a passkey with a service on your iPhone. When you show up on your iCloud or your MacBook, that passkey is automatically there. Whereas in the past, you'd have to enroll that as well, which actually forces the service provider to essentially run a recovery process. And as I talked about at the outset, recovery is actually a very high-risk activity. So eliminating the recovery process is both a benefit to the consumer and a security benefit to the relying party as well. So passkeys have been out for a bit. We're seeing strong adoption, and that's in large part due to this. Right? These are the operating systems and browsers and environments that support passkeys. And if you're thinking, wow, that looks like just about everything, you're correct. It's just about everything. And this took a long time, right? A lot of FIDO's foundational work and working with the W3C was getting this platform support for FIDO authentication built into virtually every modern computing device, virtually every modern browser now supports passkeys. So as a result, if you are a service provider, you know that you can deploy passkeys with confidence that your consumers can consume them. And so we've seen strong adoption, all right? Since passkeys were first actually enabled in October 2022 and really at scale in early 2023, we've seen over 15 billion accounts, as I said before, now can support passkeys. This represents, many of the top sites on the web. So over 20% of the web's top 100 websites and services give those consumers an option to use passkeys instead of passwords. So we feel pretty good about this progress in the past 2 years, with more to come moving forward. Some examples, so these, here's 4 companies, 4 consumer-centric implementations: Microsoft, DocuSign, Mercari, Air New Zealand. Generally, if I'm a consumer service provider, I want to implement passkeys to make it easier for my consumers to sign in while also protecting them from phishing. But KPIs these companies typically look for are faster sign-in time and higher sign-in success rate. So I don't know if you can see the small print, but you see that represented across most of these companies. Now, also, there's other benefits that come from passkeys as well. So you see for DocuSign, for example, they had a reduction in password reset costs, right, associated with this. Generally, companies are finding decreased OTP costs. Air New Zealand, found a 50% reduction in abandonment rates. So there's a lot of secondary effects, but generally, the 2 core KPIs on the consumer front are how fast can someone sign in and how successful are they in doing so. And in both times, the metrics are moving up with passkeys. More examples here. Amazon. Paul Grossi was going to be here with us today, but he's not. He's sick. Amazon has implemented passkeys. Over 175 million Amazon customers have enrolled in passkey in just over a year, which is amazing. Google has over 800 million accounts using passkeys to sign in. Right, and they've added up to over 2.5 billion sign-ins using passkeys. Sony's PlayStation introduced passkeys and introduced the option to eliminate the password altogether, which over 88% of users have done. eBay, and frankly, the list goes on, right? But generally, the earliest adopters of passkeys have been, payments and e-commerce companies that are very interested in getting you online quickly and securely so that you can do business. And that's where we've seen a lot of early consumer adoption. And when you talk about 15, consumers are aware of passkeys. So we found that 60% of consumers are aware of passkeys based on our data. Right, we did a survey this past summer, which is up from around 40% in 2022. Now, that's fantastic. Right, so again, part of the reason why we introduced the term passkey is that there was nothing there before. Right, sites supported FIDO, they supported WebAuthn, and you get different directions. Some would say sign in with WebAuthn, which means nothing to anyone outside this room. Right, some would say use Windows Hello, which doesn't mean anything to a lot of people either. So with passkey, all of a sudden we have a common term, an iconography that people point to, and we're thrilled that we've seen such strong consumer awareness, which also starts creating pull demand for people to support passkeys. But also on the enterprise side, close to 70% of organizations say that passkey deployment is a high or critical priority. And so we're seeing strong enterprise adoption as we have for years with passkeys. All right, so FIDO security keys have been rolled out in the workforce for close to a decade now. Generally, the KPIs here are, again, usability, so making sure that employees can sign in and they have access to MFA, and reduce fraud. So these are 4 examples of companies that have rolled out passkeys to their workforce. IBM has done so globally, as has Alibaba. T-Mobile just came out with a case study with Yubico, I think last week. Over 200,000 employees are using YubiKeys. Another KPI, actually, I did a keynote with the co-CISO at Bank of America, who's rolled out FIDO authentication extensively across B of A. And I asked him, I was like, hey, so what's the biggest change? What's your KPI for rolling out FIDO to all your employees? It's like, well, Andrew, mine's sleep, because I can sleep at night. I can sleep at night now knowing that when the next big social engineering attack comes and sweeps over, the industry, that my employees won't be spoofed. Even if they click on a link, they cannot be hacked because they're using unphishable authentication. All right, so that's a KPI that's being met by enterprises like these worldwide. And then government. right? So we see a lot of government adoption of passkeys, an open standard. FIDO's an open standard. So, these are 4 such examples: NHS, Virginia Beach, USDA. There's a case study published by CISA in the state of Michigan. We see governments worldwide at the federal level, the local level, using passkeys as a means both for easier access to e-citizen services, but also, as we'll talk about, utilization by federal employees and government agencies, right? This is a best practice to make sure that every government agency is under threat from attackers. This is a way to make sure that that front door is closed, that people don't get phished and don't get hacked by using better authentication. So let's talk a little bit about the regulatory landscape and how we look at things. So Jeremy, I borrowed this slide from you, but this is kind of sums up our role in policy. Look, FIDO specifications offer governments newer and better options for strong authentication, but that requires updates, right? That requires some critical thinking to understand how policy needs to be updated. So as we say here, as technology evolves, policy needs to evolve with it. And I'm happy to say I feel the narrative on this front has shifted over the past couple of years, right? So when we first introduced passkeys in late 2022, the feedback was, well, regulators hate it, right? And policies against this. But the fact of the matter is, any and every policy on the books that had anything to do with user authentication was developed years ago, and the only frame of reference was passwords. And how do we make passwords less of a threat? Right? There is no policy that contemplated a password replacement, a true password replacement, and that's what passkeys do. So when we talk about policy, when we partner with Jeremy and Venable on engaging globally, our objective is to, first of all, ensure that policymakers are educated on FIDO and passkeys and authentication and the identity lifecycle. So we do a lot of this and making sure that people are aware of how this all works and how this comes together. And we want to drive towards policies that call for phishing-resistant, standards-based authentication. And I'll point to some of those in a bit, but we know those are out there. People saying you should use passkeys to protect critical infrastructure, to protect agencies for B2B transactions, things like that. And then last but not least, we also engage with governments directly. And we're very fortunate to have many government members taking part in the alliance. Right, so the US government, the UK government, German government, Korean government, like the list goes. I think we have maybe 8 to 10 or 12 different government members at the national level who come in and sit in our working groups and advise us on what requirements we should be considering for technical specifications, for our best practice guidance, for usability, for use case development. So this is how we engage in government policy on a global scale. And we also, push adoption. This is actually, it's an animated slide, so it's really cool and it kind of grows. But here you see the end result, which is that a lot of countries are supporting FIDO authentication in the sense that they are either recommending or requiring FIDO be used in different instances in these countries. Now, ranging from the US to most of Europe to down under to the Pacific Rim, we see strong adoption. And Brazil's a real interesting case in point. So around the middle of last year, we started seeing all these inquiries to our certification team from all these Brazilian banks who wanted to get FIDO2 certified. And this was fantastic news to us. But we dug a little deeper and it turned out that the open banking authority in Brazil required that every bank be FIDO2 certified in order to protect their consumers and protect their infrastructure. So we now see that as a requirement in Brazil. And I know several ASEAN countries in Southeast Asia that are following suit. So more and more we're seeing government not just recommend using unphishable FIDO authentication in the agencies and for e-citizen services, but also to regulated industry. And we hope to see more and more of this moving forward, and that is part of our broader policy objective within FIDO Alliance. Closer to home here in the US, I think everyone's familiar with these activities. The NIST 863 digital identity guidelines, cited unphishable authentication previously, have been updated to contemplate passkeys as meeting AL2. The cybersecurity information sheet on secure SIAM practices came out as well. the federal zero trust strategy. That was a very meaningful milestone in as far as driving zero trust applications and citing FIDO and unofficial authentication as part of that. Then, of course, the CISA compendium to that, the zero trust maturity model, reinforced the importance of that strategy, both for federal agencies and for critical infrastructure in the country. Looking a bit closer at NIST supported passkeys, this was important to us. NIST has global reach, as I'm sure many of you know, but it's amazing to me actually how many of our regulated members outside the US specifically point to NIST. And the question we would get, Jeremy and I would get, was, well, when's NIST going to say passkeys meet AL2? Right, when's this going to happen? And we're really pleased by working with the NIST team that they updated this in 863B to recognize that synced authenticators can meet AL2 when implemented correctly, along with reinforcing the fact that device-bound security keys continue to meet AL3. So that's what we're doing in passkeys. So I mean, the TLDR there is lots of progress, more work to be done, but use passkeys. Now beyond passkeys, let's talk about that a little bit as well. So some of this has been covered today, right? So deepfakes are a problem. So I wasn't trying to minimize it before. I was just trying to prioritize things in 2024, saying that social engineering was a more clear and present threat and deepfakes were emerging. I think it's fair to say deepfakes have emerged and they're starting to scale. They don't scale like social engineering does. It's still too expensive. But they're a growing problem today. And we're seeing, the ramifications of this, right? So, we heard about how, KnowBe4 hired these North Korean hackers as workers, right? And we know about MGM getting attacked through social engineers, and all these things, could be bolstered with better identity verification and better proofing technologies that were not yet implemented. Bias is also an issue, right? You talk about biometric authentication, to get buy-in for this, people need to feel like it represents them and that they have a fair shake. And so bias is very important to contemplate as well as we talk about biometrics. So these are all things that are true problems in the market today. This information sheet from NSA and FBI and CISA reinforce this. It reinforced the importance of implementing real-time identity verification and liveness detection with MFA. These are all things that people should be heeding, and not just in the government, but of course in the enterprise world as well. And so this is what we're doing to support this space. So in addition to passkeys for user authentication, this is what we offer on the identity verification and biometric authentication front. So we have a certification suite that includes document authenticity. Right? So how well are the software tools that some companies are using to do DocAuth, how well are those actually reading the documentation? So we have a certification program that tests against that. So the way we do this is to understand, we certify labs, expert labs around the world who are familiar with different types of government issued documents, and they can actually test for performance against this, right? So it tests for authenticity of government issued docs, it verifies the authenticity of the documents themselves, and it ties into the IDV face verification program. Right, so the IDV face verification program tests for security, bias, accuracy, and liveness of face biometrics. And these things tie together as you start thinking about a selfie match. Right, so the most common form of remote identity verification or proofing is the selfie match, where it's your picture and your government ID. So these things come together in a certified as a certified product to allow you to know that vendors who are supplying these services can do so in a way that has been verified and tested and certified against industry standards and by a certified lab. The biometric component certification program, tests for the performance against industry standard metrics for test performance of biometric components against industry metrics such as false accept rate, false reject rate, presentation account detection. This is obviously part of the face verification solution. Also is offered as a standalone test. And lastly, the biometric component testing complements our certified authenticator program as well. So if you have a security key that has a biometric component in it, there's different levels that you can achieve based on the biometric performance of that piece of equipment. So all in all, these are things we're doing, beyond just user authentication, beyond just passkeys, to again look at addressing the entire identity lifecycle. So coming back to that, this is where it all kind of ties together, right? So we start with phishing-resistant user authentication with passkeys, but really, we now have processes in place that can help you have confidence in securing the account enrollment and account creation phase, which enables more secure account recovery. You see these little badges at the bottom. We have FIDO certified products. And one thing I think that's really neat about FIDO Alliance is that all we're doing is creating standards, but we run a very robust certification program that's certified hundreds of products. That's certified not just that they meet our specifications, but that they interoperate. So as you're thinking about, well, hey, how do I get started in rolling something out? How to roll out a passkeys or an IDV system? These are important things to look for, these FIDO certified marks, because you can purchase in confidence in knowing that A, they've met our standards, and B, that they interoperate with other products in the ecosystem, which helps prevent vendor lock-in and really unleashes the power of open standards. So looking ahead, I started with predictions for 2024 in the spirit of accountability. Let's make some predictions for 2025. And these are supposed to build, so the suspense is gone, but I ask you not to read ahead. So the first one, passkeys become a mainstream authentication method. So I guess I'm kind of sandbagging already. This is happening, but it'll become even more of a mainstream authentication method. The second one's very important though. Big banks deploy passkeys at scale and governments go all in. So I said earlier that the earliest adoption in passkeys for consumer services has not been regulated industry. It's been e-commerce, payments, things where access first is important. This is the year where I think we're gonna start seeing banks deploy passkeys for a minimum for sign-in and other things. And that's gonna start changing the narrative on the suitability of passkeys for regulated industry. I expect meaningful progress on that front in 2025. In fact, one major American bank has already implemented passkeys today. The third one's deepfakes drive a biometric boom in enterprise security. So yes, just to reiterate, deepfake threat is real. You need to take this seriously and look for vendors that have certified solutions for things like identity verification, liveness detection, and things like that. That's a very important place to focus. The fourth bullet, passkeys find expanded use in payments, including reducing reliance on SMS OTP. So related to the second bullet, we're seeing more and more financial services companies rely on passkeys, but not just for sign-in. This is very important. A lot of the usability benefits can transfer over to payment authentication as well. So both Visa and MasterCard introduced payment passkey services that bring the usability benefits and the security benefits of passkeys for payment authentication as well. So I think that will be a growing space in 2025. And last but not least, no one's talked about wallets yet, I don't think. Christine's happy. Identity wallets gain steam and force standards work driven by Europe. So I find that I can't talk about identity and authentication without talking about wallets. So here's the wallet bit. Wallets are happening. I think everything kind of ultimately moves towards a place where credentials are stored, but it's a very fragmented space. And I think it will remain fragmented in 2025. But that initial work towards rationalizing wallets and what needs to be done to create some standards-based mechanisms to make them effective will happen this year. And FIDO Alliance will have a voice in that conversation. I promise you that. So with that, thank you so much for your time. Use passkeys. Do we have time for questions or no?
Probably not.
Okay, I'll take one question, or you can find me in the hallway. Any questions? Okay, Congressman.
Someone selling fake passkeys that have that codes.
So it's the hardware keys. Well, so we certify them. Or cell phones, yeah. So we do certified products, and so every certified token, for example, actually is certified, and then we have a register of those that tracks back, so people can verify whether or not those are a certified product or not. Now, if someone
Inspections make sure someone has screwed the
actually insight, no, we don't do that right now as far as getting at the supply chain level. But no, we focus more on the certified products themselves. The L2 and L3. So I take so at the higher level. So for hardware authenticators themselves, at the higher levels of security authentication, L2 or L3, does verify, does add levels of verification about the manufacturing process and the integrity of the chip itself. Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew. So I just wanted to flag, while Andrew was giving his speech, Ryan Galuzzo from NIST, who has arrived, we thought we were going to lose him to illness, digging out the old, cleaning out the old NSTIC office, found the December 2012 cover of Wired, Kill the Password, which was written by Matt Honan after he had an epic hack when his passwords were compromised. We've been at this for a while, which then leads us nicely to our next speaker, looking to an effort that emerged, I guess it was out of 2016, when a guy some people might know of named John Podesta, who was chair of the Hillary campaign, had his Gmail compromised, and started to lead to questions around how do we actually secure campaigns. So with this, really thrilled to welcome my friend Tiffany Schoeneke, who is leading strategic initiatives at the Defending Digital Campaigns effort. So thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Wait, what button do you push? Which one? This one. Okay. Hi, everyone. I don't know about you, but I'm really mad I don't have those Fido socks, Andrew. I'm wearing my women power socks right now. So I'm Tiffany Schoeneke. I lead strategic initiatives at Defending Digital Campaigns. But before I get started, I want to show of hands, how many of you have worked on a political campaign, volunteered, maybe you're a candidate? I'm really happy Congressman Foster's here. Great. Okay, so several. And of those, was cybersecurity prioritized? That's great. So that's actually why Defending Digital Campaigns was created. The campaign managers for Hillary Clinton and Mitt Romney came together and they said, this is a huge issue. It's really important because campaigns are absolutely 100% not going to spend money on anything other than winning, which makes sense, except it's really important. So Defending Digital Campaigns was created on a bipartisan effort with these two individuals who knew that this was a really critical issue. So they went to the Federal Election Commission, got an authorized opinion saying that campaigns do not have to pay or do not have to report in-kind contributions for any cybersecurity tools or resources that they receive. So in a nonpartisan, DDC was created, it's a nonpartisan organization. We secure the political sector and we do it in 5 ways. We provide free cybersecurity tools to these campaigns, making sure that the right people get exactly what they need so that they can focus on campaigning. We provide free training and resources. We have a whole knowledge base to help them understand exactly what they need to do, how they need to do it. We do free onboarding, so we actually help them. We will do it for them. We want to reduce the friction to absolutely everything to make sure that they are secure. We provide threat updates, making sure that they understand what's coming down the pike so that they're not a victim of that attack. And then obviously cybersecurity awareness is always an ongoing effort for everybody. So I just want to give a little recap of what we did. We just came off of a presidential year. We were very busy. We provided over $8 million in donated cybersecurity products since 2020. And over 20,000 security keys have been given out to political campaigns. We are nonpartisan. We serve all national committees. We have a very concerted effort to make sure that everything we do is balanced and very nonpartisan. We secured over 260 campaign websites, and there's more data behind it, but I won't bore you with that. So as you can imagine, this sector has some huge challenges. In the news, we've all seen the attacks on the Trump campaign, the attempted attacks on the Harris-Biden campaign. A lot happened. I think we've all seen these things. We may or may not have assisted these campaigns, but we can't talk about any of this. You can see there that over 16 hours, Cloudflare blocked more than 6 billion malicious requests. We were very active to inform campaigns, to let them know what they needed to do exactly to protect their websites, to make sure that they did not fall victim to this attack. We saw a lot of third-party attacks at a massive unprecedented scale this year. Andrew talked about how there has been escalation in these phishing attacks, and we saw the same as it relates to the attacks in the campaign space. So if you think about a traditional sector, you think of there are small mom and pop shops, there are large enterprises, and the political sector is the same, except for there are a lot of key differences. Everyone is high risk. Their friends, their family, third parties, everybody is high risk because the costs are so high. There are massive amounts of money that are flowing into these political campaigns. There's a lot to protect. There's sensitive voter data, and obviously our democratic process is really critical. There's a squishy perimeter. If you think about how rapidly these campaigns expand, they start from maybe 10 or so volunteers and they scale to thousands within a short amount of time. And even if they win, they close down everything within within a month, very quickly. So, and there's also very limited understanding about cybersecurity, and there's extremely low trust in this ecosystem. So very high risk and not a lot of support and understanding about cybersecurity in this space. So the typical bad actors, there are, everyone's high risk. The cyber criminals are going after them because they want to go where the money is. Nation states are very strategic. They want to disrupt our democracy. They want to understand decisions that policymakers are going to make so that they can help sway what the community wants to do. And hacktivists, they want to disrupt and they want to make a statement. So how do we do this? We have extremely high-risk users who have extremely limited bandwidth. They don't have much time. They're focused on winning. And so here's what we do. We focus on very simple messages. And this is something that everybody here knows and understands, so I'm not going to go into all of the detail here. But we really do try to provide the resources to help them understand about the importance of strong authentication, website protection, preparing for cyber incidents. But if you consider that they have extremely limited bandwidth and their motivation is really to win, we focus on one thing. And that one thing is obviously strong authentication. So because they have limited bandwidth, it's really, really critical that they do at least this one thing, but there's still a knowledge gap. And as Andrew had mentioned before, not all authentication is created equal. So we really focus in on the very simple messages, passkeys, and also security keys. They need to protect their personal accounts. They need to protect their campaign accounts. And there's some really critical data that they need to protect. Another thing that we ask people to do is to make sure that they enable the advanced protection programs. Google and Microsoft and others have really understood the importance that these are high-risk individuals, so they've invested a lot of money and time into making sure that they have extra protections. So we really try to nudge, nominate, and encourage these candidates to take advantage of the tools that are accessible and available. And again, going back to the message, simplification to try to get them to do exactly what we need them to do, security keys, pass keys, enable advanced protection program, and federated login where possible. Obviously, ideally, they'd be using passkeys throughout the entire ecosystem, but we're really trying to encourage them to simplify their experience online so that they can secure as many accounts as possible. So now that we have the message, it's really, really critical that we leverage these partners. As I mentioned, trust is extremely low in this ecosystem. So what we do is we leverage the network of trusted partners throughout the space in order to get this message to them. Because once we get the message to them, we can get motivation, and then we can actually get the product, the security tools to them as well. So there are digital firms, there are committees, there are consultants, there are candidate training organizations, and the left and the right, as you can imagine, they operate differently. So we work through these different organizations differently to make sure that both sides are equally protected. And then we reduce friction. Andrew was talking about usability. We make sure that we reduce as much friction as possible. It's really great that passkeys are coming more readily available so that we can encourage the adoption and use of that. We really want to make sure that if a campaign orders 1,000 security keys, that they can get them as soon as possible so that they can secure their staff and volunteers and make sure that they can be virtually unphishable. And so we have a series of, obviously, authentication is the #1 thing that we encourage these campaigns to do, but there are several other elements and aspects to cybersecurity for a campaign, and making sure that we have tools that can accommodate their unique needs. So we just came out of a presidential year. We were very busy. We did a lot, but we still have more to do. Currently, we are approved to go down ballot in 4 states. If you can name these states, you get extra credit. Michigan, Virginia, Ohio, and Georgia. So we're going to work very hard. Virginia in 2025 they have elections, so we're working to make sure as many campaigns are secure as possible. And we're going to be working our way through the entire United States, getting approvals state by state to make sure that the campaigns in each of those states can receive free cybersecurity tools so that they can protect their campaigns, protect our democratic process, and secure our democracy. So I was quick. So questions? Yes. Sure.
Big fan of your guys' work.
Thanks.
Makes our job a lot easier, Secret Service stuff. But one piece I'm interested in seeing how progress is voter registration data. Poorly understood that effectively that is all public and presents greater risk for identity theft than a lot of the data that we're collecting here. How can we make progress in cleaning up that detailed voter registration data, very state by state, and producing public acceptable?
That's a great question. So we actually, our FEC authorized opinion only allows us to provide free cybersecurity to campaigns themselves. However, third parties are a really big priority for us. And so we are focusing on that in relationship to helping to inform and making understand the importance of this. We're also in talks with, the election ISAC as well, and trying to coordinate some of these things to make sure that we're in lockstep and helping each other. Yes.
So the parties have big third-party vendors.
Yes.
And they're huge.
That's right.
Sensitive information. You work with them, strategy with them.
Yes, we do. So this year, we're launching a strategy to coordinate with them to, there are several, so the right and the left obviously have their own technologies. So we have to have different strategies for each side, but making sure that we encourage security by design. Actually, passkeys has come up. We're in conversations with FIDO to see how we can educate those third parties to make sure that they're implementing that type of, the authentication within their programs to secure it better. So yes, it's a process and it's definitely on our radar. Great. Well, thank you.
Thanks, Tiffany. Really appreciate that. You guys are doing really awesome work. Now wanted to introduce or welcome up our next panel, which will be continuing on the FIDO front, looking at why phishing resistance matters more than ever. We did lose our friend Paul Grassi earlier today. He's one of several who aren't feeling awesome right now, but it'll be a great panel anyways. Let me hear that.
I'll yeah. I know, still kind of consider, but. Okay. So we've now heard 2 conversations about passkeys, the importance of phishing resistance. So the goal here today is to get added perspectives on why phishing resistance is more important than ever and talk about the lay of the land and some of the experiences my distinguished panelists have had. So let's start with introductions. I'll go from closest to me to furthest away. David, tell us about yourself and have you seen the market perception and readiness for security keys evolve over the past few years?
Sure. So I'm David Trees, VP of Solution Architecture and Integration at Yubico, and I also work with government policies and help people understand how to implement YubiKeys in particular. So what we've seen in particular, if we go back 15 years, where we initially started, there was basically starting with phishing resistant capabilities with YubiKeys really as a second factor, especially as we came into the FIDO Alliance, those early days where it was pretty much ease of use because I've used name and password and a key, just touch it, worked out pretty well. A lot of it started in the tech community in where Silicon Valley companies were really being attacked and then being able to go from there. What we've seen as we go into more modern areas with completely getting rid of passwords and using just a passkey on a YubiKey for authentication. Initially, it was your traditional, IT community, but what we're seeing is now going, especially more recently, and especially during COVID times, going not just from your IT people or your high-risk people to everybody. And seeing that being rolled out, like we saw T-Mobile is taking that, approach that's saying this is an important thing across the board, because at one level, we really don't know who the high-risk person is in a company. Especially with a large, company, it is very difficult to say who has what access. Sometimes it's pretty obvious, but a lot of times, what does that intern have access to? What does that new person have access to? And at one level, it's still a little bit hard. So we're seeing more of a wider adoption. And I think also just seeing a combo adoption of passkeys on phones or passkeys on a YubiKey, and where those two marry up, and then the companies can make a choice of what makes sense for them.
Thank you. Grant Tasher is our next panelist. Grant, can you introduce yourself? He's from CISA. Good, I'll tell you that much. But then tell us a little bit about CISA's mission and where authentication standards fit in.
Yeah, so I'm Grant. It's great to be here again. I've been at this event on and off, I think, over the years. It's always a great pleasure to be here. So I'm the acting deputy technical director for cybersecurity at CISA. So my portfolio is pretty broad across a lot of areas, but this particular topic is a longtime passion area for me. So CISA's mission is critical infrastructure protection and cyber defense. And so essentially our goal is to prevent nation states and cyber criminals, but with a focus on nation states from compromising federal civilian networks and U.S. critical infrastructure. And we do a lot of things in support of that mission. One of them is to advocate, in policy conversations and operationally in both critical infrastructure and the civilian government for the use of strong authentication, because the reality is, when these organizations' networks get compromised, either by us, hopefully, or by threat actors, less hopefully, something always has to do with authentication, whether it's initial access through phishing, or maybe that was through a vuln, but then they move laterally between systems by compromising authentication credentials. It's everywhere in the cloud, on-prem. And so this set of issues, creating security boundaries with phishing-resistant authentication, have been known to the government for decades to be critical, and the government has been attempting to deploy phishing-resistant authentication since, I would say, the beginning of time, since before it was a thing. But that being said, we are continuing on that journey, making progress year over year, both inside the government and in working closely with our partners in other agencies and critical infrastructure.
Super, thank you. And our last panelist today is Christine Owen of OneCosmos. So Christine, can you, first of all, give us your background, and then talk about a few industry trends that you've seen over the past several years, both within government agencies and more recently with your work at OneCosmos.
Sure. So my name is Christine Owen. I am a recovering attorney. After I realized that hanging out with attorneys all day was not for me, ironically, I ended up doing it later in life. But I ended up as a consultant in GSA's FICAM office. And at the time, we were focused on getting people just to print PIV cards. And then this thing called OPM happened. There was a breach. And then at that time, we started evaluating policies and programs, which came to what NIST 863-3 is and some other things. If Paul was on, he would talk about how he got to write it, which is awesome. And Grant was there too. So it was a lot of fun back in the day. After that, I learned how to be an identity architect, working with state and locals at first responders and then teaching them identity. And then after that, I learned how to deploy enterprise IAM systems for very large federal departments. And in that case, I got back to hanging out with attorneys. So now I actually have a really fun job and I get to go around and talk about identity vetting and pass keys and authentication and also digital identity wallets, because those are all the things that we do at One Cosmos. So the things that I've seen over my decade plus in identity is we've taken the focus away from a couple of things. One is we've started consolidating IDPs to a central SSO, which I think is really good because it actually makes usability a lot easier. And right now, what we're seeing, especially in the enterprise commercial space, is we're seeing a lot of people focus on passwordless, which really is a code word for pass keys, but they don't understand it and they want to use the term passwordless. So we kind of go with the flow on that one. But really what they're looking for is a strong credential, so a phishing resistant credential, a passkey, that also has really good usability behind it so that the end user doesn't have to work too hard to be able to get into their applications, which is also a passkey. So what's really cool is that passkeys are really hitting a lot of the requirements that we're seeing in the commercial space, but they're also a lot of the requirements in the federal space, not just for federal employees and contractors who won't need to get to mission critical items really quickly, but also to citizens who don't want to have to remember their passwords that are scattered all over the federal agencies.
Okay, so this, and then Paul Grassi's not here. He's the fourth panelist, so no one's going to speak on behalf of Paul. But let's start with CISA. You know, so much cyber and identity work has come out of CISA and other agencies over the past several years, and we'll touch on some of these aspects during the panel discussion today. But let's start with protecting critical infrastructure. Grant, I mean, can you start by outlining some of the initiatives that CISA has taken or driven? You know, how have those been received by private industry, and you know, what type of companies are we talking about?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, CISA's purview is, you know, to provide sort of informative guidance and technical assistance to and information sharing to critical infrastructure organizations, and then also to federal agencies, although we have some stronger authorities in the case of federal agencies. And in all of these cases, we're really trying to drive a message that phishing resistant authentication is critical. You know, we've done quite a bit of work over the years with our colleagues at NIST, Ryan and his team and others to clarify sort of the interrelationship of all of these different policies and guidance statements in the identity space. And there's been some transition certainly in the post M2209 era in terms of terminology and alignment and all of that. But I think at this point we have pretty stable, consistent understanding of how to think about this problem across all the different sort of cyber agencies in the government. We've done a lot of joint publications with our partners at NSA and FBI, for example, to really try and drive a single message, which is that authentication is really important. There's a progressive grade of strengths of authentication. And phishing resistant authentication is at the top, and certainly for the kinds of threats that critical infrastructure organizations and most civilian federal agencies deal with, where the main threat is, you know, threat actors who are operating remotely, accessing systems that are available on the internet. Phishing resistance is really the target property that you want to go for first and foremost. And then in some cases, when you need to get after other threats, targeting higher elements of your supply chain, then you want to get into other properties. And so we think we have really driven a message on that, both in terms of our public messaging, in terms of, in the government, for example, emphasizing that, hey, this really isn't binary. This isn't either you go all in and do AAL3 PIV cards, and if you don't do that, then your only option is to have a password. It's really clarifying, there's a set of security properties that you want. Your PIV card is great. It satisfies a lot of them. If you can get that working with SSO, that's a great answer. But in some cases, for all sorts of operational constraints, there are other tools that make sense, whether it's physical hardware tokens like YubiKeys, and we put out a blog post about USDA having some operational constraints for which that made sense. There's other scenarios where a soft device like a cell phone, a syncable authenticator, is the right answer. And we want people to think about this seriously and get to the set of properties that they want. And so we do work both bilaterally, individually with agencies. Okay, let's come in, let's talk through your specific scenario, but also putting out guidance that just reemphasizes that message when we're doing assessments, things like that, trying to make sure that we're being as clear as we can on the outcome that we're trying to achieve. The same is true on the critical infrastructure side, again, emphasizing, the importance of that. Honestly, there are a lot of interrelated issues in different sectors. Some sectors are regulated, some sectors aren't regulated. Some sectors have more money to invest in cybersecurity writ large than others. Some sectors are tied to technology, frankly, that makes it difficult to deploy the kinds of authentication that we need. There's a lot of overlapping constraints, which, working with our agency partners, we need to be sensitive to, but essentially making sure that people understand that fundamentally these authentication technologies are at the center of most incidents in some way or another, and that by making this more difficult, you can raise the cost, which in some cases just prices out certain actors entirely, which is great. In other cases, it just makes operational objectives more expensive, which is also good. It's not a silver bullet, but it does change the economics, and that is certainly a good thing. So, we've put out a lot of things over the years to drive towards this message, but really trying to, working together with both our industry and government partners, advance that general narrative that this issue is important, and phishing-resistant authentication should be the goal for many, if not most, of these organizations.
So I'd imagine most of these organizations understand the threat, and I guess the question then is, how do I implement?
Yeah, look, I think there's a spectrum. Different organizations are in different places in terms of their maturity and understanding of this level of nuance. There's a lot of players in the cyber ecosystem sending messages to different organizations. They're not necessarily everyone speaking from the playbook. What we're trying to do is make sure that the US government is speaking with a coordinated message on both the nature of the threat, the importance of these technologies, and then also, trying to drive towards making it as simple to implement as possible. So we've done quite a bit of work with the vendor community on that, on specific details of, well, can you do this? Why not? Can you do that? Been to many meetings, put out joint publications, for example, with our partners at NSA, targeted at the vendor community on gaps that we perceive in the ecosystem in this space and things to do. I see, many vendor folks that we work with in the room here. So trying to advance that narrative there, as well as with the organizations that ultimately need to deploy the technology.
So we have two vendor folks here on the panel. So David, I'd be curious to get your take on this. When obviously security keys are a go-to, in regulated industry. How have you seen these be implemented? Do you have any anecdotes to share?
Absolutely. So, there's a number of places. Talking about critical infrastructure, usually there's a combination of old technology, new technology. So depending on where you're going, really dictates the phishing resistant solutions that are possible. Traditional PKI type credential or certificates, on your smart card are definitely quite available when you're talking a manufacturing facility. We are seeing FIDO implementations and passkey implementations starting to go into that space, but a lot of it when it's isolated, when it's not really connected to the internet, those solutions are usually going on some of the domain-based solutions. At the same time as with what Andrew showed earlier is pretty much there's a fairly mature market now for passkey implementation. So this, but in reality, for this to all work, you got browsers that have to do the right thing and operating systems to do the right thing and websites as well. But fortunately, for the most part, that has been worked through. So a lot of it now goes to, you have pretty clear possibilities to implement. And actually, there's a later question, but sometimes people will call us and say, we have a breach. We need YubiKeys like right now. And a lot of it's like, how fast does it happen? Well, it depends on what they're doing. If they're just going straight up to the web, it's pretty straightforward. It's like just delivery, and you can do a sort of manually, in each individual can set that up, or your administrator can do it as well. So we have seen the ability to go from attack to protection to be a lot shorter than it used to be.
It is interesting how many post-breach reports, the disclosure, oftentimes it's like, and now we've moved to security keys. And so one of our goals is to see people actually move to security keys in advance of that, so they don't have to have that disclosure report.
Exactly, it's a lot less expensive.
Yeah, it's a lot less expensive, less reputational cost as well. Hey, Christine, so what are you, speaking a little bit broader, have you seen kind of CISA or related guidance actually drive better practices and drive implementations in private industry?
So I'm going to give an example of actually a DEA regulation because I love my attorneys, even though they're law enforcement. But they have a regulation for prescribing controlled medicine, and they require physicians who prescribe controlled medicine online to use an IL2, AL2 credential. So what that means is they need to be identity vetted for us to know more likely than not that they are who they say they are when they are identity vetted, likely remotely. And then secondly, we need to know that we need to bind that identity vetting to the credential, and then we need to have that credential to be a pretty strong credential, preferably phishing resistant. But it's a really important piece as well. This is something that prescribing doctors and like the places the hospitals that house them really care about. It's actually one of the biggest use cases that I see is that one where they want to use passkeys because doctors don't want to take the time to do anything other than get in very quickly. So they know that passkeys are very usable for doctors, so they want to use passkeys. And they also know that by using passkeys, they very simply meet that regulation to get to AL2. So I think that that's a really interesting one that I'm not sure that we all would have thought of, that this weird random thing is making doctors understand what passkeys are and how to use them, because otherwise in hospitals, they tend to use a different system it's in person. So it's kind of like Grant said, sometimes you don't necessarily need a phishing resistant token just based on what's going on. And in the hospitals, they're not necessarily using a phishing resistant token, but they are all in person, and they're logging in through a terminal so it's a little different. But when they're at home or when they're prescribing remotely, they have to have that prescription. So it's pretty cool. I think the other thing something that Grant said that really made me hurt because it reminded me of my time implementing systems is like there is a lot of legacy systems out there, and there's a lot of mainframes out there, and protecting mainframes, which actually has a lot of really important information, is also really hard. And as much as we want to just slap a PIV card if we're in the government, or a passkey if we're in the government or outside the government, it's not always that easy. There's a lot more architecting that has to do and a lot more work that needs to be done. So, I'd say that it's I really love the fact that we've created this amazing solution that works probably 90% of the time. And at this point, what we need to work on is adoption for relying parties, which I think that the big tech companies is really helped by issuing passkeys to a lot of people and getting people to use passkeys on their e-commerce site, which in turn make people go, why am I logging into this using a password? Why am I not using a passkey? But at the same time, like the really smart people on this, like in the room here, we need to start thinking about that last 10% so we can make sure that phishing resistance can get all the way through the environment and not just to the things that are much easier.
Thank you. You talk about easier and just the mass adoption of MFA. I mentioned it before that the long history of MFA is too hard to use. It doesn't get used. So we use, obviously, we believe that security and usability both must be true. So I want to talk about usability a little bit. Christine, let's start with you. So usability isn't a concern limited to consumers, employees, government workers, everyone needs usable MFA, but it really cuts across the board. I think if you look in our personal lives, one of the questions I also had is, well, to table this for later, but thinking about we could all sit here and talk, high-minded about user authentication, but if you ask yourselves, if you look at your own personal ecosystems of friends and family, I'd be curious to get everyone's grades of how your personal friends and family do for user authentication. Because mine's like a solid D-, if I think about my loved ones. But usability is so important. And then, Christine, how do you look at usability as you're engaging with customers?
Yeah.
Both for inside the enterprise and with their customers as well.
Yeah. So one thing is that, so I actually want to talk about this really interesting use case that we had where a company came to us and said, we found that some of our employees are sharing passwords, and that's a problem because it's obviously a security concern, but it's also a concern with the customer that they were sharing passwords with, that they were getting into systems. And we lost that customer. So it was not only a risk in security, but it was also a risk in finance for them. So they decided that they wanted to implement passkeys across the board. And they were very adamant on this. They didn't want to allow sharing, but the types of people, the types of their employees, it couldn't be, it needed to be a lot easier, and it needed to be easy to use because they didn't really want to deal with a lot of complaining once they started rolling this out, right? Because quite frankly, the hardest part of a transition is all of the whining that occurs after the fact. When I was a consultant for enterprise government systems, one of the things that we had to do with one of the CEOs is we had to have a rollout plan, and that rollout plan had to be to the T perfect. And if there was one, yeah, I think you know who this is too. If there was one I not dotted, then boom, we got pushed back 2 more weeks, which was always very discouraging. But what we learned in that was the whole reason was because it just takes one person to start complaining to get all these other people to complain. And then no one wants to adopt what is actually fundamentally better for them and easier for them. But because it's such a big change, they just don't want to do it. And they kind of, dig in their heels. So what we found was when we start adopting something that is actually inherently very easy to use, like a passkey, then people don't complain as much. I mean, there's always going to be complaints. We can't not complain as like humans. But the reality is that when the instructions are so clear cut, when there's no memorization that occurs, and really it's just a do it and you're done, it makes it a lot easier. In the early stages of passkey, I think it was pre-passkey, honestly. I think it was when we were talking about FIDO and not passkeys. The hardest part of that was registration. And the cool thing is that as we've evolved and gotten more sophisticated with passkeys, registration isn't as hard anymore because platforms pre-register for citizens and for customers. And I think that's really important because it makes it very usable for us to be able to, why do I want to do a password that I have to remember when I can just, use my thumbprint on my cell phone and get into something with no problem. So I think that's the thing that FIDO really shines in, is the fact that they figured out how to reduce the friction with the end users.
Can I jump in there? Yeah, so just to add a little bit of like how the ecosystem works, and so talking about registration. Registration has been the more difficult part of the user experience. The journey is, how do you know who that first one is? It's also a little bit fishable because of first time use. How do I know who they are? And if someone comes in person and you know who they are and you can look them in the face and you can look at their ID, that works out great. Remote identity verification is being used, but there are challenges there that we've seen. So one of the areas around the industry is leveraging secure APIs that allow like the example of how you would do a traditional smart card, to be able to have an admin register those credentials on a device. So that provides another option for companies or agencies to be able to handle that. Or like us, we also do it like sort of an outsource model where we can do it for you and register out. I think the other part about the user experience is the great thing about FIDO is actually that it has become very popular. So, which is great. So, but now you have options. Now you can have your passkey on a YubiKey, you can have it on your Windows Hello for Business or on an app. But now we got 3 or 4 different things that are trying to decide what is the best way to store my passkey. So this adds confusion, but the FIDO Alliance has been working, especially with the ecosystem, to provide better ways for whatever the company wants to do and the individuals. So making it a little bit that flow a lot easier with what we call user hints as they get rolled out to be able to make that easier. And one of the beauties about FIDO is all these key players come together, which traditionally they fight and they're competing against each other, but this is bigger and more important across the board. So we can't like just cause problems for the users. One, where they'll just bail out of the process, or they might be securing themselves in a way they didn't expect. But then they like come back and say, well, where is my passkey? I don't have it anymore. Where'd it go?
So this is actually, and thanks for raising this, David. So something I didn't talk about before is usability and what we've done on our side to help address that. So, and we realized this is an issue with our first implementations of WebAuth before passkeys. With WebAuth then, getting people to optimize like a device using a platform authenticator to register a FIDO credential. And so we now have had, I think, 4 annual releases of our UX guidelines, which give relying parties instructions on how to introduce this most successfully to your customers. And this has been dialed up a notch with something we launched this year called Passkey Central, with which Yubico helped back and fund, which is really a comprehensive site for anyone looking to get started on passkeys, telling them why, but also how. And how to overcome internal hurdles, but how to roll this out most effectively to customers contemplating the entire life cycle. And I agree with you. It's important for this to be an industry resource based on broad best practices to help people be successful.
Yeah, I just like to add, what you see today isn't what you'll see in like 2 or 3 years. I mean, it continues to progress to where it will be just in the background.
Yes. Grant, I'm curious. How does usability factor into CIS's perspective on FIDO and kind of your passkey related guidance?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so, we think it's a critical element to make, these technologies as usable as they possibly can be. We understand that many organizations view cyber as a cost sink because it is if you don't get breached, does it matter, is the perspective that they take. Potentially. And I think that, usability is critical, right? If you can have a technology that's easier to use and reduces, for example, help center costs or, password reset or OTP SMS costs or other sorts of things, that's a compelling argument to an organization that is, resource constrained in order to drive adoption. So we're very much of the belief that, the usability of these technologies is important, and we want to advocate for technologies that hit that ability to be both usable and secure. Sometimes there's a true trade-off between the two, But often you can, if you apply that sort of next level of thought, you can find a technology or a technology mix that is able to do both. And that's, I think, this FIDO passkeys are a great example of that.
Thanks, Grant. So sticking with you, Grant, what is SCUBA? Can you talk to us about SCUBA? What is it, and
Yeah.
what should people be aware of?
Sure. Yeah. So this is a project, the Secure Cloud baselines that we created after the SolarWinds incident in an effort to essentially standardize more the way that civilian executive agencies configure critical technology products. So we started by focusing on the business application space and developed security configuration baselines for major vendors in that space that are quite prescriptive in terms of how we recommend based on our evaluation of threats, working in consult with the CIO Council and other elements of the U.S. government. How do you configure these products in a way that is in line with federal policy, like the NIST RMF 853 type stuff, relevant OMB memos, CISA directives, things like that, but is also very threat informed. And one of the things in there is, of course, you should implement phishing resistant authentication in these products. And here's some very particular considerations about how to do that interact with specific details of those companies' identity architectures. Not every company in that space has the same identity system and technologies. They all have nuances, and we try and get into some of that. Excuse me. At the end of last year, we actually made that program mandatory for civilian executive branch agencies using CISA's directive authority, and we're in the process of rolling that out right now, working in partnership with the agencies. We've also seen one of the interesting things was we developed a tool as part of that program to automatically measure compliance with those baselines by users. It's an open source tool on CISA's GitHub that you can download and install. And that's helpful to the organizations to know, have I configured this all correctly? It's helpful to us. It gives us clear data on organizational posture for agencies that are inside of our authorities. But we've also seen a great deal of adoption of this just in the broader critical infrastructure community. MSPs, for example, picking it up. And using it as part of their engagements, and helping to overall up-level the level of security in this space, including driving adoption of phishing-resistant authentication and similar technologies.
Thank you. So I'm going to see if there's a question from the floor. We have short on time, so back there. No, no, right behind you.
Two questions.
Let's try.
Was there someone?
Oh, right, your neighbor.
Oh, no.
I would ask a very
Cheers first.
basic.
Maybe you guys can collaborate.
So I'll ask a basic question because I'm the person that's Googling what's a passkey coming here. But I'm having trouble understanding, like in the example, David, that you presented where, hey, show me your ID, when we just heard a story where someone came in with the driver's license with the customer's name. Like, how is that working if there isn't access with the government issued driver's license, like what it should actually be? And so I'm kind of losing sort of the step one. I'm following everything else, but that step one of how do we really know who people are because even in the COVID fraud that I was working, like AI was generating tax returns, but the banks couldn't look at the actual tax return at the IRS. And so even though it looked right and correct and viable, it was in fact not reliable, but what they were using. So that's sort of where I'm struggling in, like how to.
Absolutely. And there are like tangential, disciplines within identity management. So how do you verify someone is a whole nother set of how do you authenticate to someone. And as we talked about before, and even remote identity verification, there's been a lot of work in that space, but there's still the concerns and worries about being faked on that. And even from our customers, we're seeing, okay, we got authentication, because when you're logging in, you're not getting your token stolen. But what happens is the attackers are going to the help desk and more going from an identity verification perspective and saying, I'm this person and they have, the AIs to be able to fake them. And then they either downgrade their security or they are able to, get access that they never did before. So they are sort of working together, and sort of the FIDO Alliance is working authentication as well as identity verification, better processes. So I think as well as we move forward with we call it verified credentials, on your phone, a wallet that's secured that way, there's some better controls for identity verification. So when someone calls the help desk, they would say, well, show that you have a verified credential here, which is separate from a passkey perspective. I hope that helped.
I'm very excited because this is definitely what I do right now. So one use case that we have is people coming in person and presenting their ID, and their IDs being fake, and then they steal a lot of rental equipment. And so what we found is doing a simple just an ID verification, just taking pictures of front, back, and then checking it pretty quickly to, basically templates and also databases, has helped a lot, and actually has significantly reduced fraud against this one particular customer. But ultimately, like David said, where we're moving, this is my favorite topic, is we're moving to a world where all of us will go and verify our identity through verified attributes, and that would go into a digital identity wallet, and you can use that wallet either to do your first sign into something. So when you're registering for something, you would use the different attributes that you have basically collected, like a Pokemon deck or whatever. You're going out and you're collecting them all. So you're collecting your home address and your email address and your phone number, and you're verifying all of these along the way. It's in a secure wallet. You then can do you can go and you can enroll once, and then you get your passkey, which can be an amazing thing to have, and then that passkey is backed by an actual verified identity. And then after that, if you need to go to the help desk because you lost your passkey or you lost your security token, then you can go and you can say, oh, here, let me connect with you and give you some of my verified identities. This is future state, guys, but this is where we're going. And that will be able to validate that you are who you say you are. It can be through simple yes, no responses. And then boom, I get mailed to my house exactly what I need so I can get back in, or I get a passkey sent to my phone, or whatever, or an ability to register for a passkey, or whatever it is that I need. That, I think, is where we're going, because we are becoming so digitally and inherently digital in this world that you can never trust who's behind that device. So we have to create essentially trust through verified credentials. Thank you, David.
Super. So look, that actually brings us to time. We're at time. So
Yeah.
do you each have a parting thought for the audience? I'll start with Christine and come back this way.
I just had it. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, I've been to this event a number of times over the course of its life, and I think every year the conversation evolves a little bit further. I think this year it's really exciting to hear lots of different perspectives that are sort of lining up behind that same line that, hey, like maybe we actually have the tools now to really solve some of these problems at a more fundamental level. And it's really about, adoption, implementation, in some cases, policy changes. There's technical issues, don't get me wrong, lurking beneath the surface here. But I remain optimistic that this is a solvable problem, and that we can fundamentally change the cost of cyber attacks through the technologies that we're talking about here, not just in the cybercrime arena, but also in other domains. And we just got to keep pushing. So I'm glad everyone is.
Super. Thank you, David.
Yes, I would totally agree that we're seeing a lot of momentum here with phishing resistant, but I think with this audience in particular is don't let that momentum stop, in the sense of there are still policy areas where people will the policies don't quite align, and people are like, well, this says this and this says this, so I'm not going to do anything, or the funds aren't there. We've seen a significant amount of just uptick, especially more in the state and local areas, because funds were available, and it was sort of a greenfield because a lot of them didn't have pay over CAC cards. So this is critical and sort of continuing to be attacked. So keep the foot on the pedal.
All right, well, thank you all so much, and thank you guys. I think Jeremy? Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. We are going to take a break for about 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 2:30 with the discussion around the state of mobile driver's licenses. Thank you.
start the rest of the afternoon sessions? My name's Zach Martin. I'm a senior policy advisor here at Venable. I work with Jeremy on on all things Better Identity Coalition related. I appreciate you all taking the time and to show up today. This afternoon, we're going to be talking about mobile driver's licenses, one of my personal favorite topics happening in the digital identity space. And we have a great panel here to kind of share their opinions and their takes on what's happening in the mobile driver's license ecosystem. So I don't really want to delay this anymore. I'm going to start off by asking our panelists to introduce themselves and answer the simple question of like, what do they think the state of the mobile driver's license ecosystem is? So Ryan, let's start off with you.
Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep.
All right, cool. Apologies. I wasn't even sure I was going to make it today. I have a sick wife and a sick kid at home right now, but you know, still trying to reconstitute all my thoughts after a fairly chaotic morning. But I am Ryan Galuzzo. I am the identity program lead for NIST Applied Cybersecurity Division. Essentially, that means I manage a portfolio of projects all focused on different aspects of identity. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the digital identity guidelines. So we work on that, as well as working on a project within the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, looking at how you take mobile driver's license and implement them in online use cases and online scenarios. And also looking in particular at how those can be supported for very specific targeted sector use cases. So financial institutions, government services, as well as healthcare. So working through all those different challenges, I would say as far as the state of MDL, and I'll actually expand it beyond MDL to kind of this concept of verifiable digital credentials, which is a term we are starting to use for other kinds of cryptographically provable forms of identity. I think it's maturing, right? It's one of those things where the standards are very rapidly evolving. We've got a pretty stable set of initial standards from ISO, but we're also starting to see the initial set of standards to support online presentation, online issuance of these various different credentials. So it's in flux, but I think the good news is that there's a lot of different components working towards a common set of goals. They don't all necessarily have the same outcome in mind, but in general, I think we're starting to see movement towards a few key aspects of standardization within the space.
Thanks. Stefan?
Hi, I'm Stefan Schubert, JP Morgan Chase. I am a product owner owning our identity strategy for consumer and small business clients. Before that, I did about 15 years in different fraud functions. I have managed every type of identity authentication fraud there is across different financial products. So it's fun to hear all these stories. It's very painful to hear Linda's story earlier. I'm like, that sounds kind of familiar to some things. So the state of the MDL ecosystem, in a few words, sort of almost ripe, right? I feel like we're getting there. So many of the standards are set. So many of the protocols make sense. What's awesome about being in the space is I rarely hear things I don't like. So, every time we talk about new methods of in-person use versus remote use, I'm not really hearing anything that concerns me or scares me. It's really just a matter of getting there, getting adoption, getting ubiquity across both consumers, citizens, and consuming agencies like banks. So it feels inevitable at this point, which is great, but it still does feel very early. And I think we'll probably inevitably today talk about how to make it move a little faster.
Thanks. Angelique?
Hi, I'm Angelique McClendon, General Counsel for the Georgia Department of Driver Services. So we are the DMV in Georgia. And I also am very active with AMVA, our National DMV organization, and I chair the MDL subcommittee. And the state of the MDL ecosystem now is one that is growing and it continues to move forward. And like Stefan, I don't hear anything that that gives me pause or that I don't like. But it's sort of at a chicken and an egg stage where it's a balance between, do you spend more energy implementing and adding more states to have, so you have more MDL users, or do you search for more relying parties so the MDL users you have will have somewhere they can actually use their MDL? And we've come to the conclusion that you need to be doing both, right? And so it takes a lot of collaboration. So I think where we are now is that there is a need for more collaboration between verifiers, relying parties, the wallet providers, all to collaborate on one common goal, and that is to promote the use of digital identity in MDL.
And last but not least, Jason.
Yeah, I was here a couple of years ago. I forgot how intimidating this room is, actually. Speaking to the thought leaders of the industry, it's not doing wonders for my fear of public speaking, but I'm the Identity Management Capability Manager, TSA. So for the last couple of years, I've been spearheading our agency's rollout of facial recognition as well as digital ID, of which MDL is a major part. So we started accepting MDLs with Arizona. I think it was March of 22. I think it was in Apple Wallet. Then it was Maryland, then Georgia. So now we are accepting MDLs from 14 states and territories. Puerto Rico is one. Across 8 different digital wallet platforms: Apple, Samsung, Google, the usual suspects. Then you also have third-party digital wallets like IDEMIA's Get Group, Invoke for Louisiana, then Spruce, and Canadian banknotes for Virginia that just launched their MDLs, right? So started with a couple of hundred, testing in the beginning. Now, as of December of last year, 24, we had over about 2 million MDL digital ID transactions. Not everything was MDL. We had 3 times the volume growth over last year. What's interesting is that we had MDL transactions across 60 airports, which means some states that don't issue MDLs, airports in those locations also encounter MDLs. As a relying party, we are going to have about 2,000 reader machines. You all travel, right? So we call them the CAT2 machines, it's a credential authentication technology, 2nd generation machines. So that has that nose piece, that's the MDL reader. So we are turning those on across the whole enterprise. So we should have about 2,087 of those CAT2 MDL readers across 230 plus airports, and all of them should be functional by the end of, let's say, March. Give us a little leeway. So that's where we are from, our relying party perspective.
I want to kind of leave it with Angelique and Jason to start. Angelique, you were one of the first 3 or 4 states to start issuing mobile driver's licenses, and Jason, and TSA is honestly probably the largest relying party out there accepting mobile driver's license at this point in time. So let's start. Angelique, can you kind of talk about what you've seen? Like, it's been 2 or 3 years since you all have rolled out your MDL, kind of what you've seen, what some of the challenges that you got all of experience, and kind of what you see kind of going forward with the program.
All right, so we started our MDL efforts with the native wallets, actually about 2017. And we launched, our first implementation was with Apple in 2023, and later that year with Google, and then just a few months ago with Samsung. So we are in all of the native phone wallets, and our thought behind that was that we wanted to go with what the customer was familiar with. So the likely customer who will use the MDL or would be excited about it are the people who are already using payments in their digital wallets. We had moderate success with our own DMV app where you could look at your record, you can renew, you can do a lot of things on your app, but not many people are really excited to, add another app to their phone, especially a DMV app. So we figured we would go with what they're familiar with, which would be their native wallets. So far, we had a lot of excitement about it, social media excitement, and we have a little over 420,000 provisioned. Sounds like a lot, but that's really only a single-digit percentage of the eligible customers who could have it. So there's some more promotion that we need to do in-house. And as far as a Reliant Party, of course, TSA has been a Reliant Party and a great partner from the beginning. And we're trying to expand it for some everyday use cases. So we have some great use cases. We've demonstrated our own use case. And so we had a couple pilots. We partnered with Credence ID for some hardware. And we've also worked with our current vendors, Apple, Google, Samsung, just to have what we call, as far as, especially with Apple, an app clip. And so it's a QR code you can scan when you're at our location, and it will verify you through your MDL. And it takes that check-in process from about 10 minutes where you had to go over. Our person would welcome you in the lobby, send you over to a computer. We call the tech decks, and they're just really Chromebooks that are attached to a piece of furniture, and they're typing in all your same information that we already have. If you're coming in to renew, we know your name, we know your date of birth, your address, we know all this information that we're asking you, and you have to kind of retype it, and it takes about 10 minutes to answer all those questions. But instead, if you can verify with your MDL through a Credence device or the app clip, it takes it from 10 minutes to less than 5 minutes, because what it does is it verifies. So it knows it's Angelique. And so it can display this information because it's verified that identity. So once you verify your identity, the person's identity, whoever your customer is, there is so much more you can do with your processes. So we realized that, and it will pre-populate all of the information that that they have in the system, that this is what you told us last time. Is this information still correct? What needs to be changed? So that cuts that time down, that check-in time down in half. The only issue we have is that we need more MDL users. So it works great, but we just need to have the people to have the MDL when they come to the location to be able to actually use it the way it's intended to be used. So what we've seen is we need to probably shift some marketing. We've relied on some data recently to show us, by zip code, how many downloads do you have? So of course, for Georgia, we have a few metropolitan areas besides Atlanta. And of course, there's Atlanta, but you have Savannah, you have Augusta, Columbus, Georgia. Some might even say Valdosta, Georgia, which is close to Florida. But we wanted to see where that population was. And of course, about 38% of the downloads and the provisions are within the Metro Atlanta area. And so we thought we'd target some marketing to get more people to provision the MDL so they can have it. But then we're also meeting with other possible Reliant parties, local retailers, banks, to get them on board, because really aside from the online presentment, which will offer more opportunities for use, in-person presentment, really a good use case needs to be something that's an everyday mundane use case where people are used to presenting their ID at a bank, at their pharmacy, to buy alcohol, to buy restricted items. Those are the use cases where people will say, hey, this is really working for me. I really like it. It's not just this cool item I can show off on my phone. So a lot of young kids like it for that, but we really like to see more use so we can have more downloads and it can actually work like it's intended.
And I know we're going to talk a little bit more about getting more Reliant parties, the whole chicken and egg problem that has plagued the digital identity ecosystem for 20-some years, for as long as I've been around. But we'll get to that a little bit more later. First, Jason wanted to talk to you a little bit about TSA. And, you all have been driving the MDL by the federal government. You put out the new Real ID rule last fall. Can you talk a little bit about that, kind of what was involved in that process and what's next from the TSA's perspective?
Sure, absolutely. Last year, that was an exciting, actually, milestone for us. So we started we have what we call a CFADA, cooperative R&D agreements, with 17 issuing authorities and a couple of technology vendors. So basically what we did on this, based on this R&D agreement, we rolled out MDL's acceptance as a R&D effort, as a kind of a field assessment effort. And based on those lessons learned, we embarked on a rulemaking process. So it took about 3 years, started out with RFIs and, NPRM, the whole, everybody knows how that process goes. Adjudicating all the comments and whatnot. So that, all those lessons learned basically went into the substance of the regulations that popped out as a final rule that defines what an MDL has to look like, has to be Real ID compliant, basically, right? It came on the Real ID Authority. So that rule was published as a final rule October 25th, went into effect November 25th, a month after. So starting, when the Real ID enforcement begins on May 7th. So basically, we have a process by which we are going to evaluate the compliance packages from issuing authority based on the final rule regulations requirements. And, based on that evaluation, decide to continue or begin accepting MDLs from that state. So besides the enforcement compliance piece, what we are excited really about is, for us, at least for TSA's in-person acceptance, it really lays out the minimum requirements, the baseline for privacy, security, interoperability, by which an MDL becomes acceptable to us because it is Real ID compliance, quote unquote, right? So it is a kind of hopefully a foundational regulatory framework that is focused on TSA and Real ID use cases, but perhaps extensible to other in-person use cases as well.
Thank you, Jason. It's great. We've heard from a state that's issuing it. We've heard about it from an RP that's accepting them in person. But one of the things that, Better Identity Coalition has been pushing for is the online use cases. How can these credentials be consumed online for identity verification, which is definitely a critical missing step that we don't have at this point. So I want to ask Brian, you all have the project at the NCCOE happening right now with financial services companies. So can you talk a little bit about that and where you're at with that project?
Yeah, absolutely. And if Jason and TSA are driving, I'd like to think we're at least in the passenger seat on a lot of this stuff, making use of the good work they do, particularly around things like the issuance process, the core security and expectations of how states are doing the protection of the data involved. So we don't have to repeat that, right? The Real ID waiver process has already covered that. So what we've decided to focus on is what can we do to help advance understanding of how to deploy these kinds of technologies in an online environment. So how can we look at the process of being able to take that credential that you can currently only use right now to go through TSA and allow my end users to be able to go through the process of presenting it when they try and open a bank account online, when they try and access federal government services, when they try and access state and local services. How do we create that kind of ubiquity of use cases so we can drive the chicken and egg scenario where people are actually asking for it? Now, obviously, there's the challenges of how do we understand the underlying party requirements as well, too. But so what we're trying to do within the National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, I'll actually do a quick show of hands. Does everyone know what the NCCOE National Cybersecurity Center of Excellence is? Yeah, that's a pretty good percentage, but there are at least a couple that don't. So we'll put it out there. It's essentially a collaborative space. It's a laboratory space where we bring in partners from across government and across industry to help actively address cybersecurity use cases, right? So we'll bring in partners from industry, partners from government, and then we'll bring in our own technology to help people actually stitch these things together into complete use cases. So for the mobile driver's license use case, we're bringing together financial institutions right now as the relying parties, bringing together multiple wallet providers. So we've got at least 3 wallet providers right now that all have different versions and different flavors of their mobile driver's license. We've got one verifier that's going through the process of actually running the online process for verifying these things. We're working with providers that cover things like the Trust Fabric side of the house. So AMVA, the OpenID Foundation, organizations that kind of cover the standards and specifications that support this. So the goal is to replicate to the greatest degree possible a full and complete online use case so that we can establish and understand where are the current standards today? What needs to continue to be improved? Then we can also start to look at things that aren't being considered by those standards. Things like, how do we take into account the user experience, right? Because if the financial institutions are looking at this and saying it's confusing, it's hard to understand, the process is complicated, they're not going to want to implement it. So how can we start to think about standardizing that user experience, improving that user experience, so by the time we get to adoption, we've got some best practices on what it looks like to that end user. Even more importantly, probably, is how do we start to take into account the relying party requirements from a compliance and regulatory perspective? Almost all of these organizations are going to have to think about, how does this particular process meet what I have to show to my regulators, to my auditors, and how can we make sure that we start to bring their voice into the conversation as early as possible? I think one of the key lessons, two key lessons that we learned from passkeys were, one, they did a really good job of trying to think about how do we bring in some of the UX and consistent user experience early on. Fido did a really great study on how do we actually put together some initial use cases for that passkey, provide user experience guidance. On the other side of the house, we're having the same conversation of, how do we get financial institutions to want to use passkeys? And we're kind of adding on layers on top of passkey to promote additional trust in how those technologies work. We want to move that up forward. We want to start thinking about what the challenges are for the relying parties and making sure they're starting to be reflected in the actual standards, specifications, and guidance that we can put out, that other organizations can put out, to make it easier for them to adopt in the long run and have an illustration of how these things meet their guidance and requirements that they have as organizations. So trying to bring all of this together in a pseudo business context so that we can start to think about things beyond just the core standards, but also how the relying parties are impacted and how the user is impacted by what we're deploying.
Stefan, I know it's been a while, but we get to you. So what's your take on mobile driver's license? Where are you coming from on this topic, and what would you like to see? What are you happy with what you've seen so far, and kind of like, how do you see things progressing?
Yeah, so reiterate, very happy with what we've seen so far. It is a question of adoption, chicken and egg. One interesting thing about the user experience, right? When you look at this as a purely just from my standpoint, right? When a customer comes to us, if they've already enrolled in a mobile driver's license, there's almost nothing but upside for us, right? Like they've gone through this friction already. They've done the process to enroll in this very strong credential. We just have to figure out how to accept it. And in theory, at least, it is a stronger fraud deterrent than pretty much everything else that's commercially viable right now. So from my perspective, it's very easy to advocate internally to my partners and stakeholders why we want to invest in MDL. The question is always about when. When does it become more important than the other 12 things we're probably working on at the same time? You give a number of citizens in Georgia that have already enrolled. It's always a question for us of, should I invest in servicing those 500,000 customers, or in servicing 5 million other customers, even if I know ultimately, like I said earlier, MDL is inevitable. So we're going to continue exploring how to help boost that adoption with other partners. The more we hear about government agencies like the TSA adopting it, the easier it becomes for me to go internally advocate and say, like, to my compliance partners and legal partners, and say, if it's good enough for the TSA, it should be good enough to open a bank account, right? It should be easy enough. But this is all on sort of the initial adoption side. When I think about the challenges we'll run into, they're much more around unraveling the ecosystem we have around not using MDLs. So like most big firms, you got thousands of applications all built around consuming certain things. We have certain applications which are built around, driver's licenses. I'm sure all sorts of different institutions have practices and policies and procedures on how to accept a physical driver's license. You then need to kind of rebuild that entire ecosystem across whatever institution you're talking about. And that's where the challenge lies. The actual technology integration of saying, I will accept an MDL is not immensely complicated. I'm sure it could be, there's always the joke about someone can build a hackathon in 24 hours. You have to do it in production, it'll take 6 months. That would apply here, right? I'm sure someone could build a very slapdash version very quickly. To build it in production would take a long time. But the challenge would then be just propagating it to every other system you have in your institution. And that's where we're thinking about right now, is how to fit it into all the other systems.
If we're thinking about the mobile driver's license, or even the larger verifiable document, VDoc kind of ecosystem, and like if Genie popped out and said, hey, I'll give you 2 wishes to fix mobile driver's license or verifiable credentials, What would you ask for? Stefan, we'll start with you.
There's gonna be a theme here. It's just one wish. This is adoption. Can you come back to me while I think about a second wish?
Sure.
'Cause that first wish was.
We'll come back to you. Ryan.
I mean, I think if I had wishes, one of the things that I think we would focus on, one of the things we're starting to think about here is the question of presentation and how we keep things consistent and viable for the largest set of users possible, right? Because I think our goal is to let the user have as few or as many wallets and credentials as they want, right? Like I think last year when I was here, I said something to the effect of, we don't want people to have 1,000 wallets to present 1,000 credentials. At the same time, if that person wants to have one wallet and present 1,000 credentials at it, that should be an option as well too. And so thinking about how we streamline and get all of the standards moving in the same place, and also start to break through some of the credential data format type battles that are ongoing, because at the end of the day, the people who lose the battle over credential formats and lack of interoperability, it's not the people producing the technology, it's the end users and the relying parties that want to ultimately implement and shoot and put that stuff in place. So I would say one, kind of moving towards standardized, singular, ideally kind of presentation protocols, and on the other side of the house, kind of breaking through and making sure that as we start to think about decisions that we make about credential and credential formats, we start to think about the end user and how we better service them as far as that goes.
Angelique?
How many wishes?
Two.
So obvious one is more adoption, right? So if I could just wave a magic wand and have everyone have it magically in your wallet, ready to go, ready to use, I would do that. But obviously adoption, so people and the customers and the relying parties would see the obvious benefits, right? Because we don't want to make it too complicated, because your average, say, a liquor store or your mom and pop shop, they don't really care about any of the technical stuff we've been talking about all day. They care about cybersecurity to the extent that someone can help them protect what they need to protect, but the details don't really matter. So if there was some way to make the benefits easier and instant to those who would benefit from it, being relying parties like banks or retailers, even sporting facilities, anywhere where you have customers and you want to know who those customers are, that would be another wish. Because like Stefan mentioned, friction, the DMVs have already dealt with all the friction, right? We've asked people to bring in, I need your birth certificate, all your marriage licenses, your divorce decrees, all this paperwork we need, social security numbers. So if that's not friction, I don't know what is. And so we've dealt with that for millions of customers, millions of people. So we've done the heavy lifting, and we can be that foundation for knowing your customer. And again, depending on your industry, you might want to layer other KYC things on top of that, right? Like if it's banking, you want to know payment history, maybe credit. If it's housing, maybe you want some other information. But definitely at the foundation of that is this person who they say they are?
Jason?
Yeah, the answer is the same adoption, and there are a couple of reasons for that, right? CSA is probably the largest consumer in-person identity, right? We have to verify 2 to 3 million passengers daily, right? And most of it's based, obviously, driver's license about 70%, 65 to 75%. It's dropping a little because probably fear of real ID enforcement, right? So more people are bringing passports. So we got 20, 25% and 5%, odds and ends, right? So physical ID, there's a definite heightened risk of fake IDs. Imposter attacks, right? And there are a lot of really, really good fake IDs out there. And there's a limit, although we authenticate it automatically using our machines, there's a limit, and some fake IDs are good enough. So digital ID from a security perspective is much, much better, right? Because you can't really fake an MDL, really, right? So from security perspective, which is first and foremost for us, is actually paramount. From a customer experience perspective, it was glitchy in the beginning, but right now we're actually clocking a median time of 6.2 seconds processing time, which is really on par with physical ID for MDLs. So, and hopefully it gets better. So, and people usually don't have their wallets available, but they have their phones in their hands, right? So hopefully becomes a really seamless process. And, privacy, selected disclosure based on the ISO standard 18013-5 allows us to minimize the data we ask, right? We don't need your organ donor status or that you can drive a truck, right? So your height, so brown, hair color, we just need your name, gender, date of birth, photo, digital photo, which is also signed, which is great. And also, just metadata about the ID itself, the expiration date, who issued it and whatnot. So it allows us to minimize data. So across that 3 pillars, actually it's a superior form of ID. So the more people actually uses MDL, actually it's great for us. Then the second wish would be, it's Ryan's fault, basically, so, but basically what we actually, I agree with Ryan, is, so kind of standardized by which we can consume this type of ID. So it has been TSA policy that we have 2,000 readers based on MDL standards, right? MDocs. So we don't going through the acquisition process, creating another hardware software configuration, for another type of IDs, digital IDs that we have to accept. It's not a trivial matter. So universalize, at least for in-person acceptance along the MD 18013-5. That has been our driving basically strategy for different types of digital ID, not necessarily just MDL. So those are kind of 2 considerations that we have.
Yeah, I think the standardized presentation protocols are going to be huge for promoting adoption. That said, I'm going to change both my answers to adoption.
I thought about my second wish. It's
Adoption?
to be a naysayer, right? It's actually vigilance. Because as anyone who's been in the fraud industry a long time will tell you, when you launch a new solution that sounds like a silver bullet, the best thing you get is about 12 months of silver bullet, and then maybe 2 years of bronze bullet. And then after that, it just kind of goes to heck. So I think it's really critical, as we're all super excited about this ecosystem and standing it up, to remember that right now, for all of us, MDLs are almost a hobby, right? Like they're not a must-have for consumers yet. I don't have to find a way to service every customer. It's really an opt-in for that customer. The fallback is always your physical ID. If we get to a state where this becomes the standard thing that I would expect from everyone, that also means we have to have account recovery for everyone. That also means that DMVs will suddenly become attacked by fraudsters, which is something that we've probably never really seen at scale. But the second an MDO becomes the only way to send $100,000 wire, will be the first time a driver's license, a DMV is under attack, right? And you'll see people like we've seen everywhere across financial institutions. We saw periods where in-person branch fraud sort of subsided and then ticked back up because fraudsters are not afraid to go into a branch and attempt fraud. So I think the things we rely on to provision in the first place, the things we rely on as our silver bullets, will inevitably sort of need shining. So on the one hand, it is again adoption, because I want to see everyone use this because it's clearly better than anything we're using today. But then we can't get too lax and think it's going to actually solve all of our problems. There will continue to need to be layered controls and thoughts of how the next smart bad guy will break this.
Yeah, I'll add on to that. I think there's, I don't know if I would call it a wish so far as thinking about that next phase of once these kinds of things do become ubiquitous, what are the new sets of risks and challenges we need to be thinking about? Not just going after the DMVs, which I think is very realistic if this starts to reach a kind of broader spectrum of adoption, but what are the privacy implications as these become more adopted? How can we spend a little bit more time on things like zero knowledge proofs and how those can be integrated into the broader infrastructure? We have use cases like age assertions that we're expecting to see for a lot of things. And do we really need to know exactly who you are to do that? No. How can we create pathways to allow increased privacy, but also we've got an ecosystem that's moving, right? So, there's been some proposals from different parts of the ecosystem about how to address these things, but I think, that's going to be, we need to keep our eye on that kind of future state to understand what it looks like and make sure that there is trust in the overall ecosystem, because if there's things that start to erode whether people are confident in their privacy and using these things, it's going to impact those wishes of adoption. And then also the question of how do we deal with people asking for this and the information when they shouldn't be, right? So how do we also manage some of the expectations around who should I be sharing my MDL with? And a lot of this is going to rely in the US on things like user education and stuff like that. But there's going to be some technical roles to play there for helping the end user understand that this might not be a safe place for you to share your mobile driver's license. Not much we can do to say you can't ask for it because of the kind of the way the US is structured. But at the same time, there are things that can be done through our partners in the browser space and in the technology space to be able to help the user make the right decision. So I think there's a lot of things that are going to start to become even more apparent as being critical as we start to see increases in adoption and increases of interest in new spaces and use cases that we're not even considering right now.
Yeah, there definitely is a little bit of a gap in the governance space at this point in time. We'll see how that.
Yeah, I had to throw that to you. That was for you.
Appreciate that.
Talk for
We'll see how that gets taken care of. And, along the adoption front, the not yet repealed cybersecurity EO from last week did call for grants for states to begin issuing mobile driver's licenses. But I'm not going to hold my breath. All right, we have like 3 minutes left, so why don't we open it up for any questions from the audience, Congressman?
So, actually, just mentioned, I had a series of discussions with ACO. This the question of whether the collection of information from it should become a licensing. Just something they were sort of enthusiastic. Just the idea that you can't just sit there and start because that's a nightmare scenario. Is that every time you want to smile, so if there was a like different licenses that you're going to collect information needed at a certain time and so on, there would be a license for collection. That actually might be licenses.
I'm not sure what that last piece was, but I mean, in Europe, that's kind of what they're doing, right? In order to register as a relying party to ask for a credential, you have to go through a certification process. You have to follow their kind of their European data laws and data protection laws. We don't have a corollary here in the United States. So I think that's a little bit outside the standards lane. As long as the standards lane, we can help create like the flags to be able to say, I'm not going to retain this. You can't retain this. You will not retain this. I think those are things we can address, but I think there's a bigger policy question of how do we deal with this and how do we manage this that I mean, like I have opinions on, but like there's not like a NIST view.
So as a relying parties, what we have done is we institute terminal authentication. So basically, distribute MPC to all readers to make sure that the person actually, or the machine or the wallet knows that it's a genuine authentic TSA terminal. Obviously that's obvious from TSA perspective, right? Because you're at the airport, TSA, but we wanted to kind of model, a nice behavior as a large relying parties. And we delete all the biometrics upon match, as you well know. So, make sure that we have the right data retention policy, privacy policies that's transparent and public. Having said that, I don't think, that gap still does exist, right? Because it's unenforceable.
So just a quick question, Jason, along the lines of the TSA experience, I can say, having been in the authentication space for many years and focused on consumer behavior, when I found out, I'm from Maryland, when I found out I could use an MDL at the airport, I was like, yes, I downloaded my MDL. I was so excited. I got online, I stood on this long line to go through the TSA. And when I got up there all excited to use it, I couldn't even figure out where in the setup I was supposed to do that. There was no sign of anything. And when I said, oh, I have a Maryland MDL, can I use it? The guy's like, yeah, I wouldn't.
So,
so when it comes to, he didn't give any explanation why, just, yeah, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Okay, thanks. So when it comes to adoption and we're thinking about TSA, I mean, I certainly have an idea, make the line shorter for people who have MDLs than for other people. So cut in front of the clear people and people will download MDL in 2 seconds. But along those lines, there's really no incentive to produce an MDL at the one place where it is broadly accepted, it's not setting us up for success in that environment. So it's interesting because if you go back in time to when airlines used to issue paper tickets, and that's all anyone knew how to do, come to the airport with that, sacred paper ticket. And then when you got there, suddenly there were these kiosks and you had to you could download your boarding pass on your phone. Oh my God, what is this, crazy world we live in? And now everybody does it and they're already holding their phone in their hand. And then they get to the TSA and it's like, pull out the old, driver's license. So there's lots of opportunity to play off of people's existing experience with their phones in the airport. I'm just not seeing it translated into true encouragement for people online to interrupt the very long line process by going, oh, I have this funky new thing called an MDL. Where do I put it? So just feedback to you that maybe it's not a question, just an observation, that there's a lot of opportunity to increase adoption if people knew that that was an advantage to them in any way when they got to the ticket.
Yeah, I think that's a fair criticism. Hopefully, it is a process to implement. It's hard to normalize a certain behavior, of the machine itself as well as the officers, unless you actually can roll it out enterprise-wide. So we're really excited by this March. Then all the machines out there will have their MDLs turned on. All the training would have been done. So hopefully the behavior becomes better from both sides and passengers be more used to it. I mean, one little thing that really affects customer experience. So we have that nose piece, which is the MDL reader, has an antenna there. Well, antenna is actually towards the edge, except if you put the sticker with a Wi-Fi sign towards the top parts, then that's where customers or passengers will tap, right? It won't work, right? They want to engage, the NFC is not close enough, right? So little things like that, you only learn through operational assessment, and hopefully we can make those tweaks to do that. In terms of adoption, I think that's a great point. I think it really behooves us to think about MDL use in different ways. Right now, we only use it to verify, to replace a physical ID. It's the same behavior, except instead of a physical ID, you present a digital ID. The great thing about MDL is the trust and the assurance. It's really about the trust in that identity. So if we can actually leverage some of the work that Ryan is doing for online presentment, and instead of on the identity verification piece, which happens at the checkpoint, if we can actually move to the left on the identity management value chain to go to the identity check-in process or enrollment or registration of a trusted identity, then perhaps you can actually create a different, more touchless experience when you come to the checkpoints without you actually having to assert your identity with a mobile or physical token. Just use your face, to be more of a touchless experience that we have done for other pre-check, customers. So I think we definitely, as TSA, as a relying party, we can actually, once the adoption and the standards are there, we're looking eagerly forward to expand our horizons on that.
All right, well, Ryan, it's all on you. No, we sadly are out of time. So I'd like to thank my panelists for joining us today. Phyllis and the Mobile Driver License Ecosystem. Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody. Great discussion. Appreciate you coming. Some of you for traveling quite far to get here. So our last session before our next break is with somebody who I only got to meet formally last night. Tracy Goodhue is the founder of More Good Solutions. One of the things we often talk about when we talk about digital identity or just identity in general is the idea of how do we actually build systems that work well for everybody. Sometimes we don't, and we forget about that. And I know Tracy's got some great perspectives from her own, personal experiences as well as what she does in her career to try to focus on maybe some of the things we forget about sometimes. So with that, Tracy, I'll invite you up. Press the play thing, and should advance your slides. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I want to introduce myself. I'm the founder of More Good Solutions, where I'm starting a conversation around accessibility and cybersecurity.
But first, I want to start with a little of an exercise. So if I could ask everybody to please talk to the people around you for a moment, introduce yourself, and maybe just tell them what you're going to have for dinner tonight. But what I want you to do is have your hands over your ears when you're doing it. I'll give you a minute to do this. All right, everybody, thank you for that. Okay, so I want everybody to pay attention to how that experience went. Think about what you did in that situation. You heard the room, you heard the noise, you leaned in a little bit to your neighbor around you. It was a little bit of a struggle, wasn't it? Well, according to the World Health Organization, 1 in 4 people will have a hearing disability by 2050. So that means 25% of this room might come down to disability at some point. And I'm standing here as one of those people. So from the age of 3, I had a congenital condition that caused cysts to grow around the bones and the hearing bones in my middle ear. By the age of 11, I had to have those bones removed in my left ear. By the age of 21, I had a perforated eardrum in my good ear, which is the other side. So by the end of my college career, I was basically deaf. And technology, had not yet caught up to that. So I learned to adapt. And basically what adaptation looked like was me learning where to sit in a crowded room. If you notice today, I was sitting in the very back corner with my back to the wall so that I could have access to the entire room at one time without hearing everybody behind me, because that is a common occurrence that happens in my current condition. But I have learned to always walk on the correct side of people. So that correct side differs. So sometimes when I'm out exercising with friends, if we're out for a run, I will not have my hearing aid on. And that means that my good ear is this side. So I will be sure that I'm always running on this side so that I can have a conversation with them. However, when I have my hearing aid on, this is my good side. So my good side switches, and you'll see me bouncing around back and forth depending on what I'm doing that day. So that's something that I've learned to adapt to. And it's also knowing where sound comes from. So if you think about in that scenario where you were all talking, if I'm standing in a room like that and somebody across the room calls my name, because I have better hearing in one ear than the other, I can't necessarily tell which direction sound is coming from, because you need both ears to do that. So that is all well and good. But there are some bright sides, and I will get into the pandemic in a moment. However, my husband snores like a bear. I can sleep very soundly just by taking my hearing aid off and sleeping next to him. So we're compatible in that regard. But the pandemic came. And one of the things that you don't think about when you're communicating, when you leaned into that person, when you were talking to them, you were also looking at them. You were probably reading their lips inadvertently without even realizing it. And when the pandemic happened, that was taken away. So now everybody had this half of their face covered. And it was very hard to see if people were smiling, if they were frowning, because another way that I have learned to adapt is to mirror what's going on around me. I may hear maybe 75% of what's being said, and that's today with my hearing aid, but early on without my hearing aid, I maybe heard 50 to 60%. So I just pretended that I was hearing everything that was being said. And even now, I inadvertently do this. And it's just a way of assimilating to your situation. I don't want to be an outsider. And it's bad enough that I have to ask people to repeat themselves over and over again. So sometimes it's just easier to go along and play along. So when the pandemic happened and I was not able to see people, it really caused a lot of frustration. But also think about barriers that went up during the pandemic. And these still exist in a lot of places today. I know in Florida they do. You can see that little hole down there where there's where they pass the money through or the food through. I'm constantly having to put my ear to the counter to hear what's being said at the bank. And this is just something that I've learned to overcome. And one thing that has happened though during the pandemic, technology changed my life. So
not only did I get my hearing aid, which again was a technological advancement where I have a bone anchored hearing aid. It's not a traditional in the ear. So it's actually screwed into my head, and I will show anybody after this talk if they want to see it. But along with having this bone anchored hearing aid, technology was then improved on my phone. I can take phone calls directly to my hearing aid. I can hear music directly in my ear, and nobody else around me can hear it, which in a work setting works pretty well. But also think about Zoom. I was able to work from home at this point. I was able to control my world with a touch of a button. I could see everything that was being said on the screen. I didn't have to worry where somebody was in the room was talking because they were all sitting directly in front of me, and I had captions. So because of that, I was able to thrive in my professional career. But this is the third time I have spoken about my story. And a lot has changed from the very first time, because this is where I would have ended. How technology has been amazing, has changed my life for the better. But then from 2 years ago, my personal circumstances changed. And it was professionally changed, where I was working for a new company that eventually called us all back into the office. And I was a project manager at this time. I used to host meetings for a global team, and nobody was in the office with me. Although I was sitting in an office with open floor plan, placed just like this, and I had to be on Zoom calls all day. But that's only one thing, is having that surrounding noise. But this company also did not have, they did not encourage people to be on camera. So I no longer had the facial expressions of the people on the meeting with me. And then they also, for their information security policy, did not allow any captioning or transcriptions of their meetings. And that was 100% of my role. So I had these three challenges: being in a noisy environment, not being able to see the people that I was talking to, and also not having the captions in front of me. And also because I was with a global team, I had to listen through accents that were very foreign to me. So this is all something this is basically, if you see the screen, this is what my world was like. It was very bland, very opaque. And it comes down to the fact that 55% of our communication comes just from being able to see the people around you. And if your culture is not allowing people to be on camera and not encouraging that, because I know we all have Zoom fatigue at some point in time, there are people that are being impacted by that. They may not even realize this. And so if only 7% of communication is through verbal words alone, that's on somebody that is normal hearing. Okay, so somebody like me, all of these statistics are skewed. Okay, so most of my communication is probably more visual than it is auditory. So I spoke about the common barriers that I have had problems with, which were digital accessibility and also communication. But there's also other people that we need to think about when we set together our policies. I mean, are we addressing people that have sensory challenges, cognitive policy, your policy and cultural barriers, preventing people from gaining access to everything they need, and then of course the physical barriers of the space that they're in. So what can you do? So I'm sure many people in this room are familiar with this, the CIA triad. And one thing I want you to really lean into is availability. Because if you are not having all of your processes, policies, allowing all this information to be available to everybody in your organization, then that is not accessible. And this is where accessibility and availability are tied hand in hand. So there's some questions that you can ask, and this is just a random set of questions that we can address here, but there's so many more that you can do. So what challenges are your employees facing every day? How user-friendly are your guidelines? Are there security requirements that are a burden to people with disabilities of any kind, sight and hearing, as well as physical and neurotypical? How can accessibility be incorporated into your cybersecurity awareness trainings if it's not already? Are current cybersecurity tools compatible with assistive technologies? Think about screen readers, because there are certain tools that need to be used with that. Are your response teams trained to support people like myself when there is a security incident?
And then are employees aware of available options to accommodate their accessibility needs? There's global accessibility standards. Are you meeting those? Are employees providing ongoing feedback? Are they encouraged to? Because you want to have that open communication with your employees or things will never change. And then how can leadership champion these accessibility changes that are needed in all cybersecurity initiatives? And then lastly, what can you do? Because in today's changing environment where DEI programs are being downsized or being replaced, inadvertently accessibility was rolled into some of those programs. So we may need to rely on our individual selves to promote accessibility in the workplace versus a program that is corporate wide. So that is what I would ask you to do. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Tracy. That was awesome, really helpful. We are going to take a break now till about, I guess, 3:45. And then we'll come back. We've got two panels to close the day, one looking at the coming deepfake tsunami and one that's actually going to be following up on what Tracy just talked about, which is making identity work for everybody. So we will see you all in about 15 minutes. If I can ask everybody to grab a seat, we'll get started in about 30 seconds with our next panel. Lost John. AJ should be here. There he is. All right. Welcome.
Yeah.
What can I get you? Yeah, there's the espresso machine out that way. Much better. He's just hanging out.
Hey, you want to ask him the first question?
All right, our next panel, we've got two last ones of, for the day before we then kick off our reception. So we're going to talk now about the coming deepfake tsunami. And I'm really pleased to hand things off to my friend Amy Shewart, who's VP of Technology and Innovation at the Business Roundtable, who will be your moderator. So with that, I'll let Amy take over.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeremy. We are excited to jump into all things deepfakes. So first, let me start by turning to my colleagues on the panel and ask each of you to give a quick intro of who you are, the company that you work for, and the role you all play in this space.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here. My name is Jenny Katzman. I am a Senior Director of Government Affairs at Microsoft. I'm based here in DC. I work in policy and I handle policy for synthetic media, which means I look at curbing abuses of AI-generated content, along with a number of other things, including digital safety for Microsoft. And before that, I also I worked in all three branches of the federal government. So happy to sort of opine on where things may be going for synthetic media in this new administration and Congress.
All three?
I did. I worked in all three.
Anyone else say that?
That's amazing. AJ Ablani, I actually got my start in identity after 9/11, working partially in the White House, also partially helping to start the Department of Homeland Security as part of the initial team under Tom Ridge. Worked on parts of the Real ID Act and a lot of other interesting work after that, and then co-founded Clear in 2005. Since then, I've been kind of obsessed with the concept of identity, both from knowing who people are and also knowing whether you are who you say you are. And those are two different questions. And so it's always an interesting one in the world of AI to start thinking about who people are as much as whether or not they're the right people. Right now, I'm the president, head of the Americas of iProve, and iProve has great technology with regards to detecting deepfakes.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Shuckers. I'm a professor at University of North Carolina, Charlotte, previously at Clarkson University. I direct a research center in biometrics identity. It's over 20 years old. It's called the Center for Identification Technology Research, or CIDR. We're a National Science Foundation Center, and we work with industry and government. And basically, we're looking at basic and applied research and development, sort of early in the cycle. The research we do is directed by what those organizations perceive are the needs. Some of the work that we've done actually since the first year of the center in 2002 is on liveness detection, which apparently might be relevant in this conversation on this panel. So I'll come back to that.
I was going to say, Stephanie, hold that thought. We'll get there. So Jenny, let me start by turning it over to you. I know Microsoft released a report on synthetic content last year, talking about the scope of the challenge and some of the trends.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Yeah, we did release a report at the end of July on protecting the public from abuse of AI-generated content. And, we did so because, we play a significant role in this space, but we're a rights holder, we're a platform, and we're an AI developer. And, we feel like we have a responsibility in this space to be talking about it and to be talking about what needs to be done about abuse of AI-generated content. We think there are going to be really great things that are going to be done with AI, and we're very, very, very positive and optimistic about the opportunities there. But we're also, frankly, realistic that there are going to be things that bad actors can do, as they've done with basically every other technology before it, and that they will do with AI and are currently doing with AI. And media manipulation is really not something that's new. Media manipulation has happened since before the digital age, and it's happening with AI. It happened, notoriously with, Hitler and Stalin using it for propaganda purposes, and we're seeing it, deep fakes taking over the internet. They're, it's doubling like every 6 months, and we've seen it, in lots of different ways. People were really afraid of it for elections this past year, but we're seeing it in some ways that are funny and some ways that are more serious. And we in the paper realize that like with AI, it's different than maybe some other technologies before it, or the ways that it was used, decades ago with things like maybe Photoshop, right? It's a more sophisticated technology, so it's harder to discern. And that's certainly more problematic. It's, people can't tell, what it is or be able to tell if it's real or it's not real. Certainly people have seen quizzes online. Maybe you've taken a few. Maybe you think you can, you are able to tell, then you take these quizzes and you're like, actually, I can't tell if this image is AI generated or not. And that's, that's true for, most Americans who probably end up with like, 50%. And so, in this paper, we sort of identify 4 major harms that we think that policymakers in the US need to look at. And those 4 harms are non-consensual intimate imagery, often referred to as deepfake pornography, child sexual abuse material, elections. This was 2024 when this report was released, and then financial fraud. And financial fraud has been an issue without AI. We know that, I think, maybe you've talked about this earlier today, but financial fraud is a huge issue in the US, all over the world. Imposter fraud being probably the most prevalent form, affects seniors more than any other population. And, fraud in general, like outside of imposter fraud, is just like increasingly like a huge issue here. And I think we've seen estimates, AI in this space is, while it's not certainly the most dominant form, it's expected to go up exponentially. I think they said Deloitte has said that maybe it contributed to about $12 billion in fraud last year, but expected in 2027 to go up to 40 billion. And those are really scary numbers. And so these are things that we think need to be addressed by policymakers.
Great. AJ, Jenny mentioned financial fraud as one of the ways that deep fakes are being used. I know that your company, iProve, published a report last year that showed some stunning numbers on the growth of deep fake attacks targeting remote ID verification. Can you talk a little bit about what was in your report and the trends you're seeing?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, the importance of the research that we're doing right now is really to educate the overall industry in terms of the threats that we are facing, because we do see a large number of threats globally. We're in Singapore on SingPass. We have a lot of the UK programs, Australian Tax Authority, here in the US through the IRS, and a number of other applications. And so some of that data we put together for an annual report. And last year's report was very interesting. The one that's coming out is going to be in about a month. So definitely follow iProve on LinkedIn and you'll be able to have first access to the new report coming out. You'll see some pretty dramatic trends. Last year's trends showed a 704% increase in deepfake attacks. That's pretty dramatic. These are tools like SwapFace, DeepFace Live, SwapStream. These are all the different tools that are being utilized to be able to actually impersonate somebody else online in real time, not just actually on a photo. So it's not taking a doctored photo. It's not even taking a live person and then doing a biometric photo of them with a deepfake. It's actually live human on a video call, being able to do an impersonation that's almost impossible for somebody else to be able to detect. And so the technology continues to get better. I like to say pad detection is so 2010. It's kind of what all the standards are actually built around, is just pad detection. And for those that don't know, their standards put around presentation attacks. Presentation attacks are basically attacks where somebody is printing off a piece of paper with a deepfake or someone else's photo that they're putting in front of the camera, but it's a hard copy. It's also a mask. Let's say somebody that actually is able to impersonate someone else by using a Mission Impossible style mask. These are not the scalable threats that you see today. What you see today is a deepfake injection into the camera feed, and that's either done through man-in-the-middle attacks, it's done through video replay attacks, it's done through a lot of camera emulators and other technology out there. And so the crime as a service dark web is operational right now. It's very efficient. You can pay sophisticated attackers to attack systems for a very inexpensive price on a per successful attack type capability. And there's also a dark web capability of known accounts that are being sold that have already been passed that you then sell on the open web. And so companies like DoorDash and Uber and others who go through a lot of work trying to protect their consumers by doing a significant number of background checks up front, find those accounts for sale online after the people have passed their initial verification. So this is a growing and dramatic problem.
Okay, so Stephanie, I lost count of the number of types of attacks that AJ just rattled through there. But can you just talk a little bit about the trends you're seeing in the types of attacks and what's changing from your perspective?
Yeah, so I think that was a good overview. Really what I was probably going to say is related to the difference between physical attacks and digital attacks. You know, I guess to kind of extend that, you know, the digital attacks are the types of attacks that are scalable, you know, and obviously bring a lot of concern. You know, there is a dramatic rise. I would say, you know, that it's just beginning. Maybe that's, you know, where tsunami's coming in. Maybe we're not quite to tsunami yet. You know, I would say, and this is something we worried about with physical attacks, you know, we wanted to get ahead of it. And I do think it's not too late that we are getting ahead of it. And part of that is through effective solutions. So he said presentation attack detection was, so 2010, right? What we have found though, is all that work that we did in terms of assessing and putting solutions in liveness detection solutions actually are going to benefit us also with deep fakes. And that's because those solutions, by extending their role beyond just the physical presentation of an artifact to incorporating, you know, recognizing when someone's mounting an injection attack. And ways to do that can be very, you know, very straightforward, like what we call challenge response. And so there's some very, you know, unique methods that many industries are using to be able to detect those attacks. And they're basically part of what I would say the family of liveness detection solutions. And so we laid the groundwork, and I think there's some work going on in terms of injection attack detection standards that, you know, follow on the early groundwork in relation to that.
Great. So Stephanie, we've jumped straight into liveness, and I know Andrew gave us a little bit of a preview of FIDO's certification work, but can you talk a little more about that? And I want to turn it over to AJ because I know iProof has some experience here too.
Yeah, so there, as I said, there is a standard related to presentation attack detection. There's one coming on injection attack detection. So, you know, standards are great. You know, they sort of lay the groundwork, but they don't tell you how solutions perform. So you need an independent body to look at that. FIDO has stood up an independent certification program, so it's FIDO Access Certifying Body, and they accredit laboratories, as Andrew described. And those laboratories then go, the FIDO also develops the specifications based on the standards. So they read the standards, they utilize the standards, but they develop the actual requirements and specifications. So FIDO has done that through a stakeholder group of industry, subject matter experts and government, and defined the requirements. So then the laboratories go and do the certification. So this is the framework as it relates to injection attacks and deep and presentation attacks. So right now there's standard biometric metrics, false reject rate, false accept rate, metrics related to presentation attacks, and requirements around injection attacks, security requirements around injection attacks. It's laid the groundwork for when the injection attack standard is released, then we will continue to refine the requirements to incorporate that ISO standard, which is not yet published. So we're tracking that. But bottom line is there's a certification program out there. So if you have a product, you should get certified. If you are looking to rely on products, then you should ask for certified products. And you can do that by putting, even if you don't require it in your RFI, you could at least suggest it, highly encourage that it's a certified product. That would help with the ecosystem. Right now, we're a little bit of a chicken and egg. It costs to get certified. We would like to see more people pointing to that certification.
Great. So AJ, as I mentioned, iProve's one of the companies that's gone through this certification. I think you were first. But can you talk a little bit about iProve's experience, why you decided to do it, and what impact you think it's going to have on the marketplace?
Sure. In general, I find that there's just a lot of mixed messages in industry about who's better than who and under what testing conditions, et cetera. We at iProve, we're extremely bullish on standards and certifications. We encourage everyone to be certified or try to be certified. We encourage new standards to come out to address the latest threats that are in the market. We spend an inordinate amount of time encouraging people and participating in those types of certification programs to get launched because it cuts through the kind of the messy vendor messages, and it gets you to an equal playing field. And if you're able to have an equal playing field and demonstrate your solution under circumstances that are similar to the kinds that you're seeing in the real world, then the better solutions rise above. And that's why we really encourage as many people as possible to get behind these types of standards, include them in their RFPs if they're asking for it, if they're a customer. And we encourage other vendors, and we actually walk other vendors through the process of actually how we got certified. We're happy to do that with anyone here. And it's critical in today's day and age where I mentioned this before, which is usernames and passwords are just so archaic. It was an afterthought to the web to really think about identity and security. But everyone is born with biometrics and the ability real time to be able to prove that you are who you say you are, whether or not that's something that's one-to-one or one-to-many. It doesn't matter. The question is it consent? Is it consent driven? And if you gave consent to be able to identify yourself, and you're now not having to share your social security number or your date of birth or other personal information, but you can just basically prove that you are who you say you are by sticking your face in a camera, I think that's an amazing freedom that we should offer to everybody.
One of the nice things about the FIDO work is that it's industry driven. Jenny, I know that Microsoft has also been working on some other standards that have been industry driven. Can you talk a little bit about C2PA?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to talk about C2PA. I don't know how many people are familiar with it, but so getting some head shakes. So yeah, so happy to dive more deeply into it. So C2PA is the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity. It was started in 2021 by Microsoft, Adobe, Intel, and some other partners. It now has, I think, over 100 members on it. And it was a way to sort of be able to it's a standard setting body, first of all, which C2PA is, with a goal of having an open standard and tech to be able to display content provenance and authenticity. And what it has now had is a method of showing provenance and origins of information so that you can attach it to a content and have that cryptographically detailing the provenance and so you can be able to click on the information and see who created it, when it was created, and any other information that the creator wants to include. And that's really important, especially when we're thinking about things like AI generated content or any digital content for that matter, because it allows you to see if you want to trust the source of that information. And a lot of times people are thinking like, do we want a deepfake detector? And what we have found is that trying to detect deepfakes is probably not the solution. And it seems like that is what everybody wants to search for. And I think that is like what most companies started as the looking for, because it seems like what you would do, in the sort of space that Microsoft sits in, right? But it is for a lot of reasons, it becomes really, really difficult. If you're looking at is something AI generated, that's not as hard to sort of be able to detect. What becomes really hard to detect is when you're trying to determine if it has been modified. Because you can probably determine if it is AI generated, but when you're determining if it's been modified, that's when you sort of get those like difficult answers. And sort of think about something like a picture like the Trump assassination picture, which everybody sort of is very familiar with. Soon after that picture was circulated, people started to modify it. And it may come up as accurate, even though the picture then has maybe like smiling Secret Service agents, right? Because most of that picture is accurate. And so it doesn't capture the modified part. So that's what the issue with detection is problematic. Whereas something like C2PA, you can click on the origins of it and you can see, okay, well, the New York Times has it or some other source that you may trust or something like that. And so it allows somebody who's viewing it, the consumer, to determine whether or not they trust that person, the person doing it. And it's tamper resistant so that if somebody were to try to tamper with it, it breaks the seal. So if like somebody has tried to play with it, mess with it. Now, like anything else, all these, disclosure methods are subject to abuse. Like there's bad actors. There's no perfect method for any of these. And we are, working, and a lot of these are also complementary. Sometimes, depending on what the type of content is, you might need to add, watermarking with C2PA and things like that. But there's no one perfect method for any of these. But I think that C2PA, for what it is like a very good method in being able to see where the information is coming from and to be able to trust that information and then to make your own judgment calls on it.
So great. Thanks. So one question for the entire panel, recognizing this is a policy forum and we have Congressman Foster here. What are some things that the government can look to do through new policies, research, testing, funding, et cetera, that you think will help best position the U.S. to address all of the challenges that come with deepfakes? So Stephanie, turn to you first.
Yes. So circling back to, my certification plug, right? I think government can, point to certification, even if it's not required at this point, at least strongly encourage. So that's, I think, an easy win. And I think it would help the ecosystem. Every year we talked about FIDO and this was the year of deployment. I don't know where Andrew is. This is the year of deployment. Well, this is the year, it's so exciting and it just to see what's happening with FIDO and with the evolution to passkey. So certification, okay, it's not solving quite the same thing, but it's part and parcel to the solution, right? Because now, that you're getting adoption, there might be concerns about parts of the ecosystem. So it's sort of the second thing. It first needs to come adoption, second needs to come, the certification piece. So as we start to ask questions about how much do I trust this or that, certification plays a role, right? So I think we have to be patient, around it. But I do think, government can help stimulate because that's going to get you the best products in the marketplace, and reward those who spent the money to get the certification. I'm a biometrics expert, so certainly, some of the challenges that relate to biometrics are the very many use cases of biometrics, the kind of the flip sides of the coin of technology, the good use cases like passkey and remote identity verification and mobile driver's license, and those other uses, where uses and or abuses, right, of biometrics. So I think guardrails around regulations would be, extremely helpful, in terms of, deconflicting things to the public as to what is okay and what is not okay when it comes to your biometric. I'll pause there. I'm sure that others will cover other things.
I think, so understanding the problem, I think is really important. C2PA is not a solution to deepfakes. I just want to be very clear, because you can put garbage in and then put a seal on it and make sure nobody tampers with it afterwards. But how do you know it was actually good stuff going in? That's the fundamental question. And so you have to be cognizant of both. C2PA is a fantastic organization of which we are members, and we are firm believers in the ongoing content provenance. But knowing upfront that a human actually created the video, and which human, is an extremely important component that's not currently taken into account within C2PA. And the identity verification of the individual, making sure that it was the right person, is incredibly important. And so that's where I applaud FIDO for the work and the approach that they've taken, which is they've recognized that the FIDO passkeys are just garbage in, garbage out. If you get keys to the kingdom, but you're not really sure that you granted it to the right person, then you're just giving the wrong person keys to the kingdom. So you have to have biometric authentication up front to be able to certify and verify that the right person were actually given the keys to the system. Then you can be ongoing and protect it. Currently today, C2PA doesn't have that construct, and I think we'd love to be able to work with C2PA to be able to do that. Genuinely, I'd say a lot of people talk about the funding mechanisms, but currently NIST is underfunded. The DHS projects around deepfake detection are underfunded. These organizations don't have the funding to be able to conduct the kind of testing and come up with the certifications that are necessary. It costs money to get some group of people into a laboratory to independently verify and test off of common citizens. Even if you're given Starbucks gift cards, those Starbucks gift cards have to be greater than 20 bucks. So, these things are costly, and you need great experts and you need PhDs that are really knowledgeable to be able to come up with this testing. The question is it important enough to warrant government funding? And I'd say yes, but I'm not a voter on the Hill like somebody else in this room. So that's where it comes down to a question of what is actually important to be able to come up with those certifications and what's important to fund.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about in the current political climate, what can get done. I think there is room to do things in synthetic media. I think, our white paper does lay out some good suggestions in it. I'm not quite sure that there's going to be a lot of agreement on doing things in this space, to be honest. I don't think funding is going to be, based on what I've seen just recently, I don't think there's going to be a ton. I do think, look, we have a proposal in our white paper to do an AI deepfake fraud statute, which is based on the Truth in Caller ID Act, which would provide both civil and criminal enforcement power. But I think that is will go to both DOJ and to the FTC and to state attorneys general. And I think that is something that I could see people getting behind. I think there's other things outside of this area in the synthetic media space that I can see there being bipartisan support for, but I don't, I think based on what we saw from the bipartisan House AI task force report from the end of last year, and what we're seeing now from the Trump administration EO, I don't see there being a huge amount of appetite for regulation.
Great. All right, with that, I will open up for questions. Do we stun them all into silence, Jeremy? Oh, Congressman Foster.
Okay, so that is that basically
Yeah, I wanted to sort of deconflict something here because there's kind of two problems we're talking about here. There's sort of looking at content, pre-recorded content at a future time and looking at its provenancy, which is really important, in terms of media, and understanding that. In fact, I was telling someone the story that with my kids, like we were looking at Instagram together and my son was like, nope, AI, like he just knew, how did he know? Who knows if he was right? Who knows, but, they're just not trusting what they see is what I took from that. Right. And so I think I can, that is what the Content Providence Initiative, I'm sure I'm saying it wrong, is trying to solve. And, obviously there are other solutions down the line in terms of cryptographically signing it based on hardware and cameras and et cetera, so there's a lot of work going on in that area. When we talk about identity, which is kind of the focus of this day, we have a sort of a slightly different problem because we have that live person there at that time trying to make either a remote identity proofing claim, or verification claim, or an authentication step. And so that problem is, I don't want to say easier to solve, but I would say further down the road in terms of being able to be solved, because the physical person is right there and we have to make a decision there. So we can put a lot of tools to that go beyond just, I'm seeing a digital thing that was recorded long ago, right? So what do I mean by that? If you have a hammer, everything looks like nails. Liveness, is kind of what I'm talking about here. So the solutions can kind of probe the person to see there's physically a real person there, and then grant the access or grant the identity verification. So I think that's, what's really promising, and many companies have come up with some really interesting approaches, some of them based on whatever current hardware we have in phones that we have to kind of deal with what's there, some of them incorporating new hardware into phones and complementing with, the existing, solutions. So then there's a lot of room for, I'm talking to companies all the time, like, I've got this great idea, right? A lot of room for innovation. So back to your, does the biometric solve this? So the biometric piece of it, which is the uniqueness, is really important. But, as a liveness person, I've always said these need to be equally weighted, right? Because then not only can I say there's some unique information and I know it's you, but also I know I just got it from you, from your biological physical self, and I can trust that information because I know I just captured it, right? And so those two things need to go together, and I'll get off my soapbox.
Most advanced country that's adopted this like 10 years ago. Why are we still trying to figure this out? Why don't we just leverage something that works in Estonia? Almost 99% of the Estonians have some type of digital identity applies.
Yeah.
We're wasting a lot of government resources, a lot of bureaucracy trying to triangulate around this. Let's just see what's already working.
There's also Aadhaar, right, in India, which is an interesting platform as well. But fundamentally here in the United States, like you're born and you get a birth certificate. Then you go in and you get a social security number. If you happen to travel internationally as a child, you might get a passport, which is the first time that any form of a biometric is associated with your identity. But other than that, from the majority of the population, it's really just the driver's license, right? When you go in to get a driver's license. And a lot of kids these days aren't even going in to get driver's licenses. Angelique left from Georgia, but she and I had a really nice conversation about like when Georgia actually realized, oh, they need to do state IDs. And the second that they realized they needed to do state IDs, did they actually realize that they were signing up to be an identity bureau? And now that you're an identity bureau, welcome to the real world. Like now all of a sudden, everyone's going to be using that identity to be able to verify that you are. Like even the MDL craze is not about a driver's license. Because let's be honest, like law enforcement's not going to accept that thing in a very long time. So if it's not accepted by law enforcement, it's not really a driver's license, guys. You still need to carry your physical driver's license. So what are we actually talking about here? Let's redefine what we're actually talking about here as a government issued digital ID. And if we actually did that, we know that we'd have to take a lot of great care in terms of knowing how to attach a biometric to an identity, because that is not done from the time that you're born here in the United States. And there's an estimate, a guesstimate, that the person that works at the DMV through some hopefully proper training is taking to then decide whether or not the photo that they're taking live of you at the DMV is in fact you. Off of what? Off of your birth certificate, which only has your name and where you were born. That's a huge challenge here in the US. And I was shot down very quickly when I suggested the idea of a national ID post 9/11. We can't talk about a national ID digital here yet, but at least common standards around having a digitally issued real ID compliant credential is something that we could be doing right now. In the MDL, thinking it is actually going to be a driver's license, it's not going to be a driver's license. That's a long road. So.
In the countries where it has worked, like Estonia, many countries in Europe, it's almost always federally, at a federal level, a mandated thing, right? Pushed down to say, this is the framework that all citizens have to comply with. Here in the US, we've largely left it to states to say, each of you come up with a mobile driver's license framework, and we hope it all kind of works together.
States, tribes.
Right.
You go through the whole list.
Right.
Like
So
there's a lot of delegated authorities.
To me, that's not tried, definitely not tested. And it certainly, there's no good examples out there of it working where all states come together to say, yes, we will co-work and make this thing work at a national level. How do you see that playing out in the US?
Jeremy knows this. Short of a national catastrophe, I don't think it will. I think we need to actually have some kind of a massive catastrophe to then have ubiquitous conversations with everybody on the same page. So short of the catastrophe, kind of like post 9/11, post something else, Pearl Harbor, something like it's got to be a big catastrophe for something to actually bring this thing together right now. I'll be honest, the vendors are having a field day in the US. The majority of most of our vendor community, 80% of our revenue is driven off of the United States. It's the largest market because it's the most broken. And it's also the largest market in general, like our GDP is fantastic. But I think in general, that's where, like for the vendor community, a thing like Estonia is not great because, you fixed it. Great. How do we make money off of that? We don't. So the solutions have to come from the right governments and standards bodies to be able to really come together and solve this. But I don't see that happening without a catastrophe.
Okay. Right.
The tsunami.
I think, Jeremy, that's our peppy note to end this panel. So thank you.
Well, thanks, Amy, and thanks to everybody on our panel. We've got one more for the day. Before I introduce him, I'm just going to follow up on that point. I've noted when I was, back in government and was asked about Estonia, I point out if I had a nickel for every time somebody suggested that model, I'd probably have 1250. So not enough to retire on, but it comes up a lot. But one point I always made, Estonia is a country of, I think, 1.4 million people. I think Fairfax County, just across the river and beyond, has a bigger population. And it's actually much more diverse in Fairfax County than it is in Estonia in terms of the types of populations you need to serve and just diverse in every way. So I always pointed out, if we wanted to clone something in Fairfax County, that'd be really easy. America's more complicated. And I think a point I made the first time I was invited by Congressman Foster to testify in front of the House Financial Services Committee hearing, We can learn a lot about digital identity models in other countries, but we also need to come up with a distinctly American model that's going to be politically reasonable, accepted by people. This is one reason we focus a lot on things like MDLs. It's a digital counterpart to something you already have, so there's not a new database or whatnot. But I could go on and on about this for a while, so let's just not. Final panel. Really thrilled to introduce Natalie Alms as our moderator. We're gonna be talking about different perspectives on making identity work for everybody. So panel, come on up and close us out.
Thank you, Jeremy. Hello, everyone. I'm impressed so many of you stuck through all of today. I know I'm the last thing standing between you and I believe happy hour that I saw set up outside. So exactly, we have the pastor on board for that. Like Jeremy said, my name is Natalie Alms. I'm a reporter at NextGov, which is a trade publication where I somehow fell down this weird digital identity hole. So I'm happy to be here and happy to get into this topic. Panelists, if you would, I think I would love to start with you guys introducing yourself and then telling us your soapbox take, which is either one thing people get wrong about identity and equity, or one thing you just want people to know. Whoever wants to go first, feel free.
I'll start. My name is Reverend Ben Roberts. I'm local here to Washington, D.C. I'm a founder of United Methodist Church in the DuPont Circle neighborhood. I've been there almost 12 years now, and we run a program called the ID Ministry. We service over 2,000 people a year on a weekly, working once a week, and then a couple of Saturdays a month with an all-volunteer organization to help people pay for and navigate the application process related to vital documents. So your birth certificate, your non-driver's ID in this town, and your social security card, every once in a while an additional document beyond that. All of that is because we are working with low-income and unhoused individuals toward the goals of getting a job, which you need to have an ID for, getting your housing, which you need an ID for. If you need to apply for benefits, you have to have that. And the process since the implementation of Real ID has become pretty cumbersome, especially for folks who are generally accessing these systems on their absolute worst day. So it's post-eviction, it's domestic violence situations, it's your belongings were thrown out while you were sleeping on the street in the rain. So we're there to kind of journey with people, help make sense of the various processes and put the pieces together in the right order. Because as you all know, if you're going for your ID, you can't get that without the birth certificate. And frequently, you're not able to get the birth certificate without the ID. So we help people kind of fill in the gaps of how they're going to rebuild to get their credential that they need to move on, to be supporting themselves as best they can, and to be off the street. So that's kind of that's my first one.
Well, as you all know, my name is Tracy Goodhue. I'm founder of More Good Solutions, and I promote the conversation around accessibility and cybersecurity. And I guess I'd like to speak on the fact that ID is not the same for everybody. It has to be based on their ability. So as we work around that, I hope that we can start coming together with some solutions that will allow everybody to have equal accessibility to their identification.
All right. Plus one, thank you for sticking around until the end of the day. It's good to see a lot of people who I haven't in a while. I'm Connie LaSalle. I'm a senior advisor at NIST, also on detail in a role where I wear a commerce hat, but today I'm representing either myself or NIST. It's been a tumultuous couple of business days. That seems like an understatement. NIST is pretty committed to our function here, though, which is to conduct research that's really essential, not on identity alone, but on other topics focused on building trust online or building trust across industries. If you look at our other laboratory programs, beyond the research that we conduct, you're familiar with our guidelines, I know, and I'm sure you are on the edge of your seats to figure out what's happening with the guidelines. Other than the guidelines, we contribute to standards, and we play a critical role because our research and our science backs up our contributions to those standards bodies. So we have a really broad role beyond our cybersecurity and privacy programs. We remain committed to ensuring that the right resources reach the right people at the right time. That has not shifted. I think one thing that people can get wrong though is that when you're balancing all of those different domains of risk as an enterprise, that one must take precedence over another and you have to give up on your security and anti-fraud goals. That isn't true. I've seen a lot of your comments sort of promulgating the fear, and I get the fear, deep breath, but ideally if a system is working, you're providing secure access to any person regardless of the means that they're showing up with in an interoperable and privacy preserving way. That's the goal. I know it's a tall order, and I'm grateful that we have an ecosystem of people who are passionate enough to show up in a room on a cold-ish, I guess 50 is like the new warm day today. So thanks for inviting me to be part of the panel.
The challenge of going last is all your good ideas tend to be stolen by the first couple. Certainly a +1 to your point about not having to compromise. But for those of you who don't know me, I'm Wes Turbeville. I'm the Senior Vice President of Federal at IDME, which means I lead our service and support to 20 federal agencies that we deliver identity services to. And we do this essentially portable credentials that meet the NIST standards that can be taken across sectors. So the same credentials that somebody uses to log into the IRS or Social Security, or the VA or HHS today, they can also use at the state level or out in the private sector. And we do this today. I think we're the largest issuer of NIST credentials anywhere with over 68 million people essentially in the network that have met those NIST standards through IDME. And I think the one thing that's important to know through that experience is, actually building on something that Jeremy said at the end of that last panel, that identity works in different contexts and certainly different ways for different users. And so one of the most important things you need to think about is having a flexible solution to meet people where they are. And the way we think about that is giving people multiple ways by which they can verify an identity up to those high standards that are set by NIST.
Great. Well, thank you guys. Pastor Ben, I'd love to go to you next. I'm curious if you could tell us a little bit more about what the process is like for people getting these physical identifiers if you don't already have them, and how, if at all, the people you help navigate the world of digital identity, since that's what today's about.
Yeah. Let me start at the end there. I haven't helped anybody navigate the world of digital identity because we just have such a hard time doing the physical credential to start with. To jump back to our previous panel, he said while he was up here, you're born, you get a birth certificate. That is not true. It's certainly not true in DC. I can't speak for all the other jurisdictions, but it's not true in DC. You are born, you write your information on a piece of paper, you get that sent off to the registrar. And then you are born with this in DC, a debt to your name of $23 if you want that birth certificate. So we start everybody off already in debt for the piece of paper that they need to kind of be the foundation to build out the rest of whatever they're going to need throughout their lifetime. So that's number one. So we're all starting at below zero when we come into the world. My folks, a lot of them have a hard time ever getting back to zero. I work with individuals who are, like I said, are unhoused. They're fleeing domestic violence situations. They've been evicted, anything like that, where your documents may have been tossed out by law enforcement. You may have had it stolen from you on the street, any of that. So when somebody comes to us, they have generally tried on their own to re-access their documents. We tend to see people who have either been trying for months, if not longer. And so they're kind of at the end of their rope on working these processes. So we went over and what we do is we take people in, they do it with an appointment. We ask them what they have. If they have nothing, I'll tell you what our process is. I always hope nobody closes this loophole on us, but this is what it is. You come in, you have nothing, we send you to get a medical record. The medical record can then be used in addition with a couple of other pieces of mail or whatever else you might have, some secondary proofs. use that to apply for the Social Security card. And then once we get those items, it's usually takes a few weeks, if not longer. If you were born, depends on where you were born. Some jurisdictions are 2, 3, 4 months before you can get your birth certificate back. At times, New York City has taken over 6 months, at which point the check that I gave you expired, and then we have to do it all again. So you're looking at a lot of time up front to build back your pieces and then go to the DMV, hope they take what we have put together, and then pay your last 20, and then wait another 2 weeks for that to arrive by mail. And hopefully you're not being shifted around from another shelter from there. So when we're trying to do this with somebody, we're looking at an expense. In DC, the average ends up being around $63 per person. We include in that what it takes to make all these trips. You're looking at 5 or 6 stops to do this, of transportation cost. What we don't include in that is what it costs you to take off from work, what it costs you to find extra childcare, what it may cost you to make any other arrangement that you have to be able to visit all of these places physically and do that. If we do it online, sometimes that can expedite, sometimes it doesn't help at all. We use primarily VitalCheck, which is a LexisNexis company. And we service all the jurisdictions in the US and then a few that are abroad. We have noticed wide disparity in the cost. And my home state of North Carolina, unfortunately, I didn't check this morning, but my home state of North Carolina, if you do an online application for a birth certificate, your only option is airmail. So we have to pay $75 for a North Carolina birth certificate for an individual. I know we have to pay $75 to have a birth certificate sent here so that we can keep working on getting somebody back into housing or jobs. That's the most expensive one. Sometimes we can get lucky with a county, but a lot of times not. So when we're talking about access, it comes down to cost a lot of the times for us. That's our main reason for being there. We're helping people pay, where $63 is food for the week, clothing for your kid for school, clothing for yourself, your food for yourself, supplies, whatever else that you're having to make to determine what's the trade-off you're going to make. We're trying to make sure nobody's having to make a trade-off for an ID document when they have greater needs that they need to be addressing. So that's what we look like.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I want to ask my next question to anyone who wants to answer it on the panel. And the question is, I'm just curious, as things move online and are already online, who is potentially left out of digital identity systems?
I'm going to go right back and then it's all you. My folks are deeply distrusting. Anything online, even when we try to do a VitalCheck application, they're deeply distrusting, because how does this thing know all this information about me in the first place? Which is, I don't have time to explain that to folks. And I don't fully understand it despite hanging out with Jeremy. So I'm dealing with mental health issues. I am dealing with addiction issues. I am dealing with people who just some of them are having the type of mental health issues that say, well, the government is listening to me, they put something in my arm. I'm navigating all of that to just try and get a regular application done. So in the digital identity space, when I think about trying to convince some of these folks that it would be somehow okay to turn over your biometric, whichever one it might be, or to allow whichever server, be it the DMV or the Vital Records, whoever's hosting the server, allow them to retain your information longer term. That's a lot of convincing to be done, and it can't. There are cases where that cannot happen. And so as we move further into the digital space, I can see benefits where something is stored for you. It's not a jeopardy if you're evicted. It's not a jeopardy if you get robbed, and you go in and you're able to prove for yourself. I can see that benefit, but trying to get people on board, it will hit a lot of dead ends for the people that I serve. And then policymakers and system builders are making the decision of trade-off. Well, enough people can access it. Enough people is not enough for my people. So when I'm looking at it, that's who I'm thinking of as we move into these digital spaces.
Actually, maybe if I could build on that a little bit. I love like everything you're doing to help people get sort of the foundational evidence that it takes to essentially build a digital identity off of. But one of the other things is it's not just the digital identity, there's also the proofs that you need to access other services that I think are really important. And just to share an example, so I'm a Navy veteran myself, and we were talking to a major city council not too long ago about the fact that they wanted to extend housing benefits to veterans, right? Particularly homeless veterans. But one of the challenges they were wrestling with is that there's certain documents and proof of your status as a veteran that can only be delivered by paper and by mail. So for those of you who've been in the service, a DD-214, right? And so it's one of those things where even if you can prove somebody's identity, if they don't have a place to mail that DD-214 to, then they can't get the rest of the evidence that you need in order to complete the application for the benefit. And so I think, it's the start of a broader conversation that says you have to work backward from the benefit. What's the benefit that we want to deliver? And then what are all the pieces that actually have to come together, and can people, access all of the parts that have to come together to deliver the services? So, I think there's a simple change that can be made where if you could deliver a DD-214 electronically to somebody who's actually processing the applications for those benefits, it could unlock a lot from the VA that wants, they want to do. They want to connect the veterans to benefits, but right now there's other barriers in the way.
Well, I have the least amount of experience in this space, but I'll give my opinion. As well as those factors that they both spoke on. If the standards to gain your digital identity are not compatible with, again, the ability of the people and the tools that they are using, that is another hindrance. And so I think that I know WCAG standards are what everybody's living up to, but I also know that only 20% of websites are fully WCAG built up to WCAG AA standards. So if we pay attention to those factors, then that means that 80% of people that might need screen readers assistance or have some neurocognitive issues are not able to work with the tools to gain this digital identity. That means that we are leaving a lot of people behind.
And those standards you just mentioned are accessibility standards online, right?
Website accessibility standards.
Connie, I'd love to ask you how NIST is thinking about this. I know you guys are updating your guidelines, so yeah, how are you thinking about this?
Specifically, the risk of people being left behind?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, I think about it probably too much. And I think even just hearing these perspectives and anecdotes, it just reemphasizes the importance of true optionality and choice. Because for every person who's afraid of having a digital footprint, somebody also is unable to access it. And there's another person who doesn't have a consistent physical address, right? So we're doing our best to embrace practices that we know work because we're testing them and working with others and talking with a lot of you, while also getting the balance right on access across a number of factors. Thank you.
Connie, you set me up for this by mentioning in your intro that you guys are updating those standards. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask if you can share anything for the interested parties in the room that are eagerly awaiting the updated standards.
I did set myself up for that one. Yeah, that was a rookie mistake. We're adjudicating feedback, so that's good. That work continues. Thank you. I know a lot of you in the room did contribute again to that. And we will see what the future holds. There's been, like I said, a lot of new policy coming out the door that shapes the way that our federal agencies are interpreting this world that we're living in. Our goal is to serve them in a way that's actually practical and helpful. So we're wading through these uncertain waters as well and trying to figure out a way to do our jobs. So that was sort of rambling, but a non-answer that we're trying to do our jobs really well in uncertain times.
Fair enough, fair enough. I wanted to ask you guys, as a reporter, I often get questions from family members or random people who know that I cover this, and they always want to ask me about facial recognition. So I wanted to ask you guys about that, because in the broader world, I feel like that often gets brought up in the context of equity and who is included, who isn't. So Connie, I actually might put you back on the spot again, and then anyone can jump in on how you think about facial recognition in particular and biometrics in this equity sort of conversation.
Sure. So in the last version of our guidelines, we had some pretty specific requirements and recommendations. I think the bottom line for us is going to come back to that optionality for people for all the reasons we've laid out before. Either there's a fear-based reason for people not wanting to use a particular technology. There's an access-based reason for them not wanting to use the technology. We know that these things come up in practice. So yeah, I think we continue to look at it as one choice of many in the toolkit. And we're going to continue to evaluate technologies as we do through programs that hopefully Ryan mentioned, while pursuing other emerging technologies like verifiable credentials that could be an option for people who already have smartphones and a reliable internet connection. Thanks.
Maybe if I can just add on to that. I think there's two big points. Like, we do use biometrics as one of our verification pathways to get people up to the NIST IL2 standards. But I think there's sort of two big points that I think are actually really important in the context of biometrics. One of them is you've really got to think about it through the lens of the use case. And Jeremy actually does a really good presentation where he walks through the four, where it starts with, this is a face, these are the same faces, et cetera. And so thinking about how the biometrics are used, and then also what is the impact of a false positive or a false negative in those situations, and then what does it actually take to correct an error, I think is an important thing to just think about, as you're deploying these technologies. And then I think the second thing that's maybe not as well understood, and actually I'm glad you sort of brought it up, is as NIST is evaluating sort of the broad landscape of technologies, I think I know there's a lot of rhetoric around biometrics, but I think when you put their performance, particularly across different demographic groups, relative to other technologies that are out there, particularly things like data and records checks, et cetera, what you can actually find is, and I think this is supported by recent reports by DHS and past research by NIST, is that biometrics can actually perform, more consistently. Even if they're not perfect, they'll perform more consistently than other types of checks do. And so I think that's actually something that we see in our data. And we've done a couple of deep dives with some agencies out there. With IRS back in 2021, 2022 timeframe, there was a record number of people who were filing taxes from Puerto Rico for the first time, because there was a record number of people who had received the advanced child care tax credit. And so with all these new relationships being established at IRS, what we found is that as you decompose the different parts of the IL2, when you compare people from Puerto Rico to the general population, they were actually passing biometric checks at nearly an identical pass rate. But then when you start looking at some of the other non-biometric checks, there was as much as a 30% spread between how performance was for people from Puerto Rico versus the overall population. And this is why it's so important to have alternative pathways to verification when you start running into these things. We actually saw a similar story unfold at HHS actually earlier this year on a grants portal, where tribal communities were looking to access new grants that were issued by Treasury and managed through HHS payments management system. And we did the same sort of analysis where we took all the components of IL2, which was the policy to protect those systems, and say, okay, well, where are their differences? And what you see is that across the board, the performance at the component level was identical for tribal users versus the general population, including for biometric checks, with the exception of one. And there was a small difference in performance, and it was related to telecom usage and how they use their phones and how it might be different from the general population. And so I think it's one of those things that as you study and you look at the different technologies out there, it's really important to look at biometrics closely, but put it in the context of the other technologies you're comparing it
to. Ben and Tracy, anything to add? If not, I have more questions. Don't worry.
All I would add is, having been around this space a little bit over the past few years, I can see the benefit for the folks that I serve when it comes to something related to a biometric authentication to prove who you are. Because in most cases, you're not going to lose your hand or whatever else. It's the trust piece for me and then the accessibility piece in terms of, you may think a lot of unhoused folks don't have phones. A lot of them do at this point. So many people do have smartphones at this point. However, those get lost a lot. We've got people who are changing numbers and phones and 2, 3, 4 times within a given month. It's hard to keep up with these types of items. So if we're using a biometric or a facial recognition to prove who you are, but it's solely reliable on something like a personal device, rather than there's a place I can go in person that's secure, then people are not gonna be able to keep up with that. When I think about my folks who are just so deeply distrusting, it would take a really long time for us as a general population to roll something out like that, where it's actually getting to the level where I'm serving. But I have seen, just from the DC DMV, them retaining for a period at least your photo and your credential in their system, so you don't have to reprove all of your documents, has been really beneficial for us. And so whenever we can do that, we're cutting off months worth of time when somebody can quickly re-verify themselves by presenting the right number. In this case, it would help in some cases, but not in every.
The only thing I would really add is just to have options.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm picking up from this conversation too. Connie, I'm curious, as the nerds in this room would know, identity proofing, there's a lot of steps, lots of different parts to it. I know for some solutions, using data on the back end is also part of it. I don't often hear that brought up in conversations about making identity work for everyone, but I'm curious if you could give us sort of a highlight reel, because my understanding is that probably is something else to think about.
So I think there are a couple ways to interpret the question. I'm gonna choose my own interpretation, choose my own adventure today. So yes, there are a couple steps: resolution, validation, and then verification. We spend a lot of time nerding out together on verification, which is great. But the resolution and validation piece are also really critical if you're thinking of this in terms of like a traditional cybersecurity defense in depth approach, or just making it more complicated, making it more expensive for somebody. You pick your framework for thinking about why this is important. But the data piece, I think security and privacy controls are obviously something I would want to see if we're just talking about the data sitting there. But the other critical piece, and I don't know if Ryan touched on this, so I will, but is validation services. Right. I think the vast majority of data that exists in the world reside in privately managed servers. I think that's probably, don't quote me on that, but I'm going to go with the majority. But not as much of it is super valuable. It's why federal government agencies are targeted as frequently as they are, either because of the people, processes, decision-making functions, or data that they hold. Because we've set up a government that can uniquely hold certain types of data. At one point in time, the theory was provide more access. Assuming that is still the theory, because that validation step is still necessary, and assuming that the government plays a role there, improving the way that those services and technologies and processes are delivered is one of the focuses of a NISTR that we put together. That went out for comment, so thank you as well to people who took a look. But that's going to continue to be critical, I think, either way, because what we're talking about is not just the verification step, right? It's that multi-layered process. I'm going to end it at that. I think that was enough like nerding out together for one question, but thanks.
Audience, I want to take questions in a second, but first I'm going to ask one last question. What's the biggest challenge? Wes, I'm curious to hear from you on this, in trying to make sure these sorts of solutions work for different types of people.
Let's see, the biggest challenge. I honestly, I think one of the biggest challenges, and I'm talking about this from the sort of the shared services lens that IDME comes into this, is agencies want to do things, government agencies want to do things a little bit differently, at each agency. And they want to think about, what's best for their agency. But not often enough do they actually flip their mindset and say, okay, what's actually best for the consumer or the beneficiary? And how could I leverage work that's already been done to accelerate their access to benefits? And so I think one of the things that, I find surprising is that, in 2019, obviously, in the first Trump administration, OMB in 1917 came out and encouraged the adoption of shared services because I think it recognized that it puts more convenience back on the user and also unlocks a lot of operational efficiencies from agencies. But I think adoption has been, spotty at best for OMB in 19. And so I think one of the challenges is just getting agencies to think more about the end user and the citizen than about their own sort of siloed and way of doing things from their agency lens.
Audience, what questions do you have? Oh, there's someone all the way in the back.
I was just taking a page out of Tracy's book to sit in the back to hear everybody. Hello, my question is for Ms. LaSalle. You led with forecast of the weather, and as the sun sets in the city, there's also a ray of hope in the most recent executive order, or the last executive order from the Biden administration, 14144, finally included digital identity. We've been waiting for two states of the union to get an identity EO, and such as Section 5 is that. It's there, and it's existing policy. It's not one of the 78 rescissions from 2 weeks ago. It's there, and one of the main lines of action will be for NIST to continue. There are 3 lines of action related to MDLs, related to updating the guidance to the NCCOE that Ryan just spoke about, and then also encouraging agency action on digital identity. So that's the policy of the US government. Curious, as there's no forecasting, that's the thing. What does it look like? How will NIST lead and effectuate that change? Thank you.
It is the policy alongside OMB M1917. I think what was interesting to see is one, that identity language was retained. What a signal. I wish it had come out a little sooner, but a girl can dream. So for now, agencies have M1917 and that executive order to look to. And again, I think if I'm putting myself in my agency customers' shoes, I'm looking for additional guidance from the government, from my agency, to see if we can move forward on this really critical topic. I certainly hope that we get that clarity soon. And all I can really say is that NIST remains committed to the work until I get another direction. We're going to focus on choice. We're going to focus on getting the balance between security and access right. Thank you to my co-panelists immediately to my right, and Wes, you got some good thoughts too, but for sharing the stories of people who often don't get a platform. I think it's really critical that you keep speaking as we move forward, because the work is important, and it's partially my job to make that case to my new colleagues who are coming in this week, last week, and probably over the coming weeks and months. So thanks for the question.
Any other audience question?
This is a question for Pastor Ben, if I may call you that. So do other churches know about your identity ministry? And have you been able to maybe help other churches learn how to develop such a ministry themselves? And you're shaking your head, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, excuse me. So our program began not 1999, 2000. We've been doing this for around 25 years at this point. Real ID came into effect here in town roughly 2014. At that point, there was one other congregation in Chevy Chase, so right on the DC Maryland line, that had a similar program. They have since shut down. So we're the only church in the district that is doing this. Since around 2016, we've seen some other organizations pop up. Arizona has one, the Homeless ID Project, I think is what it's called. And there's a few others that have emerged more related to voter IDs. Vote Right, I think, is one, because it's the same sort of process to get a voter ID as it is to get your other credential, and you have to still put those pieces together. So since Real ID was implemented, we've seen other organizations pop up. We've helped seed a couple, one in Baltimore, and we've tried with a couple other in Maryland that just didn't take hold. We have what we call our state book. So it's all the jurisdictions that we've ever worked with and what the current process is for each one for getting your birth certificate. So we share that with other congregations if they ask for it. We try to keep it open so that people can access it to try and navigate on their own or to try and help individuals in their communities access it. We're trying to make sure that that information can get around. Yeah.
All right, no one's raising their hand, so I'm gonna ask Tracy and Pastor Ben to just close us out with why this matters. Like, what impact does this have when these systems don't work for everyone?
Well, for the obvious reason, if it's not accessible to anybody, then, or everybody, then you're leaving a whole population out. And without that, we're not considered equal.
Yeah, I see the consequences in a different way. I've had individuals come in the course of the process when they can't access. I've had people discover that they're adopted in this process when things aren't easy. And he was 64 and he found out he was adopted for the first time because of how challenging the process had become. It involves court orders, unsealing records, all kinds of things that just add additional hoops for people as they try and navigate this. I've had guys show up really excited because they're starting I've got a new job. I'm starting next week. Pastor Ben, help me get my documents. I say, it's gonna take at least a month for us to be able to do that. And I've watched people go from so excited to being suicidal in ideation, and then having to pastor that back out of them and tell them that we're going to do that, we're going to make it. It takes so much coaching for folks when they have the door shut on them left and right, just trying to get the piece of paper that already has your name on it, but you're not allowed to have it. So for me, when people can't make it, it really is. It's lost hope, but it is also lost housing opportunities, lost jobs, lost enrollment for your kids in school. You have to be able to provide these things to get your kids started off in school the right way, or to access your other government benefits. It's a delay that at times feels unnecessary. So if I would say anything, when we're building our systems, writing our policies, I've heard the term frictions. We just need to put some friction into the system in this way. Sometimes you don't need to put friction in there. What's strictly necessary? What's strictly necessary for you to be able to do some of these proofs to get people moving on their way and being self-supportive once again? Think about not just the average, like Wes was saying, like the end user. The average user experience is exactly average, and it works for somebody that looks like me. It's not going to work for folks with one parent, people who are adopted, born overseas, DV situations, never met your parent, any of those. It just doesn't work. So think beyond just the average end user experience.
Well, thank you to our panelists. I'm going to turn it back over to Jeremy.
Thanks, everybody. Great panel to end the day. Also, since Ben's probably too bashful to say it, I'll say if you want to donate to the ID ministry, you can go to foundryumc.org. They can always use more resources. So /give. That's a shortcut right there. Or volunteer over there, which I've had the pleasure of doing a couple of times, and you learn a lot about maybe things you haven't thought about in the space. You all made it. 8 hours we've been at this. Our events team's always shocked with this one because a lot of times people come in and out in DC through other things, and here everybody tends to stay, which I hope is a sign that it was good for you all and the content was engaging. I just wanted, before we break for reception, to thank everybody who helped put this together. Thanks to folks at FIDO and ID Theft Resource Center for partnering with us. Thanks to Bree and Catherine and the Venable Events team. Orlando, who's the man in the back room, who's making all the AV magic happen. To Connor and Amy and Hallie and the rest of the Glen Echo Group team who's been supporting us online all day, keeping the virtual presence running smooth and also on social media. I think I thanked everybody, but if you also worked on this and I didn't thank you, sorry, but thanks. So we are going to break for reception now. We've got drinks and some snacks and other good things out there. So I hope you'll stick around and continue the conversation. And thanks to all of you for coming and making this a great day. Thanks, everybody.